Welcome to the third day of the Hindman Homecoming. I'm Dulcimer Dan Cox. Pretty much this morning we're just going to goof off. We've had an absolutely wonderful weekend. Last night we had a blast. If you missed that, I would highly encourage you to go back and they have copies of that saved on our page, and you can go back and review everything that we've done for actually everything from last year. All 3 days from last year is also there. We're talking about play methods and tunings. How blessed I am to have two actual newbies because it's kind of hard to teach folks that have been playing 10 years longer than you have because I'm not that kind of teacher. All right, so let's just start from the very beginning. What I have here is a traditional mountain dulcimer. What you both have are contemporary pieces. The difference is, all right, one, I have staples, and they don't go all the way across. You have frets, and they go all the way across. I have a very narrow fretboard. Yours is much wider to facilitate chording. If you're going to purchase, and this is for anyone new, I make traditional mountain dulcimer, but I don't suggest that be your first piece. And this is why. A lot of folks think that they're truly interested in this. They've watched the videos of Gene Ritchie and they say, that's what I want. But then when they get to their local dulcimer community club, whatever, everyone's playing contemporary, and they pretty much don't have a way of incorporating traditional pieces. And then, all right, this is why I'm going to tell you your first piece should be a contemporary piece, and this is why. You can play traditional on that instrument. It's not an issue. I cannot play contemporary on this piece. You see, you can go either way. So if your first piece is contemporary and you decide to go traditional, that's okay. And if you decide to go contemporary, that's okay. But if you had bought the traditional piece to begin with, you're kind of stuck with what it is. So, all right. So you have the fretboard, and then tip it towards me. All right, he has a 6.5. Tip it towards me, and you have a 6.5. This is traditional. I do not have a 6.5 or a 13.5 or a 1.5 or an 8.5. This is diatonic, and we liken this to a piano, the white keys. If you and I believe it's middle C. If you go from C to the next octave C, it's do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Are you following that? On your instrument, starting on the 3rd fret, would be do. Yep, start on your 3rd fret and then go up to your 10th fret. However, okay, that's on my instrument. It's not on your instrument because they've added a 6.5 fret. And in just a second, I'm going to explain to you why they did that. So go ahead and pluck out your do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. When you come to 6.5, I'm sorry, yes, to your melody, your first string. In tradition or traditional, we're only going to note the first string, the melody string. So the 3rd fret is do. You want to push down the string just behind the fret until you can get a clear ring. Now, when you're hitting that SAR note, that's the 6.5, okay? All right, so you understand do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. Now I'm going to explain to you why you have a 6.5. If you were tuned D-A-D instead of D-A-A, you're going to be tuned in mixolydian. And most, not all of the clubs today all tune D-A-D and they play mixolydian. if you start on the open nut, because you have a 6.5, see, now I have an off note to where you can play the 6.5, and that gives you the proper do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. So you can play do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do off the nut, and you can play do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do off the 3rd fret. Does that make sense? Yes.
When you say nut, I'm not quite sure what you're referring to.
Okay. Let's go over all the parts again. All right, I apologize, and I missed that. The device that the strings break across on the left side of your piece, that's a nut. Okay? Down here at the other end, you have another device that the strings break across. That's the bridge. The modern luthiers will tell you this is not a bridge, this is a saddle. But the gist is you have to have a bridge before you can have a saddle. I know that may not make sense to you, and they'll argue with me on that. This is a bridge. It's not a saddle because it's a bridge. We don't have a saddle. This is a zitter. It's not a lute. It's actually a different animal. All right, so we have the nut. We have the bridge. The distance between those two is called a vibrating string length. And then different manufacturers will make different lengths. And then once you've played long enough, you may develop a preference to a particular vibrating string length. Some people like them longer. Some people like them much shorter. We were discussing that in breakfast this morning. This is not sexist. This is just an observation. The traditional pieces were all 28, 29 inches. Once the folks started changing the instrument, let's say primarily, I would say in the 80s is when it got hooked in pretty good. It was called the revival. They started noting their instruments like you note a guitar. They made the pieces, the bridges wider. They added certain frets. The problem was most women couldn't make notes or chords on a 28 or a 29. So if you look now, the standard is what, 26? It's much shorter to facilitate a little bit smaller hand. And personally, I think DAD, mixed linear on an instrument, sounds better on a shorter instrument. On my traditional pieces, this I believe is a 26, which in note or drone can be any length. It doesn't matter because you're noting the melody string. With the intonation on these, I tune these G, D, D. So I'm Ionian, and then in the contemporary to tell you G, D, D. I guess that's G and the key of G. Okay. If we had Ann here, she could tell us, or Don Petty or whoever. But anyway, the shorter instruments are better for the higher notes. So tuning DAD for a 26-inch instrument, it all works out pretty nice. All right, so then you have your peg head, and you don't actually have a peg head on the contemporary pieces. That is actually called a machine head because you have machine tuners, again, like a guitar, okay? The front is, in some terminologies, is called a belly, and of course we call it a top. This would be called the back, and then because of the way we play, it's called the bottom. And it's the sides, and in some terms it's called a bow. On the peg head, if you have pegs, generally there's some sort of aesthetic, whatever, whether it be a scroll or whatever, or however they decorate them. And then there's a box, and the pegs go through the box, and that's where you anchor the strings. That's how you tune the strings, obviously. And then at the other end, you will have a string anchor of some sort. It may be a screw, it might be nails. Some of them, excuse me, on some, there's two different types of string. There's a loop end and a ball end. And if you have a ball end, it can be fastened over a small pin, or it goes through some sort of device, and then the device holds the ball. Did I miss anything, or any question on the parts of the instrument? And obviously the frets. And the frets, well, I was telling you on this one is diatonic, and it's space. So we got wide, wide, narrow, wide, wide, narrow, wide, wide, wide. And on yours it's going to be that with additional frets installed. So I'm going to assume you have a 6.5, and you probably have a 13.5. The reason the 13.5 is there, it is an octave above the 6.5. Does that make sense? So whatever you're playing on the lower scale, because of that fret, you can also play on the higher scale. Does that make sense? Just like on mine, it's the mixolydian where it starts. Once it comes up to mixolydian again, it continues on the same. So it just repeats. If we're going to play traditional, the next thing is, this is what we note with, and it's called a noter. It's just a little simple piece of bamboo. In the olden days, this was referred to as a bit of reed. And if you want to step forward here, I have 2 bags, and I'm going to suggest you get a smaller one and you get a larger one, because I have no idea, and you may not have any idea, what you're going to be comfortable with. Some people like great big fat noters, and some people like little tiny ones. So get you a couple different sizes, and again, you have to play and decide what's comfortable in your hand. There's basically 2 ways to hold your noter. There's thumb over, and there's finger over. Again, there's no right way, there's no wrong way. There's people that hold it somewhere in between. It's whatever is comfortable in your hand is the way it's correct. All right? Let's start with finger over. When we hold it, obviously your index finger is going to be towards the end. Your second finger is going to come down past it. Can you see that? Okay. The reason it's not going to be up above, 1, is more comfortable, but 2, now your second finger is going to become a guide. And that is always going to touch the front of your staple board or fretboard. So you're doing this. The reason you're doing that is you now have total control over the noter, and you're not going to inadvertently or accidentally push it forward and catch your center string. Does that make sense? You're trying to get control of it. So again, it's finger over. The second finger is coming down past it, and it's creating like a guide.
Yeah, just sort of right in between.
Yep. And then again, you have to practice, because this is not how you normally hold something, okay? So now you can do whatever you're going to do, and you don't have to concern yourself or think about the position of the noter. Okay. Yep. And then there's some more technique to that as well. There's a slide is one of the techniques, and we have what we call a lift off. All right. Now let's go ahead and talk about the thumb over, just in case. Now the index finger is coming across, and the thumb is over, and now the front of your index finger becomes the guide. All right, I'm gonna step off for just a second so I can do a little hands-on.
Oh, okay.
This is over.
All right.
This one is under.
Underneath. Oh,
So now
I got it.
you're doing like this.
Oh, okay, okay.
This is another issue. These Thomases have very short fretboards. So you may have issue with the thumb over because of your clearance. In the contemporary pieces, we make very tall fretboards.
I've
Gives us
noticed that.
lots of knuckle room.
Okay.
That's why we do that.
Oh.
So on your instrument, you may be more advantageous for finger over.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly
So
right.
this is like that,
Exactly
and
right.
then just gonna,
But I would say just a little bit forward. You have, push up till you touch there. Very good. Okay, so we got that?
Yes.
Again, practice both and see whatever, and then some people, as soon as they hold it in their hand, they hold it a certain way. That's probably a good inkling that they're leaning towards that position or that holding it that way. Is that your finger over?
Yeah, it's finger over.
Your second finger needs to come down.
Oh, okay.
So now your fingernail is your guide. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay.
all right, I get it now. 'Cause
Okay.
I was thinking it was in between the two strings, but it's not, it's just to keep, that's a lot easier too.
I've been doing this for about 12 years, and I've found I use both. And sometimes I will even go a little bit in between. So it's not really a thumb over, it's not really a finger over, it's kind of rolling in between. Again, it's whatever you're comfortable with. I think some of that has to do with if you have a lot of upper registry. To me, thumb over is easier. And then if you're just doing a whole lot on the lower registry, sometimes the finger over is easy. Yeah, if you're, all right, we're going to start him with his finger over. Your second finger is going to come down below, and that's going to work as your guide. And then again, you need to position the noter to where you're away from your second string, so you don't inadvertently touch this center drone and deaden it. Is that comfortable, or because there's another position called thumb over? Yep, exactly like that. And now your index finger becomes your guide. And see, y'all don't really have real tall fretboards. See, on some of the traditional pieces, they're an inch tall. So we got plenty of knuckle room on ours, and that's why we do that, is for the individuals that play thumb over. Again, James Edward Thomas, some of his were like 9/16. I mean, they were very, very short, and you have to play finger over in order to play them. Again, you have to practice, play with it, and then develop whatever your style is going to be to do that. Ready to go to the other end? We have a bag up here of turkey quill. So everybody get you a turkey quill.
I've been playing for 6 years.
Never played? Well, now you got a quill. All right. There is an upright position. I'm not even sure what it's called, and there is a whip. And all I've ever done is whip, so that's about all I can tell you how to do. I have a knife there. Please, no one cut themselves. What you're going to do initially is cut off the end of it somewhere. And what you got to do is cut it back far enough to where then you can get a hold of it. Oh, you got a knife, or okay. All right, he's got a knife too, so we're all good. All right, so on the wick end, the thin end. Yeah, cut off it, no, on the thin end. Yep, on your thin end, cut off an inch or maybe even 2 inches. It's pretty thin down there.
Okay, just right, the feather part.
Actually, just lop it off. Lop it off.
No particular angle, I
No, no, no. Because once you get your, and I've already forgotten, I have friends that are archers and they know all the names of all the feather parts because they use them in their arrow making. All right. Then you kind of get a hold of the stem, that's what I'm going to call it, and you're going to peel the feather off of it. And then sometimes it won't want to peel evenly, so you may have to kind of mess with it a little bit. But basically, you're just going to peel it off.
The whole thing?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm going to come off screen again. That's quite all right.
Okay, well,
And some of them are pretty tough. Yep. But you got to kind of get it started.
Oh, okay.
See, once I get it started,
Oh, okay.
actually, these may be old or older. Let's see, it comes off. Yeah, once you get it started, off.
okay.
Actually, needs a little trash bag. You get one from Sarah Kate. You got it figured out?
What you need?
Well, I think so.
Okay, there you go, yeah.
Do you have my name? Do you need something?
A little trash can for our
You got it.
feather clippings.
For your nail clippers?
Or we're making quill to play with. Oh, I see it, you know, right there.
Right there, mine over there.
Thank you, thank you.
I'm gonna get the other one. We got new customers today.
Yes, we do, and they're newbies, and I love them.
Where y'all from?
Buckhorn.
Buckhorn. What's your name?
Sorry.
Sarge? Hey, Sarge.
I've talked to RTC for 20 years.
Gotcha. Well, I guess you've earned that name, haven't you?
I was in the Army too for 20 years.
Wow.
Okay, so now we have stripped quill. This is, that I know of, the only musical instrument in the world that we tune or pick versus our instrument. The reason being is where you have it now is probably much, you're going to be playing with the skinny end. Yes. Where you have it now is probably going to have a little more flex in it than you want. So if it feels okay and you want to start there, that's all good, okay? And feel of it, see, hers is pretty thin. She may want to take a little bit off of that because the further back you cut it, the more stiff it gets or more rigid it gets. If you play a very light, wispy kind of method, then you want a thin end. If you play Galax and you're wailing on it, you want it fairly thick. And we're going to hold it like this. It needs to be under your palm.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
And what you're going to do is, all right, and then it needs to be arched down. How far down? Again, it's going to be preference because, again, different positions will give you different tonal qualities. It may be a little more aggressive, maybe a little less. And initially what you're going to do is you're going to whip eggs. So don't watch me because I will have full range and motion with it. What you want to do until you can get there is just whip eggs.
It's also making me, because I'm used to going out, but it's,
Because, and you're now, if you go this route, you will have to learn in and out. But we always start with the forward motion. And the good thing about this is you can watch TV or whatever, or listen to the radio. And if you can do it without thinking about it, it's even better. So if you feel comfortable with that, see if you can do it backward. Without knocking it out of your lap. And it's all technique. It's having just the right amount of pressure on it. So can you change rotations on it? Do it in stroke, out stroke. Sarge, do you have trouble holding it? Because I do. And what I've done, I take it's leather thong. It's just like kind of like boot lace, but it's right. But you can wrap them, and it actually gives you a handle. See, I can hold it, but what it wants to do is spin on me. I can't keep for whatever reason. And I've been doing this a long time, and then I come up with the idea of just putting a handle on it, and that works real good. So again, it's one of those things you just have to practice, starting out with whatever tune. I like, in Mixolydian, I start folks out with You Are My Sunshine. You're tuned DAA?
We know.
This one right here.
It's not too
Okay. To go to Mixolydian from Ionian, all you have to do is take your bass string, which is tuned to D, and raise it one note to E.
Is this A one?
No, your bass string.
That's already
You're going to raise it to E,
raise it to E.
to where you will be tuned E, A, A.
So is that one?
Never, once you take the thumb piece on your tuner, never turn it unless you're plucking the string.
So EAA.
E-A-A, is that where, was you
Well,
DAA?
DAD right now.
Or DA-Day? Well, see, you're already there.
Oh, okay.
You're in Mixolydian. You can play You Are My Sunshine starting open.
Yes.
So everyone knows that tune, right? All you got to do, either select in or out. I don't suggest trying to play both. And again, it's whatever you're comfortable with. Is it making sense? You just got to practice. The biggest thing in practice, Don Petty teaches this. If practice is a chore, that's not good. You got to like it. And that's why when we say you need to play, we mean this is the toy, and it's a fun activity. Because if you can keep it fun, and the more apt you're going to be to stay with it. What's that?
I think mine's not tuned at all.
Here, let me.
But I get what you're pointing to.
That's all right. Let me set you up right quick.
That hadn't been out of the box in over 5 years.
That's all right. Let me see where we're at. Yeah, let's see. Melody string.
The melody string, which is the first string that's nearest E, is the real pin that match your melody string. It's when you're looking at that, it's the string that's closest to you is going to be the melody string. Okay. Well, you know, in terms of, oh, okay. Well, you can try. But,
I don't think I brought any with me.
Well, that's still,
Uh,
that's D.
How do you do the double? You do each string at a time, or?
yes.
Just a little bit.
I have you tuned D, A, A, A. That's Ionian. And the scale starts here. To go to Mixolydian, we're going to take this string, we're going to go to E. So now we can play You Are My Sunshine. That makes sense?
Makes sense to me now.
Very good.
Dana?
No, I think he's got her.
He's gonna finish me up.
All right. So you're going to be set at DAA.
Are you gonna set her DA?
Well, that's going to be her where she starts, and then take her to EAA. So she's in Mixolydian.
He does it by ear.
I do too.
I like it. I can do it, yeah. We've got instruments I do at his house, banjos. I was a banjo 12 years old. I've got an old frameless that I got when I was in Europe.
Mm-hmm.
Gibson, I love it.
Mm-hmm.
But I've got we've got some Martins and stuff. She's got a ukulele, two ukuleles, but she's also got a banjo.
Mm-hmm.
Banjo.
Oh yeah.
And she's got I call it Martha Carter's.
First thing I did the other day when I was tuning the first.
Are you talking about auto harp or?
Yeah, it's a little thing. It's got all kinds. It's like a harp.
Mhm.
Like this. And she's got one of those that she got picked up at an auction for like $5.
Wow.
Now you want them at EAA, right?
Yes. So the bass string would be at E.
Yeah.
She helped with the grant for the School of Music here.
Mhm.
Started the School of Music over at Lexington.
Okay.
It's a tough old string. He can do all right. There.
All right.
There.
At EAA, you are tuned to a reversed Mixolydian, and you don't have to know any of that. If you're going to normally play DAA, Ionian, to go to Mixolydian, you just take your bass string and raise it one note. And then to go back, lower it back to D, and you're back in Ionian again. But that gives you range to play all the Mixolydian tunes and all the Ionian tunes. But I generally, everyone knows You Are My Sunshine and can figure it out pretty quick.
Pretty sure you didn't like this in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Um,
Like, I think I got that. So you're just right here. Okay.
Tuning your quill, are you? Uh-oh. Again, these are old quill.
I'm finding it easier, honestly, to work with this than I am, the handheld pick.
Mm-hmm. She'll get it. It's practice, practice, practice.
She at one time, she had 4 or 5 songs that she could actually play. Like I say, for about 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
It'll come back.
Yep.
You did more about students once. You did more about students. I'm supposed to be having a student.
As long as she has her music thing that tells her where to go with her keys, she's fine.
Well,
Mr. Music Sheet.
in traditional, the tablature is the easiest because it's simply a string of numbers.
That's what it is, that's what I have from it.
It starts out 0, 0 is open, and then 1, 2, 3, and it's, yep. Any questions? Questions? Practice, practice, practice. And then don't ever get flustered. Sometimes you just need to set it down and walk away. Come back to it. They went on a tour. Who wants a quill? Who needs a noter? Right here. Practice tuning and retuning.
How much does one of those cost like you have?
That is through Troublesome Creek Stringed Instrument Company, and I'll be honest, off the top of my head, Mikey, do you know what's the bass, Thomas, or what's the ED1?
They are $475 plus shipping.
$475 plus shipping for an ED1.
What's the ED1?
That is the contemporary version of the Thomas.
Well, I want the,
You want the original or I think they refer to the museum? Yeah, the 525 plus for the museum piece. And it has wooden tuners, it has staples, nails in the back, feet. Kind of like this one here. I think I didn't have a whole lot of quill. I'm sorry.
I put it on the screen.
Oh, very good. Oh, yes, that's a beautiful piece. Beautiful piece. Ann, this is yours.
I'm sorry?
We were making quills, We're everywhere. We're traditional, and we don't. At Dulcimer ain't got no notes. You just play it.
I met Jean Ritchie and I said, can I sing your girls with you? She says, I said, oh, you can D-A-D sing. She says, oh, is that what I mean? It was great. What a wonderful lady. I mean, I wouldn't get anything. I said, what are you singing there?
I am actually in GDD or close to that.
How do you figure out if this should come out of GDD?
But see, I think you're thinking in context of what key it's in, and I don't do that. I'm an Ionian. Yeah, and that's another issue is you may not be able to pull it up that high. Well, actually, Ann, what we're doing is just practicing with our quill. So, whatever you. What we do, Ann, when we start, is I think you need to choke up just a little bit. All right, and on your index finger, can you feel where it's kind of double wrapped on the end? And what I want you to do is to whip eggs. Have you ever made scrambled eggs? Okay. But what you're going to do is you're just going to rotate one way until you get to where you feel confident with it. I've never been able to play that way. That's Jean Ritchie style, so I don't know what to tell you. But she was, yeah, we play, it's called whip end, so you cut this end off. We've got some knives here. We don't have any quills. We got plenty of bamboo noters. And I suggest if you've not played with the noter, get a big one and a little one, and then figure out what's comfortable in your hand. I am in GDD, but I'm in a 155. No. Ann, I just lied to you. No, we retuned to go Mixolydian. So I'm in a reversed Mixolydian. Are you tuned DAD? What's your bass? DAD? That's where you're supposed to be. Mixolydian. You are my sunshine. For the folks that just joined us, there's two different methods for holding your noter. One is called finger over, and you'll notice my index finger is centered top of the noter. My second finger is extending just beneath it, and the reason that being is that's going to be my guide. So my fretboard is going to sit here. Oh, we got a whole bag full of them. All right, so there's finger over and there's thumb over. Some people are more comfortable with the thumb over, and now the index finger becomes the guide. Is it coming back to you? Is it coming back to you? Oh. Yeah. Yeah. There's nothing wrong with playing a pick. Just the quill's fun. It's a lot of fun. And it's especially around kids, because they're like, any questions? Any questions? And all I've ever heard is there's a thumb over and a finger over. You are thumb over. You're using your index finger as your guide. No. You are correct. Right there. That's how you.
I'm discovering thumb over's working out better.
Everybody. I think. You need to practice in or out. Just scramble egg one way until you get comfortable with it. And then what you have to do is then do it the other way until you get comfortable with it. And then try to start mixing the two. I'm sorry. Oh, the noters. I'm sorry. Again, get different sizes and try, because some folks like them fat, some folks like them skinny.
I usually keep a noter about like this.
Okay.
But I don't know what happened to it. Just
They get lost quite often.
I'll fly away. But that's what I'm discovering. Or I don't know, I guess, if you're needing to hit the middle string or anything like that, then you're better off just setting into a new set of tuning so that you're just using the melody.
Yes and no. If you're trying to optimize the tune, I would play with a pick. Historically, it's what you have. And these are kind of not gimmicks, but yeah, but they're fun. Do you realize that "I'll Fly Away" is new?
No, I didn't know.
Yes.
Relatively, I guess.
Yes.
Oh, no, I didn't.
Way after these. So it would be correct to play it with a pick.
Oh, okay.
I'm being a little facetious, but yeah.
All right.
No, when you're talking about, are you talking about noting the center string?
Yeah.
No. That's not traditional.
Oh, I didn't. Yeah,
How are you noting the center string on that piece? Oh, I'm sorry. That's a MD1. You have frets. Okay. See, I'm playing equivalent of the museum piece, which is traditional. Right.
But his, if I wanted to do that, then I would actually need to do different mode in order to be able to reach the notes.
I Fly Away is Mixolydian. See, it's a contemporary tune. But I think you're right. I think there's certain parts of it that go below, even below the. Any questions? Which she was asking a question. No, this is exactly what we were doing, was practicing quill and noter. I can't hear you. Show you again? Oh, one, all right, you're holding over, and there's nothing wrong with that if that's how you hold it naturally. But if you want to learn, do it under the palm. Put your hand out and put it in, and then very ginger, in or out, and then you're doing it this way. It needs to be down. You need to curve down and practice. But once you get developed, you may that way. But the first thing you have to do is it's technique, it's finesse. You don't want too much, but you have to have enough to make it sound. All right, we're close enough, Mikey. Close enough. I want to thank, if there's anyone out there in La La Land, I want to greatly appreciate you joining us. We've got a lot of wonderful talent lined up today for various classes. Please be sure to join us tonight for the grand finale. I promise you will enjoy it. I thank everyone for joining us here this morning. This mass chaos, I love it. I love it. If you're making noise, you're trying, and to me, that's all good. All right, we pretty close? All right, I love you, and God bless. Thank you, thank you.
Thanks for picking up with us coming late.
Yeah.
Lift off. Hey, y'all. Good morning. Good morning. My name's Sarah Kate. Good morning, Internet world. Good morning, in-person world. This class is called Instant Variation for New Players. Yesterday, we did a little more advanced class. This is going to be geared for newer players. So those of you who are more advanced, you're going to be take what you can, and you might be and grab what you can and let go of what is boring to you. Those of you who are newer, I'm talking to you too. This is going to be for you. Those of you who are more experienced, if you teach people, you can grab wisdom from what I'm teaching now. You can grab this and grab it for what you might be teaching for your Dulcimer clubs at home. So here's what we're going to be doing. I want to share with you a couple real simple tunes. I've given you 2 tabs, and I also might teach you one by ear without tab. And I'm going to be sharing with you possibly 5, 6, 7 different instant variations, ways that you can switch up and instantaneously, without practicing, make it sound different and cool without practicing, okay? Because we all want to sound different and cool, right? We want to sound cool. We want to be able to impress our friends, right? That's the whole point. So that's what we're going to do. I want to give our new friends a little 30-second Sarah Kate's intro to Dulcimer to get them started on the right foot. And also because this is a beginner class, so I want to give our friends on the internet a little intro technique-wise. And also for those of you who have been playing a while, this might be a good refresher on how to approach the instrument. So, I'm talking to you two. So, when I approach holding the instrument, let's talk about holding the instrument. I don't want to see this, okay? This isn't going to help. So, Dulcimer's not a very ladylike instrument. So, your knees got to be shoulder width apart. This is not a mini skirt instrument. Can't wear mini skirts. Got to leave your mini skirts at home. Your knees are shoulder width apart, or even wider. Shoulder width apart. I also, sometimes when I teach kids, they like to do this. They lean back. And I don't know. I always tell my kids, like, get up, show me that you're ready. Like, get in the game, you know. So I like to tell them to sit forward in their seat. Feet flat on the floor. Also, I don't know if Mikey can show my feet for a second. If you notice that you instantly do this when you sit down to play, and this is for any teachers, if you notice you sit down and your students do this, you prop up your heels on your back of your chair leg, that means, I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. That means you got to put up a block, put a phone book underneath your feet, put like, with my kids, I'll put like a cardboard box, or put my case up underneath their feet, because this means that they're already distracted. They're already thinking about losing their instrument. That's one thing I don't want them to think about. Another thing, you can get those yoga blocks if you're really fancy. Get those yoga blocks, put up underneath their feet. So I want feet flat on the floor. Okay, thank you. Thank you, foot cam. Perfect. So feet flat on the floor, and if they're not flat on the floor, make them flat. We got to get them there. Okay. So from there, I like to get the instrument. I don't like to have the fretboard parallel to my belly. I don't like that. I kind of want it at an angle. Ann, I love that. What Ann just did is perfect. See how I've kind of tilted? I've pulled the strumming end close. What's the strumming end? The strumming end is the part that has that little dipped out hole. That's called the strumming holler, okay? That's the strumming holler. That's where you're strumming. I pull that close to my belly, okay? So I don't have to pull it very far because my belly's right there, okay? And I push the fretting end away, and it creates a nice natural angle, okay? What that does is it pulls my strumming end closer, and I don't have to reach quite as far out, okay? So I'm pulling the strumming end close, I'm pushing the fretting end away. Another thing is find the 3rd fret, or what you think might be the 3rd fret. You can probably guess if you're not sure. I like to put the 3rd fret somewhere over my kneecap. So what was your name again? Anna, that's my sister's name. So take your instrument, I want you to shove it, Anna, shove it this way. Move it this way. It's good. Yeah, a little bit more. Yeah, I want to see that. Yeah. It feels like, there you go, 3rd fret over your knee. That way, you're not doing this. Otherwise, if it's not, so if I don't do any of that, this is what I'm going to look like. I'm sitting back in my chair, my heels are up on my chair leg, it's parallel to my body, right? I'm thinking about losing it. my arm is kicked out. It's not working. It's just not good. I just don't like it. I just don't like it. Okay? So if I'm sitting forward, I'm engaged, my feet are flat on the ground, my strumming in close, fretting end away, third fret over the knee. And now my pick is falling naturally where the instrument is going to sound the best. Okay? So where should you strum on the instrument? Okay? So every instrument is going to have a sweet spot. And the sweet spot is somewhere close by the strum and hollow, not always right on top of the strum and hollow. For me, it's going to be somewhere right around here. It's like the first third of the strum and hollow, maybe somewhere over the last couple frets. Those of you who are more advanced, listen at this. You might be able to hear, listen, rest your picks for a second and listen for this. Hear the harmonic? There's a harmonic you can find. There's no frets. There's no frets over this harmonic. So there's a harmonic, but there's no frets. Hear the harmonic? So what you're doing is you're tapping in. Yeah, so this is nerdy. This is super nerdy. You don't have to worry about this. Sarge and Anna, you don't have to worry about this. But a harmonic is a light touch with your fretting hand, straight finger, very light touch straight across all three strings, and a heavy hand with your pick, and strum aggressively and immediately lift. And it's going to happen, yeah, and it can happen naturally, really easily over the 7th fret. You can do it at the 7th fret really easily. But if you want to find your sweet spot, it can happen up near the strum and hollow. Anyway, that's super nerdy. But we love nerdy stuff. We talked about this yesterday. That's why you came to this, because you're a bunch of nerds. You're a bunch of Dulcimer nerds. We're all nerds. We're all Dulcimer nerds. So if you find that sweet spot, that's where you're kind of tapping into that natural resonance, okay? So you want your pick to live where your dulcimer sounds the best, right? So, and Dan knows because he builds these. He knows that every instrument sounds the best at a particular spot where you're strumming, okay? So you can drift to the right and you can drift to the left depending on what you want maybe if you want a sharper sound or if you want a softer sound. You can make those choices and you can do it on purpose, right? You got to do that on purpose, right? But I want you to be intentional about making those choices. So think about your home base. Where's your home base where you're strumming? That's where you want to live, okay? All right, so let's talk about fretting the instrument. So this is Sarah's quick and dirty method, and then we'll get into the meat of the lesson. So when you go to fret the instrument, think about holding like a softball. Nice curved, relaxed fingers. Curved and relaxed fingers. Think about holding an orange. Here's another tip, and this is for teachers too. Turn your dulcimer over on its face down. Turn your dulcimer face down for a second, and ask your students to drum their fingers on the back of their dulcimer. And if you hear mostly clicking, that means their nails are too long. That means that their nails are hitting. That means their nails are hitting the board before their pads do. If you hear mostly clicking, and that's not going to work because you want the pads to hit before the nails do. Okay. Now my nails are they look like a third grader's. They're too short. Okay. You don't have to be as short as mine do. But so that's the first thing. Your nails might just think about how long your nails are. So that's one clue. You can turn back over. So think about, when you go to fret the instrument, you want a nice curved fingers. Think about how a curved bridge is stronger than a flat bridge, right? So you want curved fingers. When you go to approach the instrument, let's do this real quick. This is a little exercise that we can do. Take your index finger, and let's go to the second fret on the melody string, okay? Like you normally do, just on the melody string. Except this time, listen to me, I want you to barely touch it to where there's no pressure and you're deadening the string. It's going to sound like this. If you get any tone you're pressing too hard. I want you to intentionally deaden the tone. Some of you are pressing a little too hard. Just pluck, 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 pluck with me. Pluck, 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 pluck. Now, keep going with me. In the teeniest, tiniest little increments you can imagine, I want you to start pressing down. In the teeniest, tiniest little bits you can imagine. Slow, 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 slow. And then stop when you get a good clear sound. Nice. Good. Okay, stop. Do this again. Take your index finger, let's do 1 on the bass string. Go 1 on the bass string. Bass is far away. Good job, you guys got it. Go to 1 on the bass string. Deaden the string. You should hear a thump. I only want to hear thumps. Thump, 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 thump. Thump with me. Thump, 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 thump. Okay, now start pressing down gradually, gradually, slow, 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 slow. Stop when you get a good clear tone. Okay, so let me ask you, what did you notice about that? Tell me, what did you notice about that?
I noticed that it took a little bit more pressure when I was doing the third. I mean, by the time I was pressing, it didn't take any time for that heavy note to do that.
It didn't take you any time at all. Do you have a double melody by any chance? I was just curious.
I have no idea what that refers
Oh, do you have double melody strings?
Oh, no.
Oh, I was just curious. Gotcha. Do you sing a melody? You do have double melody. That's good. Any other observations? How long did it take you to get a clear note? Took you a little bit? Yeah. Yeah. He thought 1, 2, 3, and then he was there. Yeah. So you don't have to push anywhere near as hard as you think you do. Okay? So oftentimes when people start playing, they just bear down really hard, okay? So that's the point of that. So if you're pushing down, your fingernails shouldn't be turning white, right? Or sometimes I'll see people do this. They push down and their instrument is doing this, right? I don't want to see that, okay? So think about this, curved fingers, light approach. Your fingers are dancing over the fretboard, nice, soft, relaxed. And as you do, the more you play, your body's learning how to play this instrument just as much as your mind is, right? Embodied knowledge. Okay, so pull your feet flat on the floor, knees are shoulder width apart. Strumming end is pulled close, fretting end is pushed away, third fret over the knee, fingers are curved. You're strumming over the sweet spot. When I'm strumming, let's talk about strumming. I don't want to see strums that look like this. I don't want to see power that's coming from the wrist. I want to see power that's coming from the elbow, right? Think about the windshield wiper of a car, right? Windshield wiper. Think about the pendulum of a grandfather clock, okay? Now, one thing you'll notice is that the slower I play, the more wrist, the more elbow movement I use. But the faster I play, the more my wrist becomes involved. So the faster you're playing, your wrist is think about like the motion of pretend like you have water on your hand and you're slinging it off. What would that feel like? Do that right now. Do that right now with your strumming hand. What does that feel like? Imagine imagine you burnt your hand on a stove. Ooh, what does that feel like? Ooh, what does that feel like? Right? So think that's that kind of motion. Nice and loose and floppy wrist. Okay, that's Sarah's quick and dirty technique. Any questions, concerns? prayer requests? Anybody in the chat? Cool. So, any thoughts from like experienced people about questions about teaching stuff? I know some of y'all teach. Anyway, I love that I know some of y'all teach. I'm glad y'all sharing. All right, so let's play some music. Let's learn Call Down a Blessing. I don't want you to worry about the tablature for right now. I'm just going to give it to you, but you don't have to look at it. In fact, I would rather you look at me because I'm the center of my own universe. What is that? So what do I know about that? What is this? Janice who? Oh, is that sorry. I know who she is, but was that a song she did or something? Oh, got it. So let's do this. In fact, just watch me. So I'll play the whole thing. This is a simple tune. So I'm going to teach you a tune, and then I'm going to show you lots of different ways that you can instantly do something different to it. So here's the whole thing. Call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down. Love before us, love behind us, love within us and around us. You want to sing it with me? Let's sing it. Call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down peace, peace before us, peace behind us, peace within us and around us. And you can say health before us, health behind us, music within us, music before us. You can sub in all kinds of words. So this is a lovely song. So put your finger on 2. Put your index finger on 2. Here's the first phrase. I want you to listen to it. I'll give you a bite at a time, and then we'll do it together. Here's your first phrase. Listen to it again. Listen to it again. I'll do it, and then we'll do it together. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Okay, now watch my strumming hand real quick. I'm going to do 1 out strum, 2, and then I'm going to go 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. So I have a mixture of out strums and then out in strums, okay? So let's talk about that for a second. What I'll say is 2 and then ditty strums. The ditty strums are out in strums. So let's practice just the strums. Let's practice just the strums first. Give me an out strum. Just strum out and come back home. Okay? That's right. So just give me an out strum, come back home. Okay? Give me a ditty strum, out in. Good. Give me an out strum and then give me a ditty strum right in a row. Out, ditty. Watch me do it first. Watch me, and then we'll do it together. Out, ditty. Now I will do it together. Ready, go. Out, ditty. Good. We'll do it together. Ready, go. Out, ditty. Good. So we're going to start at 2, and you're going to do this. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Let's try that together. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. We'll do it again. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Good. Now I'm using my index finger and my ring finger to walk down to 1. So what you can do, put your index finger on 2 and get your ring finger right behind it. He's ready to go. He's ready and waiting. Okay? He's ready to take over. Let's do that. 1. Ready. Oh, sorry. Ready. What did it say? Move her dulcimer microphone just up. Perfect. I will do that. Actually, I'm going to do this, Mikey. Sorry. Excuse me. All right. Excuse me. All right. Excuse me. Sorry. Lovely. How's that, Kelly? Lovely, lovely. All right, let's try that. 2, I'll do it first, you listen. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Let's try it together. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Awesome. We're going to repeat that several times in a row. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Do it again. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2 more. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Awesome. If you're missing some, don't worry. We're going to get to do that a lot more. Take your ring finger, put it on 1. Okay? So this phrase we walked down. The next phrase we're going to walk up the fretboard. Listen to it first. So yeah, you got it. So watch my fingers first. I'm going to put my ring finger on 1, and I'm going to walk up the fretboard, and I'm going to land on a 3. It's going to go 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's try it together. Ready, go. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's do it again. Ready, go. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's stop here. Some of you are not hanging out at the 1 long enough. Listen to this. It goes 1, diddy, 1. So there goes 1 regular strum, and then out back, and then 1 regular strum again, and then 2, 3. Got that? Thank you, Paul. It is Sarah with an H. Okay. 1, diddy, 1, 2, 3. Good. That's it. Let's do it 2 more times. Ready? Go. 1, diddy, 1, 2, 3. Again. 1, diddy, 1, 2, 3. So good. Good job. You got it. You're a train that can't be stopped. Okay. Let's put those 2 bites together. Where does it start? Oh, you're so good. Let's do it. What finger do we use? Pointer. You got it. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3. Good job. Pause here. The next phrase is exactly like the first phrase. So you already know it. So we can do it right now without even practicing. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Now freeze here. This is really hard. This is the ending of the first line. You think you're ready for it? Here goes. Think you can handle that? Let's try it. And this is 2 half notes. If you want to do, it just goes like this. Think about strum, take a breath, strum, take another breath. Like that. Yeah. 2 nice, long, breathy notes. I like it. I love it. Let's try the whole top line. If you want to look at tablature, you can. You can start looking at tablature if you feel like it. But I'd rather you look, start connecting, look at my fingers. Some people, I appreciate when people watch my face. They look at my face when they're teaching. But watch my hands. My hands are going to tell you a lot more, even though I appreciate your attentiveness. Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Now, I like how you're doing this. That's a great. Now Anna is doing something real smart. So she's I like what your brain is doing. She's walking up, but kind of what you're doing, you're gluing your fingers down as you go. You don't necessarily have to glue your fingers down. I like what fingers you're using, but you're only going to hear the highest one, right? You're only going to hear the 3. So if my middle finger and my ring finger are glued down, it doesn't really matter. So you can let those go. Yeah, you can let them go, but I like that you think about their spider fingers. They're trailing behind. Yeah. Yeah, you can go, yeah, exercise. Yeah, yeah. All right, let's do the whole top line. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1. Hold it. Oh, hold it. Do it again. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1. Hold it. Oh, lovely, lovely. Go to 4. Put your index on 4. Here's the next phrase. And there's a little bit of syncopation. Just play what I play. I'm not going to break it down into the very specific strumming pattern, but I'll show it to you. It doesn't matter right now. Just imitate what you hear. It's going to sound like this. The words are peace before us, peace behind us, peace within us and around us. So the strumming pattern for you more advanced people, it's a dotted quarter followed by an eighth note. If you want to do this in a consistent, musically correct way. I'm not even concerned about it being musically correct. I'm concerned with it being consistent and able to be repeatable and be able to be rhythmically drivable and interesting and be able to stay in rhythm. So I'm not really concerned about being correct. I'm concerned about it being like be able to stay in rhythm. Is if you want to play a dotted quarter followed by an eighth note, play 4, back, air, and then strum the eighth note in. So the dotted quarter, strum, air, air. So the important part is the eighth note strum on the way back. Y'all don't have to worry about that. Don't worry about that. Just ignore what I said. So put your index on 4. Here's the first phrase of the B part. Play 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, and I'm walking down. Index, index, middle ring. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2. Good. Do it again. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2. Again. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2. Again. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2. Lovely. Now take your index finger, put it on 3. Do the exact same thing. Ready? Go. 3, 3, 3, 2, 1. Put your finger on, index finger on 2. Do the exact same thing. Land on a 0. Ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 1, 0. Lovely. That's most of the B part. So let's do all 3 of those phrases right in a row. Start on 4, walk down to 2. Start on 3, walk down to 1. Start on 2, walk down to 0. Index on 4 right now. Ready, go. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, freeze here. Very nice. And we'll deal with the ending in a second. But if you get lost, just go. I'll shout out where you start, and don't worry about the rest. Just to go there. Okay? Put your finger on 4. Ready, go. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3. Walk it down. 2. Walk it down. Nice. Let's do it one more time. Start at 4 and walk it down. Ready, go. 4, 3. Walk it down. 2. Walk it down. Nice. Awesome. Now here's the hardest thing you're going to do in this song. Put your ring finger on 1, okay? And this whole phrase is out and back, or most of the phrase is out and back. It's out, in, out, in, out, in, okay? And it's going to look like this. The hardest thing you're going to do, okay? And you're going to walk up to 3, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, and back down to 1. And you're going to strum out and back the whole way. So watch me do it again. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, oh. You try it. 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, oh. And if you want to try to do the ditty strum, this whole phrase is a ditty strum. Out, in, out, in, out, out. Except for the very end. The strumming is out, in, out, in, out, out. Start on 1, walk up to 3, back down to 1, 0. Ready, go. Out, in, out, in, out, out. Do it again. Out, in, out, in, out, out. Again. Out, in, out, in, out, out. 2 more. Out, in, out, in, out, out. 1 more. Out, in, out, in, out, out. Awesome. Good job. Let's do the whole, should we do the whole thing? I think we should. Where does it start? It starts on 2. Let's do it. And then I'll show you some different ways to mix it up. What time do I end? 11:15, right? Is that right? 11:15. Thank you. All right. Put your finger on 2. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, walk up to 3. 2, walk down to 0. Hold it. 1, 4, walk down to 2. 3, walk down to 1. 2, walk down to 0. 1, walk up to 3. Back down to 1, 0. Do it again. 2, down a blessing. 1, walk up to 3. A blessing. 2, walk down to 0. 1, hold it. 0, hold it. 4, peace before us, peace behind us, peace within us and around us. Let's stop here. Good job. Awesome. And if you're missing notes, that's okay, because we're going to do this a lot. So let's get into these variations. The reason I like to teach this, you more advanced people, to beginners is because it's a little sneaky, because this also teaches them more about their instrument. Okay, it's kind of like sneaking broccoli into chicken nuggets or something, because it teaches them not only how to sound cooler, but they also know their instrument better by the end of this. Okay, so first things first, you guys already know this, but we are tuned right now, and Mr. Dan, there's so many different ways to play dulcimer, and they're all super great. Mr. Dan taught you EAA, right? He's started you in an EAA tuning. There's also DAA tuning. There's DGD tuning. I started you in DAD tuning, which is just one other way of tuning. There's so many different ways, and they're all great. In DAD tuning, one cool thing about DAD tuning is anything you play on the melody string, you can instantaneously flip it over to the bass string. Okay? So without even thinking about it, you can play what we just played and play it on the bass string. So let's do that right now. Let's play it on the bass string. One thing that's going to make it sound cool is by doing a pick angle. So when I play something on the melody string and I want to emphasize the melody string, so I'll do a little demo here for a second. So let's say if I want to do a little solo and I want to bring out the melody string. I will kind of angle my pick towards the ceiling. But I'm still hearing the bass. You're still hearing the bass, but it's not as quite whompy. It's not overwhelming, okay? I'll do the opposite's true too. You're still hearing the melody string, but I'm angling my pick towards the floor. So when we're going to emphasize the bass string. So I want you to lean into the bass string. So tilt your pick away from you, tilt it towards the floor, and we're going to play Call Down a Blessing on the bass string. And we'll do it a little quicker. About that speed. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, oh, 1, hold it, oh, 4, 3, 2, 2, 2, 1, oh, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, oh. Good, stop here. I'll show you another one. So, on another thing that's cool about the dulcimer, and you advanced people already know this, is that you actually have 2 dulcimers in your lap. You've got mama dulcimer and you've got little bitty baby dulcimer, okay? So everybody look down at your fretboard. Don't look at mine. Look at your fretboard. And I want you to notice something. I want you to notice that you have a mixture of big spaces and little spaces. Notice that. Okay, I want you to notice that it's different than the guitar. I should have brought a guitar up here. If you were to look at a guitar, all you would see is a bunch of little spaces. You'd see little space, little space, little space, little space, little space, okay? That's unique about the dulcimer. The dulcimer doesn't look like that. That's cool. That's something that makes the dulcimer cool, okay? The dulcimer has big spaces and little spaces. That means it means that we have a diatonic fretboard. That's a big word that means we just have a major scale, essentially. It means we have the white keys of the piano. And Mr. Dan can tell you more about that in scales and modes. It makes the dulcimer super cool and unique. But for now, that just means it's easy for us to play, which I love that. So I want you to look down at the spaces. I want you to say out loud with me, say big space. Say big space, big space, little space. Big space, big space. And most of you say little, little, little. Does everybody have a 6.5? Do you have let me see, hold up your dulcimer for me. You got it, perfect, awesome. So let's do that again. Everybody say big space, little space. Big space, little space, little space, little space, okay? Let's keep on a-going this time. Let's keep on a-going. So past the 7th fret, you should see a big space, little space, big space, and for most of you, maybe some of you, you should see little, or some of you, big, little, okay? So, what do you notice about that? It repeats. So the pattern repeats itself. So from 0 to 7, we have mama dulcimer, and from 7 to the end of our fretboard, we have baby dulcimer. Everything repeats after the 7th fret. So here's the 7th fret. Find the 7th fret. You usually have 2 dots. 2 dots is your 7th fret. Okay? That's your octave, okay? So, if I were to give you a piece of tablature that said, call down a blessing, upper octave, it would have numbers that would say 9, 9, 9, 9, 8, 7, 8, 8, 8, 8, 9, 10, 9, 9, 9, 9, 7, 8, 7, and then it'd say 11, 11, 10, 9, and I don't know about you, but that's really stressful. I don't want to look at double digits on a piece of paper if I can handle it. So what are we gonna do? We're gonna look at the spaces. We're gonna transfer from the mama dulcimer to our baby dulcimer. Okay? So I want you to find your number 2 fret up on your baby dulcimer right now. It's gonna sound like this. So 7 is your new 0. Where's your 7? Find your 7 first of all. That's your 0. If you get lost, that's your 0. Count up 2 frets from 0. 2 frets from 0. I'll come around and help you.
Just dismissed them all, I'm telling you.
God bless you, sir.
Pshaw. Pshaw. Okay, I want you to take a second, noodle on that by yourself. Play through the whole thing by yourself. At your own tempo, at your own pace. Tell me in the chat, talk to me in the chat. How successful are you feeling? Tell me, are you feeling successful or not? So 7 is your new 0. You're counting up 2 frets from your new 0. Sometimes the mistake, and for teachers, when I teach this, sometimes the mistake people make is they overestimate, they overshoot. They immediately start going, they go way up here. And I'm like, no, baby, like they overestimate how far they go. So just reminding them that when they get lost, 7's your 0. 7's your 0. Yeah? It's sounding good. Okay, let's do it. Let's make it happen. And if you miss some frets, that's okay. You'll catch them. You'll catch them eventually. Okay, so put your finger on your high 2. That's your high 2. Okay? And if you get lost, just find your high 0, which is your 7. So that's your home base if you get lost, okay? Put your finger on 2. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 1, 1, 1, 2, 3, 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1. Okay, take a breath, take a breath. Let's find our 4. Where's our high 4? Let's reset. Find our 4, almost. Sorry, there you go, Sarge, that's it. There's 4, yep, that's it. Let's do it. Ready, go. 4, 4, 4, 3, 2, 3, 3, 3, 2, 1, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1, 2, 3, 2, 1, 0. Nice. That's it. That's it. So if you're in a jam, one person can play normal dulcimer, one person can play bass, one person can play up here on the nosebleed section. It's like kind of like sounds like a mandolin. Okay, here let's do another variation. So let's say if you want to do some harmonies. So let's go back down to Mama Dulcimer. Let's go back down to Mama Dulcimer down to 2. A simple harmony can be found, and there's lots in DAA. There's a great way you can do harmony by adding one down on the bass string. There in DAD you can add a harmony by adding 1 up. And this is then we're adding something to the tablature. So we're adding something this time. So if my melody is on the melody string, I can add a harmony note by adding 1 fret higher on the middle string, okay? So my melody is on 2, so my harmony is at 3 on the middle string, not lower, but higher. So 2, 3 is higher than 2. So my melody's at 2, my harmony's at 3. Yeah. So think about this. Watch my fingers for 2 seconds. So what I like to do is I like to have two fingers that are traveling buddies, and they travel together. So Anna's almost doing exactly what I'm doing. I take my ring finger. My ring finger is in charge of my melody string, and my index finger is in charge of the middle string. And they don't change. They always travel together. They travel parallel to each other, and they glue to those strings, and they don't move. So my ring finger is going to start on 2, my index finger is going to start on 3. When I get down to 0, that's the only time I make an exception. When I get down to 0, I just lift everything off. So it's going to look like this. Watch me for a second. I'm not picking anything, I'm not replacing any fingers. Just slide them up and down. want to try that? So take 2 seconds on your own and figure this out. Just noodle around with it. And I use my index and my ring because you're going to need a little extra wiggle room when you get up to the 4s and 5s.
Index and ring, where?
Index and ring. Yep, you got it. Just.
You said middle.
Oh, sorry. I may have misspoke. Use your ring and your index. Mm-hmm.
That's
Yep.
what I've always done.
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah, because you need that little extra wiggle room, don't you? And yeah. And you just have one. It's just neighbor notes. It's just one fret above.
I get confused in that one part. Oh, no, okay.
Okay, let me know if in the chat anybody needs any help. All right, let's do it, y'all. So let's do this. I don't want you to get overwhelmed. You want to do that? Let's do this. Those of you who want to do the regular plain Jane, play it down on the mama dulcimer. You can play it on the bass string. You can play it up high on your baby dulcimer. You can also play it up high on your baby dulcimer on the bass string. What? Oh my God. You can also play, and then you also just invented the new harmony style. You can also play the harmony style with the melody flipped over to the bass string. Oh my gosh. Crazy. Let's do it. Play whatever you want to do. I don't care. Let's do it. 1, 2, ready, go. Four. Do it again. 2, 2, 2, 2, 1, 0, 1. Walk it up. 2, 3, 2. Walk it down. 1, hold it. Oh, hold it. 4, walk it down. 3, walk it down. 2, walk it down. 1, walk it up to 3. Good. Stop here. Nice. Awesome. Good job, y'all. What are we doing? I tell you what. Yeah, y'all sound half decent. Y'all don't suck too bad. Good job, y'all. I tell you what. Let's see. Okay. We don't have a few more minutes left. I don't want to rush through stuff. Okay, I want to show you something cool you can do. Okay, so this is for if you want to do, this is for if you're playing with a partner. Okay, so this is a sort of a tremolo backup. Okay, so look at the chords above. Okay, so this is for those of you who maybe been playing a while. You know your chord shapes. You know the notes of the fretboard. Okay, so you're going to see a D's. You're going to see A's. You're going to see G's, D's, and A's and G's. See that? So you're looking at you're going to see, you see a line of numbers, you see above that a line of dots and lines. Above that, you're going to see letters. That you're looking at the letters, okay? So, here's what here I need, how about y'all play Call Down a Blessing, and I'm going to demonstrate the tremolo backup. I'm going to do it. Y'all back me up, okay? 1, 2, ready, go. It's a really simple way to add texture to a... Yeah, it's super simple. A really simple way to add texture to a big sound. Okay, so I'll teach you a real simple tremolo, okay? So tremolo is just fast picking, real fast picking. Your first goal with tremolo is you need to really lighten up on your pick grip. So the first, when I see people do tremolo, is they have a tendency to like, just like bear down. So you don't want to grip your pick tight at all. It's really counterintuitive. You want to like grip your pick tight. So loose flop. You're going to end up dropping your pick here in a second. I promise. So let your pick wiggle around. Let your pick wiggle around. Okay, and I want your pick should move around in between your fingers. It's going to look something like that. Okay. And aim for, I want you to kind of aim, tilt your pick kind of backwards. Aim for the melody in the middle string. Kind of just aim for the melody in the middle. And maybe you'll hit the bass every once in a while, but you're not really concerned about it. And don't be concerned with going super fast right away. Listen to this for a bit. So I'm not going crazy fast quite yet. So don't, and it sounds pretty cool without going crazy fast. Sorry, can you rest your picks for a second? No, if anything, I'm letting more of my pick show, okay? Another thing that might help is if you use 2 fingers to hold your pick on the back, that can help. A loose floppy grip, use 2 fingers, that can help. Another thing that might help is anchoring with your wrist. So I anchor with my wrist right here on the instrument. That can help, just really soft. Another thing that I'll say, if you're using a really floppy pick, and I gave y'all some floppy picks because they're easy. Floppy picks are easy to use. Yeah. They're easy on the hands. They're great. They're great for this, but they're not great for tremolo. So I'll tell you that. And also, like pointy picks are not great for tremolo. So I'll give you some better picks for this. So. Yeah, the Hurdums are good. Flip it over to like the harder side. You know what I mean? Flip it over to the number 3 side. Anyway, so start with slow. Start slow. Don't go. I'd rather hear the tendency when doing tremolo is people sound really frantic and uncontrolled first, and it just sounds messy. So think slow, think controlled, and smooth. Okay. Okay, so now I want to show you this. I want you to take your index and your middle finger, and you're going to do a partial bar on 7/7 on the middle and the melody string. And you're going to do a tremolo on the middle and melody string. And on the 7th fret on the middle and the melody string. And every once in a while, you might whisper a little bit on that bass string. That has a cool sound. And you're going to push down on the 7th fret. And you're pushing down. You're pushing down all the way. It's not a harmonic. And now take those two fingers. So if you look in the tablature, that's where your fingers are gonna be during the D chord. Call down a blessing, call down a blessing. Then you're gonna slide your fingers up to your high 4. Slide both of those fingers up to your high 4. Call down a blessing. Slide them back down to 7. Call down a blessing. Slide it back up to your high 4. Call back down to 7. Down. Do the second line. Stay at 7. Peace before us. High 3. Peace behind us. Back to 7. Peace within us. 4. And around us. So when you do tremolo, you're suspending yourself from the rhythm. You're not playing in rhythm. You're suspending yourself. You're playing arrhythmically, but you have to keep track of everything. Y'all want to try it? You try it. I'm going to play the melody. You're in charge of the tremolo, okay? So your job is to track, listen to what I'm doing. You're suspending yourself from the rhythm for a second, but you're aware of the rhythm mentally, okay? 1, 2, ready, go. 7, high 4, 7, high 3, 7, 4. Nice. That's lovely. Isn't that nice? And it's also one of those things where it's just a little bit goes a long way, you know? Just a little bit of texture sounds so nice. All right, y'all do whatever you want to do. Pick any of those things. Bass, regular bass, baby dulcimer, harmony style, and tremolo, okay? We're going to do it a couple times through. I want you can play it maybe 2 times through the same way, and then I'm going to ask you to switch up what you're going to do. So think ahead, plan ahead what you're going to do next. All right. 1, 2, ready, go. Call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down. Love before us, love behind us, love within us and around us. Call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down a blessing, call down. Peace before us, peace behind us, peace within us and around. Switch it up. 2, walk it down. 1, let it breathe. 4, 3, walk it down. 'Ooh, nice, Diane. Let's do 3 more times. Call down a blessing, call One more. Play it like you mean it. 2. Take it on. Follow me. Lovely. So nice. Good job, guys. Good job. See you later. Bye. Good job.
Uncle Ed Thomas was among the earliest of dulcimer makers, and as far as I know, he was the first in this area to make dulcimers. He went around over the country and carried dulcimers with him and taught people, played for them, taught them how to play during the time of his selling his dulcimers. How come that I knew Uncle Ed Thomas was because he was related to my mother. He had stayed at our house when I was a boy many nights with dulcimers and whittled on his dulcimers. Uncle Ed's way of playing, and the dulcimers was very low sounding. Just made such a soft, beautiful music that I was really interested in it, but I didn't think about trying to play at that time because I was young. He died in '31. During the time of his years, I remembered, and so wanted to make a dulcimer, so I hunted up one of his dulcimers, got me a pattern, and made my first, and then I have it yet. She's my curly-headed baby. She means all this world to me. She's a curly-headed baby. She's from sunny Tennessee. I don't know how many different styles I've made, but I've made quite a few. And it does have a difference in size and the shapes, makes a difference in the tone. The broader the instrument, seemingly the more amplifying you get. That is, the thickness is concerned in connection with the low tone and high tone too. But you can extend them in length and get a lower, deeper tone. And then the wood has a lot to do with it and the way you put it together. His dulcimers were very low toned. They were soft and had sweet music. For one cause, though, that they were low toned is because he used the goose feather or the goose quill for playing. Now we use the flat pick, which of course brings out more louder, and then The dulcimers that I make now, naturally it would be more amplifying than his were because of the difference in the construction. Although I learned from him, from his style, but I improved. The largest one that I make is very low with a soft mellow tone, a deep bass-like tone. So many have asked me, well, why do your dulcimers sound so loud and so much different to anybody else's dulcimers? I say, well, that's just a little secret of mine, you know. It's in the dulcimer inside. So, and you can't see it. Shoulder up the gun and a whistle up the dog. Shoulder up the gun and a whistle up the dog. Away to the backwoods to catch a groundhog. Groundhog. Well, here comes Sally with a snigger and a grin. Here comes Sally with a snigger and a grin. She's got groundhog gravy all over her chin. Groundhog. Oh, meat in the cupboard and the hides in the kern. Meat in the cupboard and the hides in the kern. If that ain't groundhog, I'll be dead burned. Groundhog. Well, save the meat and tan the hide. Save the meat and tan the hide. And make the best damn shoestring there ever was tied. Groundhog.
Now that has 3 verses. Should I do all 3 or just 2?
You can, if we'd like for you to do 2 or 3 songs. Or
Yeah, all right.
4,
Mhm.
if you'd like to. And
Should I say something about it being from the record?
sure,
All right. song on the dulcimer for you, and this is one that'll be on the June Apple record we talked about, the religious record. This is called, my mother called it Evergreen Shore. It's a version of On Jordan's Stormy Banks. On Jordan's stormy banks I stand and cast a wishful eye to Canaan's fair and happy land, where my possessions lie. We shall rest in fair and happy land, just across on the evergreen shore. Sing the song of Moses and the Lamb by and by, and dwell with Jesus evermore. All o'er that wide extended plain shines one eternal day, where God the Son forever reigns and scatters night away. We shall rest in the fair and happy land, just across on the evergreen shore. Sing the song of Moses and the Lamb by and by, and dwell with Jesus evermore. When shall I reach that happy place and be forever blessed? When shall I see my Father's face and in his bosom rest? We shall rest in the fair and happy land, just across on the evergreen shore. Sing the song of Moses and the Lamb by and by, and dwell with Jesus evermore.
How's the sound? Sound good?
Are you turning off between things? Or?
No, we just run. We got half-hour tapes.
Oh, okay.
So
I'll just go ahead and sing then,
Yeah,
shall I?
just go ahead and
Well, let's see. Let me do Pretty Sarah for you now then.
you're gonna make my mama awful happy.
This will be in the same pitch, I'm sorry to say, but that's where I'm tuned. All right, this is especially for you, Mike. This is a song called Pretty Sarah, which you said was a favorite one in your family, too. Down in some lone valley, in a lonesome place, where the wild birds do whistle and their notes do increase. Farewell, pretty Sarah, I bid you adieu, and I'll dream of pretty Sarah wherever I go. My love, she won't have me, so I understand. She wants a freeholder who owns house and land. I cannot maintain her with silver and gold, nor buy all the fine things that a big house can hold. If I were a merchant and could write a fine hand, I would write my love a letter that she'd understand. I'd write it by the river where the waters o'erflow, and I'll dream of pretty Sarah take this bigger dulcimer here and play a little play. We talked about play parties a while ago. This is a play party song that we never played. It was a game we never played. I just heard the song sung a lot of times, usually picked on the banjo. And it's called Jimmy Taylor-O. I think it's referring to General Taylor-O, or General Taylor-O, got to be Jimmy Taylor-O over the years. And General Taylor was probably General Zachary Taylor, our 12th president, because he was the general in the war with Mexico. And this is a song that talks about the war with Mexico. So this is really an American play party game. And this one is a song that's going to be on that is on the record High Hills and Mountains, the one we talked about, the Green Haze record. Jimmy Taylor-O. Had a little trouble down in Mexico, nobody hurt but Jimmy Taylor-O. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and a hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Well, we had a little trouble down t'other end of town, nobody hurt but a fella knocked down. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and a hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Come to the place where the blood was shed, the boys go back and the gals go ahead. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and a hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Well, we had a little trouble down in Mexico, nobody hurt but Jimmy Taylor-O. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Sorry about the. I better do that again. I messed that one up at the end.
Okay.
I couldn't think of the words to one of the verses anyway, so I left it out. I have to let me think of it now for a minute. Just had a little trouble in Mexico. Oh, Jimmy Taylor goes downtown. That's right. Okay. Shall I do the introduction again or not? Oh. Well, I think this song is going to be a song from the High Hills and Mountains album, and it's an odd song because it's a play party that we never played. I've just heard it sung by many of the boys around, usually the banjo pickers that used to sit on the store porches and on Sunday afternoons and pick and sing would play this tune. And it's called Jimmy Taylor-O. I think it refers to General Taylor-O. General Taylor was our general when we were in the war with Mexico, and he later became our 12th president, General Zachary Taylor. But General Taylor-O became General Taylor-O, and then Jimmy Taylor-O probably is just a corruption from that. Anyway, here's the game called Jimmy Taylor-O. Had a little trouble down in Mexico, nobody hurt but Jimmy Taylor-O. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and a hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Jimmy Taylor-O goes downtown, all the pretty girls, they follow him around. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and a hi-ho, diddle-I-day. Come to the place where the blood was shed, the gals go back and the boys go ahead. Hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and hi-ho, diddle-I-day. trouble down in Mexico. Nobody hurt but Jimmy Taylor. Oh, hi-oh, diddle-I-day. Hi-ho, diddle-I-day, and hi-ho, diddle-I-day.
I wondered if you would do something for me. If I could move my camera and you could play that introduction through a couple of times so I could get another angle. That I
Uh-huh,
could edit.
sure, yeah.
Probably getting,
Now you're getting Dulcimer shots, are you?
yes.
And I'm not to sing, I just play around with the Dulcimer. I mean, play the,
Yeah,
I'll play the tune.
That in, the break there.
yeah. I'll just play the tune through a couple of times, right? Tell me when you're ready.
I did want to ask you another question. George showed me something that I really like is that thing in the Japanese Life magazine.
Yeah.
I wanted to ask you about. I assume what was a trip to Japan that nobody told me about.
Yeah, that's not in the promo because it was so recent.
And if we could talk about that a little bit. What did you do? I really don't know anything about it except that I saw the pictures.
Well, I was invited to go to Japan in 1979, I guess it was, or 78. 78, I guess, the autumn of 78. And George and I went. I didn't know what I might expect to find there because I just didn't. I was terribly scared because I thought, well, the Japanese, I don't speak Japanese, and they probably don't speak English, and how are they going to like my music? But it turned out that they were. There's quite a great interest in there. First, I guess it started with bluegrass, and then it went to old-time music, and now they're beginning to like just plain old American folk music over there, which is good. And I had 5 concerts, 3 in Tokyo and 2 in Kyoto, and we were very well received. The audience was, the places they had me sing were fairly small places because they knew that there wouldn't be a large audience there for my kind of music. And it made it nice because the rooms were always full, and it was small, very nice audiences. And one funny thing that happened was that the first night I had a concert in a little theater, and it was all full of very polite people, and they were all clapping just at the end of songs very, very politely, and I thought, well, they probably don't like it. And then all of a sudden I started to sing one of the old ballads from home, kind of an obscure one, Lord Thomas and Fair Ellender and the Brown Girl, you know, that old ballad. And as soon as I started playing and singing the first verse, there was this very interested applause all through the house, and I thought, that sounds like Bill Monroe playing his hit. I mean, but then the next, so I just let it go. I thought it was kind of a funny thing. The next time I had a concert the next night, and the same thing happened. I played Lord Thomas and Fair Ellender, and I got an applause before just as I started the song, and a lot of applause at the end. And I asked them, I said, I wish you'd tell me what this is all about. I didn't think you knew this. Anybody in Japan would know this old song. And at the end of the concert, a girl came up with a little book, and she said, this is one of our school books. And it was she was in high school, and this was one of the school books that they used, and it was a book called Famous Authors. Was it American authors? No, I guess it wasn't. It was just famous authors, excerpts from books by famous authors. And so they had taken, along with Somerset Maugham and, honey, who are some of the other authors? Ernest Hemingway, and who else? Oh, yeah, William Faulkner, all of the very famous authors that I was very much in awe of, and there I was right alongside of them, Jean Ritchie. And they had excerpted that chapter from Singing Family of the Cumberlands. And they had taken 3 verses of the song and put it in. And the children were all very excited when I played that song because it was in their school books, and they said, we wanted to know how it comes out. How the story turned out. So they were very happy to hear what the story was and what it was all about and everything. It was just one of the freaky things that would happen to you in Japan, I guess. The year after that, we went to Bonn, to the Bonn Summerfest in Germany. We built Dulcimers. George built Dulcimers in a funny little building in the middle of town, all glass all around, and people would come by and look in. He got several pupils that way, just passers-by. And in January, we were invited to go to Sydney, Australia, to a big folk festival there, and I'll sing in the opera house, I guess. Be fun. Scares me to death, but it's fun.
Do you get scared when you play?
Oh, no, I don't get scared when I play. What scares me is large places like that, because folk music and the dulcimer and just one person sitting there with one instrument it's just so intimate and so small that a large place is a little hard to, I just have to close my eyes and think I'm home by the fireside. And that's the only way I get away with it.
Something I wanted to kind of ask you about a while ago, and I never really got around to it. I sidetracked myself, oft times do. What was it like? You went to New York, and you were there during the 60s, in the 50s, I guess you were there. It was like the real beginning of the American Renaissance of folk music. Can you tell me how that felt to be part of it?
I think that's why I got any kind of recognition, really, for my music, is that I happened to be in the right place at the right time. When I got to New York, there was Burl Ives, and Susan Reed was just sort of beginning to decline in popularity. And then there was Pete Seeger and Woody Guthrie, and all those people were very strong around town. And I just sort of fell into the scene, other people started, and I had this instrument which nobody had ever seen before in New York, and they got very excited about this very simple, beautiful American instrument. And so I was asked to play at places where I probably would never have been, or certainly if I'd stayed home, I never would have got that kind of recognition. And I never wanted to be, rich and famous, as they say, and I certainly never got rich on music, but I did get a little bit of exposure there and get pretty well known around town and then around the country. What excites me about my music is that people are willing to sit still and listen to as simple a thing as that, and sort of encourages me about the whole world that people are still interested in simple things. They can be beautiful and they're simple, but still worth listening to. That's what makes me happy about it.
Could you play me another tune? One more tune?
Nothing for the road, but let's see. today because of the weather, I guess. Sing you an old ballad that I learned from A.L. Grinnell's in Loyal, Kentucky. He learned it from his father, who lived in West Virginia, and he's an old man. Called I'll have to think about it for a minute. Would you turn it off for a second? I've used. Well, this is one of my favorite songs. This is called, it's the title song from the High Hills and Mountains album. High Hills and Mountains. It's my own song. It's about how I feel about home. There's a place on this earth that is dearer to me than all of the cities of pleasure, where Kentucky's old North Fork comes singing along on the banks of that little green river. There's an old square log cabin with a garden all around. There's a pig and some chickens and a rusty old hound. And when he's not asleep in his sweet bugle sound goes ringing the high hills all over. Oh, Eastern Kentucky, your people so kind, your high hills and mountains always on my mind. And when I turn homeward, my heart breaks in song. The high hills and mountains are where I belong. There a beautiful maiden went a-walking one day, pulled wild rhododendrons for a wedding bouquet. Then she married her sweetheart in the garden that day, and the branch water sang like a fountain. That was Papa and Mama, they both worked so hard, and they raised 13 children in the fear of the Lord. And the old songs we sang for our day's work's reward went ringing the high hills all over. Oh, Eastern Kentucky, your people so kind, your high hills and mountains always on my mind. And when I turn homeward, my heart breaks in song. The high hills and mountains are where I belong. In search of a living, we've left our poor land, scattered over this country like seeds in the wind. And I search and I labor God's purpose to find, and I'm safe in His love all surrounded. But more and more urgent the memories call, as the years swift and swifter unceasingly roll. And the old songs come offering their wings to my soul, to return to the high hills and mountains. Oh, Eastern Kentucky, your people so kind, your high hills and mountains always on my mind. And when I turn homeward, my heart breaks in song. The high hills and mountains are where I belong.
All right. Well, hey, everybody. Welcome to this workshop on little creatures, as we might say. So we're going to start off. I know those papers, I put them up in the midst of a COVID fog. It's been a few weeks back. And so I didn't think much about the tuning, so I'm going to change the tuning on a couple of the tunes. The ones that are DGD, I'm going to put in DAA and hope I can do them here, but it'll make it easier we'll get back to DAD to leave you off. And this will just be easier. Okay. So I think we'll start with one. The thing is, there's so many of these little songs about creatures. Who can think of which ones to do? Anyway, so this is a favorite. This is the old Mr. Rabbit. Now, I heard this one from Clyde Davenport. Lived over South Central Kentucky. And I've always done it in G, but like I say, I'm going to just pitch it into DAA so that we can then kind of climb back up to DAD. So we're DAA for now. So here's how it goes. I'll play it a little, and then we'll break it down, and then we'll play it together. They're all pretty simple. And I'll slow it down. Old Mr. Rabbit looking mighty mean. Yes, by gosh, I've been eating them beans. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. That's all there is to it. Another deep song. Well, I guess it's deep if you're a rabbit, anyway. Okay, so the only thing about this one is it just starts on the 7 and goes up to the 10. So a lot of times people like to keep below 7, but get over it. It tends, well, the reason we do that is because it goes below Do. And I just, and I think this is where Clyde played it, was in G. So it was this scale, but when I look at it, we could probably play it out of DAD and stick to the one string kind of thing. We might have to go to the middle strings, first fret on a maybe. But anyway, okay, so everybody DAA? We got the live people here, so we're doing live and Memorex. I don't know, whatever it is.
People trickle in.
Yeah. Okay, well, we got the people at home and the people in the future. We have power. There's people in the future. We could say things. Anyway, I should have thought on that. I didn't. Okay. We were talking about science fiction movies earlier, so it kind of is carrying on a theme. Okay. So this one, it starts on 7. So it just 7 down to 6, 5, 6, 7, up to 10. It's pretty. So the thing I mention usually when I start a class here is I tend to like to play the old traditional style. So pretty much stay on the first string. So that's easy enough. So you just only have that to deal with. Where the effort, if it is, comes is in the strumming. Because, you can bum-diddy your way through this if you want, or whatever pattern of a strum you want. But the way that, to me, the old folks would play the melody with their strum as well as with the notes. So if I'm doing this song, I'm doing. Old Mr. Rabbit, look, it's mighty mean.
Yeah, yes, by gosh, I've been eating them beans. So basically, all I'm doing is going, old Mr. Rabbit looking mighty mean. Yes, by gosh, I've been eating them beans. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better come. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better come. Or better run. Okay. Well, it'd be easier if he came to you, I guess. Well, did you ever see a rabbit run? Well, you ever seen a rabbit run away? They just might end up right on your feet, you know. All right. So does everybody kind of get it? So that first part, we'll just go over it one time. So. And then the B part is just is simpler. So, and I don't want to get too awful into saying how to do this, but I find these rolls really effective in a tune like this. If I have my middle finger on 3, 4, you know, with the index and 5 with the thumb, I can just do. So you see, so if these 3 fingers are down, only this one makes a difference, the highest one up. So what we're trying to do is go 5, 4, so you lift the thumb. 5, 4, 5, 4, 5, 4, and then lift the 4, 3, and then it goes down. So however you get there, whatever fingers you want to use, I find it useful to have some fingers anchored down rather than just sliding back and forth unless you're using a noter. It's just more efficient. Okay, so everybody good with that? So this, and what I'm saying now, this will carry over to all the tunes. It's just how we play these, you know, that the strum is just as important as the notes. Okay, so the B part, so let's just try that. So if we have these fingers down, we just... Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Make sense? And I will also mention, don't hold me to those papers. They were wrote a long time ago. Things evolve. I mean, it's a good suggestion for this tune. But, you know, every time you go through it, it might change slightly by the words. You might have more or less strokes. So just be aware of that, so it makes it easy. Okay. I do. See, what I'm doing is on the melody string, on that B part, I've got my middle finger on the 3rd fret, and I've got my index finger on the 4th fret, and I've got my thumb on the 5th fret, side of the thumb. So that roll, so what you can do then, if I want to make, so if you just leave your hand where it is and don't move it, just, you know, strike with your thumb. Now lift your thumb and strike, and then put it back down. Do you see how I'm doing? Rabbit, rabbit, wished. Yeah, see, but watch this. So you can do thumb, 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 lift the thumb, and you got the index finger already on 4. And then lift the index, and you got the other one on 3. Well, you don't need that 4 there, I'm sorry. Yeah. and the other one's on 3, and then you slide down. So there it is. It's pretty simple. And it's the same going up this way. You would come up with your middle to go to that high part. I'd put my index on 7. Or you could do this. You could start off with your fingers, thumb on 7, index on 6, middle on 5. And then put that index back down on 6. Thumb on 7. And slide up with the thumb to 10. And then your middle is already ready to go on the 7. So if you land on the 7 with your middle, go down to 6, down to 5, slide again. And then you hit the 5 again, and then just leave your finger there and put the index on 6. And do a roll. 6, and then 7 with the thumb. And then lift, and you're on the 5 and slide down. So anyway, it'll make sense in a minute if we play it slow. So all right, so let's just try it. So. The B part. Again. And again. Okay, so I'm going to just go through the verses. And if the syllables change, add or subtract a stroke, or play the same thing. Do whatever you like. Okay. Have fun. Yeah. Go ahead.
Not repeating the first line. Sometimes
Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm getting to be one of them old guys. We'll do it twice each. Is that what it says on the paper?
Yeah, sounds like.
Oh, yeah, I knew that. Okay. Unless I forget, then okay, we'll try it. God. Okay, so start with the A part. Well, what is it? Yeah, the A part's the 7. We'll just play it once and then sing it once. I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. Old Mr. Rabbit looking mighty mean. Yes, by gosh, I've been eating them beans. Rabbit, rabbit, wish I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Old Mr. Rabbit looking mighty brown. Yes, by gosh, I'm headed for town. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Old Mr. Rabbit looking mighty rough. Yes, by gosh, I'm headed for the bluff. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had you. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Old Mr. Rabbit running pretty fast. Yes, by gosh, I'm picking up grass. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had him. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. Rabbit, rabbit, wished I had him. Rabbit, rabbit, you'd better run. One more. So, and I think if I just played it, I would probably be like, just do that for the video so you can watch it later. Okay, so Mr. Rabbit. Okay, well then let's do this one. So this is a version of the muskrat. And like a lot of people, like Josh and a number of people, I first heard this from Doc Watson back in the 60s. But it was a different version than this. This one come from, I got this one from Craig Johnson, who was, well, he passed, he left the earth way too young. I mean, he was younger than me. He didn't, I mean, sometime in the last 10 years. I'm pitiful about these things, but he was a really nice man and a good player and a collector of, he'd research archives and come up with old stuff. And I think this was on his last album. All right, if you wanted to find it, I think he did record this, yeah. Pretty straightforward. Try it again. Is this a good tempo or should I slow down? Good? Muskrat, oh muskrat, what makes you look so old? Been in water all my days, coming up in my hole, coming up in my hole. Peckerwood, oh peckerwood, what makes your head so red? Been a pecking in the backwards all my days. Darn near killed me dead. Darn near killed me dead. Rattlesnake, oh rattlesnake, what makes your teeth so white? Man in the belly all of my days, ain't done nothing but bite. Ain't done nothing but bite. I asked that girl to marry me. What do you reckon she said? Wait till I get my breakfast cooked. Shake it all over your head. I'll shake it all over your head. Muskrat, oh muskrat, what makes you look so old? Been in water all my days, coming up in my hole, coming up in my hole. Let's do one more. Well, that one's a little easier to sing out of G, I have to say. That's weird. Well, this is why I retune, though. I mean, that's why it's good to get in the habit of retuning, because you can go where it needs to be. I mean, and that doesn't necessarily have to be the same place every time. You know? Sometimes it just feels different. Okay, so we're going to tune again just to make everybody happy. Did you finally get it? Darlene, you got it? Yeah.
Dulcimer didn't care for that DAA, it was too floppy.
Oh, so we're going now to going to DAC.
Well, I probably would like that one.
We got time. Just whatever you like. Well, see, those last two were I usually do them in G. But to go from G to D minor to D, yeah, it just was too much for people. I know. A lot of people don't like to tune. People that come to my Wednesday night jams, I don't think they even think about it anymore. You know? No. Well, they could play in a different key, but I'm playing in the key I play it in. And if we can't sing it here, we'll sing it there. I'm usually pretty good. I mean, a lot of times, my preference would be to do some of these songs like in F or E. Yeah, but yeah, well, the trouble is people hate getting in them tune-ins. In B, it's good, but you know, my online folks seem to be really good about it. So we're in a little world. Okay, so I don't know why, but I ended up doing. You're only going to have to learn one song really, because there's two different songs that are exactly the same, only different. So this is "In Come the Owl," and this is the way I first heard it. And I can't remember where I heard this from. Either Nimrod Workman or D. Hicks, or a combination. I just don't remember. So it goes like this. good speed? Yeah, you have to kind of. Do you want me to tell fingers or? Okay, so what I do is I tend to do my little roll things. You know, I mostly use those 3 fingers. So I'd start with my thumb on 3, and then middle on 1, middle back to 1, thumb down, drop the thumb to 3. And then you already got your middle on 1, so it's like 3 1 1 0 1 3 1 0, and all of that is with the middle, and middle is 1 and 0, and thumb is 3. So that's all you moved. And I just slid up with my thumb 3 4 5. And then, but see, that's because I'm doing it so slow, I don't know. But then I would put my middle finger on 4. So, see, so the thumb is on 5, but I would drop that middle to 4 because now I'm ready to roll up. 4 5 would be middle index, 7 thumb. And then back to the middle, slide down. Back to the index. Slide to 3 with the middle. 4. So that's a roll up, 3 4 5, and then back down to the 1, and Bob's your uncle. Start it all over again. Here, let's just play it through a couple of times instrumental, and we'll get the idea. So. Again. In come the owl with his head so white, say many of a dark and a doleful night, the best of courting I've heard say is court all night and sleep next day. And then said the pretty little turtle dove, I'll tell you how to gain one's love. Just keep her awake both night and day. She won't have the strength to say go away. Then said the old eagle as he flew, if I were a young man, I'd have two. So if one prove fickle and from me go, I'd have another arrow left to my bow. All right. So has everybody got that pretty good? It's kind of a cool tune. Now here's the secret. Well, it ain't much of a secret. But wait, if you act now. Come all young ladies and listen to my song. Tell you about a young man who couldn't hold corn. The reason why I cannot tell. This young man was always well. So there's that one. Hop said the little leather-winged bat. They're all the same. And so yeah. Yeah.
You're gonna do the ballad of Jed Clampett to that.
Well, don't worry, but there's more. The next one is the bird song, and it's exactly the same melody, only it's verses from West Virginia. And it's really, I thought this was really just, it's the same thing, only different. They picked, who knows about the theme? They picked birds, and then they made up what they would say in the situation. I think I heard Jerry Milnes do this first. Anyway, so let's just go through the verses, because then you'll really have that song in your arms. All right, so it says, so now, notice this about this version. There's more words. So listen to what I'm doing with my right hand. I'm not just going. So these words are different. It's like, well, said the blackbird to the crow, what makes the old folks hate us so? You got to get those little flicks in. What makes the old folks hate us so? It's been our lot since time began. Go out in the field and it's been our lot since we were born. Go out in the field and dig up corn. So look at the words, and that's what you play with your strum. You don't need a lot of fill, I don't think, in this. So all you need is your inner metronome, and that's really that would be what gives these tunes distinction rather than fitting the melody in. Okay, so let's just go through this, and then we'll go on. We got some other ones. Okay. Well, said the blackbird to the crow, what makes the old folks hate us so? It's been our lot since we were born. Go out in the field and pull up corn. Well, said the woodpecker pecking on a tree, once I courted a fair lady. She proved false and from me fled. Then ever since my head's been red. Quack, said the crane, was hidden on a log. Once I caught me a big bullfrog. He kicked and he scrambled and he got away. I had no dinner this livelong day. Well, said the owl with his head so white, awful dark and a dreary night. I'll go just like the old folks say, court all night and sleep next day. Well, said the Shider-Poke, sitting to the crow, don't you wish that it would snow? The creek's all muddy and the pond's all dry. Wasn't for the tadpoles, we'd all die. Well, said the hummingbird, sitting on a flower, I once loved a pretty girl about half an hour. She never comes to hear me sing. My voice is enough to charm a king. I love that little song, little melody.
How many tunes are, songs with the same tune? That's amazing.
Yeah, I know. Well, obviously it's a good song, or they wouldn't do it like that. Okay, well, I never even did think about this.
Very good on my birds. I don't know what a Shider-Poke is.
I have no idea.
Yeah, I chose the more appropriate, I guess.
That was me too. I mean, I made a choice
Yeah.
on how to pronounce it. Well, so this one, I mean, I went through all that trouble to not be in G, and then this one has to be in G. Well, no, wait a minute. Let me see. Oh, we're in the minor anyway. We got to go up anyway, so let's just bring the melody up to D.
D-A-D or
We're going to be in DAD for a second and then go to DGD.
Oh, there it is. You gotta quit kicking the dog.
Because I want to do Kicking My Dog Around, but I want to do it in G first.
No, stay in D, right? D. What are we going?
You gotta move your melody string up to C, up to D,
Yeah.
and then you want to put your middle string.
The G, okay, I'm just there.
No, go up to D from
And then we'll go down to G.
down to G on the middle. That's right.
Wait,
I'm going D-G-D.
no, we said go to D-A-D, right?
No, DGD.
D-G-D.
If you put your C up to D, then you'll be in DAD. But then you got to go down to DGD.
Sorry, it's late nights, we can't do it.
Uh-huh. It is a late. We have had a late night here and a relatively early morning. So, does everybody got it? Okay, so this is the Kicking My Dog Around, but there's, different versions. So, the first one we'll do in G, I heard from, I think, from the Skillet Lickers. And a nice Georgia group.
Yeah, we've heard.
Yeah, I'm sure. These folks are from Georgia, so I mentioned. Okay, I want to make sure this is right. Yes, yeah. I'm not happy with that. I didn't replace my battery in that other tuner.
Aren't there a bunch more lyrics to this?
Lyrics? Yes,
This one?
there are. This is the only lyrics I heard them do.
Okay.
But now I have, that's the next one. We'll do the same song with more lyrics. That exactly, mundo. Okay, so this is, but listen to this melody. It's what I like. It's so simple. So the other one that I know doesn't have that part. And I love that part. It's very nice. So I will go slower. We don't have to play it up. They played it, you know. You know, so I mean, we're not going to do that, but I mean, that's probably how one might. But we'll go slow. So I go. So that's like the first part. So it's me and Lem Briggs and old Bill Brown took a load of corn to town. Old Jim Dog, the ornery pup, he just naturally follered up. So that's the whole part. And then the B part is kind of like the way that I first heard it. Everybody good? Well, let's just play it through. There's only a few verses, and then we'll do the other one that has a lot of verses. Okay, so. Me and Lem Briggs and old Bill Brown took a load of corn to town. Old Jim Dog, the ornery pup, he just naturally follered up. Every time we go to town, the boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. As we went past the county store, bunch of boys come out the door. Jim, he stopped to smell a box. They showered him a throwing rocks. Every time we go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. They tied a tin can to his tail. They run him past the county jail. Naturally, that made me sore. Lem he cussed and Bill he swore. Every time I go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. Gotta quit kicking my dog around. Okay, so now the other version, now we'll get up in DAD. And it's, yeah, so we'll go up in DAD to do this one. And it's basically the second part of that one. And then this version, this comes from Jimmy Driftwood. DAD, uh-huh. And let me look at this.
We'll still follow the same basic notes.
It's almost exactly the same, only just the B part. There's no A part.
Oh.
That's why I included the other one, because the other one is more like a fiddle tune. And Jimmy Driftwood was bad to do that. He, you know, or good to do that if you according to where you're from, but he would use other melodies to do his songs, you know, and or he'll take an old song and then, you know, make more of it. I don't know. I mean, he was. What I can tell you about him is he was kind of an incredible guy. I met him one time in 1980, and it was probably late 90s, maybe early 2000s. That was in Tennessee. I was sitting in a restaurant in Mountain View, Arkansas. And I was sitting there with my wife, just having dinner, and it was Jimmy Driftwood was from there. He walked into this restaurant, he looked around, he looked at me, and walked right over to the table and shook my hand, said, "How you been doing?" Think about that. We met once. And how I would never remember anybody like that. You know? It would take me more than once to remember somebody. I don't know. But anyway, he was really, I really had a lot of respect for him. He was collected a lot of music and made some good stuff up. Used the music right. Okay, so this one, he does it like this more. So I'm just doing it out of this key. We could have had this in the jam last night. It doesn't go above 4. All right. Okay, so we'll just kind of go through this one. And yeah, everybody tuned? Everybody good? All the local, all the live people? Well, all the here and live people? Well, I forget. I'm sure people that are watching are live. I hope you are. And so, anyway. What does it say? No, it's not the same numbers because it's a different tuning.
It's a different tune and different tuning.
Yeah, you just subtract 3.
Okay.
So it's just, yeah, subtract 3, and it's. Did you get the other paper? Or the other?
I probably did. Hey, wait a minute, hold on.
Yeah.
Miracle of Miracles, there's another paper. Well, I'll be done.
Well, I didn't want to say this is also a magic act. It wasn't there before. I just made it so. Okay. Okay, so here we go. So. Every time we go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. You know this? Me and Limbrick and old Bill Brown taking a load of corn to town. Old Jim Dog, the darned old cuss, he just naturally followed us. As we drift past Johnson's door, Parston cursed him out the door. Jim, he squat behind the box with all them fellers a throwing rocks. Every time we go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. Gotta quit kicking my dog around. They tied a can to old Jim's tail, running him around the county jail. That just made us sore. Lim he cussed and Bill he swore. Every time I go to town, the boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Me and Limbrick and old Bill Brown lost no time getting them down. We tossed them fellers to the ground for kicking my old Jim Dog around. Every time I go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Jim saw his duty there and then. He tore into those gentlemen. He sure messed up the courthouse square with rags and meat and hide and hair. Every time I go to town, the boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. The sheriff came and stopped the fuss, and all them boys shook hands with us. We gathered round that load of corn, and every man took a healthy horn. Every time I go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. Old Jim Dog ain't worth much, but I can tell you, he ain't had much cash, he ain't no trash. I'm gonna do that again. Old Jim Dog, he ain't worth much cash. Tell you now, he ain't no trash. He wakes up before the break of day. He keeps them revenue boys away. Every time I go to town, your boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. He's the best old dog you ever did see. Wherever I go, he follows me. His voice is sweet and his name is Jim. He'd fight for me and I'd fight for him. Every time I go to town, the boys keep kicking my dog around. Makes no difference if he's a hound. You gotta quit kicking my dog around. So again, you know, thanks. Every time we go to town, boys keep kicking my dog around. Make no difference if he's a hound. Gotta quit kicking my dog around. So usually it can be kind of rollicky. Yeah. All right. Oh, well, I guess we're just about out of time. Isn't it? Yeah, an hour, is it? Well, that went by. Anyway, well, tonight, I was going to do Kitty Puss, but I didn't remember. We can do that in a jam tonight. That's pretty furry. Actually, there's a bunch of them. All right, well, I appreciate y'all hanging out for this.
All right, we have liftoff, y'all. Let me get tuned. All right, y'all. Let's do something. Let's see what's going to happen. You must be Willa's mama. Oh, that's you! Is it a Windora bug? Is it? Maybe. Maybe. All right, y'all. So, this class is called Practice Drills to Improve Your Skills. So I wanted to offer something just a little bit different than what you're going to get for the rest of the weekend. You've been learning lots of tunes upon tunes upon tunes upon tunes. And I'll tell you what, I'm not the encyclopedia of tunes that Don and Ron are. They've got a lifetime of music to draw from, and one day I hope to know a quarter of what they know. I tell you what, but something I can offer you is some technical skills. So I wanted to give y'all a little bit of meat to go home and chew on. I think I labeled this class for intermediate upwards to a more advanced level. So this is something when you go home and you wanna work on finding the weaknesses in your playing. Where are the holes? Where are the gaps? Where are the points in your playing that you need to work on? So the point of these exercises is to find the weaknesses in your playing. I want you to find the uncomfortable parts, the parts that are hard for you. And I want to be able to see some of your, I'll be watching your hands, and I want to be able to see some of it. So we're going to be divided this class kind of into two parts. One is going to be working on drills that focus on your left hand, your fretting hand, or whichever hand that happens to be, your fretting hand. And then we're going to do some drills that are working on your strumming hand, or for me, that's my right hand. And then we'll finish up with a drill that works on connecting those hands together. How do we have good right and left hand connections, okay? So these drills are meant to be quick. They're snappy. When you go home and you practice these drills, these are short, snappy little drills that you do at the beginning of your practice session. When I do these kind of things, I spend maybe 2-3 minutes, 4 minutes tops at the beginning of my practice session. I do them quick, and then I move on with my life, right? Now, some people love doing scales. They just do scales. They do, arpeggios. They do invert. They love the kind of music theory, the technical skill building. They love this kind of stuff. It's nerdy. It's fun, for them. Some people don't like doing this kind of stuff, and you'll be able to figure out which one you are in this class. So by the end of this hour, you'll be able to figure out which camp you land in. But with the point of this is to be short and quick, snappy little drills that you can incorporate to find the weaknesses in your playing and be able to find that point where you can build skill. All right? So I think I've given you 5 pages. I know I want to get to at least 4 of them. Let's start with our strumming hand. So we're going to start with, for me, that's my right hand. I don't see any left-handers here, but we'll start with our strumming hand. Take out pendulum strumming practice. We'll do that one first. So, I didn't want to overload y'all with more tunes. You're going to have plenty of tunes by the end of this weekend. So this is just something different to work on. All right, so when the way I approach my right hand is I like to turn my right hand into my timekeeper. This is my metronome. This is what's going to keep my time in the music. This is what's going to keep my rhythmic drive interesting, right? My goal with my right hand is for it to be fluid, consistent, and interesting. That's what I want my right hand to be. So just some technique. The power is coming from the elbow, okay? So I don't want to see strumming that looks like this. I want to see strumming that looks like this. So let's do this. I want you to, I want you to mute the strings first of all. Pat the fretboard and just plop your fingers and deaden the string. You'll get a sound like this. Just a chug. And about this speed. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Now, replace all those numbers with air strums. 1, 2, all air. I don't want to hear any chugs. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Now strum on everything. 1, 2, 3, 4. Just on the numbers, sorry. Out, out, out. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, all air. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Now strum. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and stop. Okay? This time, look down at your hand, or look down at my hand. Notice that I'm traveling out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in, out. Okay? This time I want you to hit the in strums. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and stop. 1, 2. Let's go back to downbeats. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Let's do all air. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, and stop. Okay? So now I'm going to change up the rules. So I'm going to say everything is an air unless I tell you not. Unless I tell you not to. Okay? So I'm going to say strum on 3. So that'll look like this. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Or I might say the and of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2, 3, 4, and 1, 2. Or I might say the and of 4 and 1, 2. Oh, sorry, I messed it up. I'll do it again. 1 and 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2, 3. Is that the rules? You got it? And if you mess up, that's okay. I'm going to mess up too. So let's drum on, but everything's air unless I tell you otherwise. So let's do just 3 on strum on 3. Ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the and of 3. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Nice. 1, 2, 3, and 4. Let's do 1, 2, 3. Let's lead on 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Let's do 2, 3. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2. Let's do the and of 2. 1, 2, and 3, 4. 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 Okay, take a break. You can rest your arm. Take a breath. Are you wore out yet? You got it. Okay. So I'm going to give you, make it a little harder. I'm going to say 2 strums. So I'm going to say strum on 1 and 3. That's what we're going to do, okay? Ready? Go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3. Let's do 2 and 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Air. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do all airs. 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's do the and of 1 and the and of 3. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 1 2 3 4 all outs 2 3 4 1 2 3 and stop. There you go. Are you wore out? Good job, good job. So look at the very top line. What you were just doing is getting used to moving the emphasis around. That also helps with making your strumming interesting. Moving instead of always having the same emphasis on the same beats, you can move that emphasis around, but that's a lesson for later. So let's do this. Let's let our we can let our strings ring, and you can once you choose a note, play 0, 2, 4, or 7. Any of those notes, 0, 2, 4, or 7. I'm gonna play a 7. And what we're gonna do is we're gonna start with the big notes and get smaller and smaller. So it's gonna look like this. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So we're going to start with whole notes, half notes, quarter notes, eighth notes. Okay. So watch my strumming arm though. Watch this. Just watch me for now. 2, 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. So the speed with which my arm moved doesn't change at all. I'm just choosing whether or not I'm going to hit the strings. That's what I mean when I mean pendulum strumming practice. That's what I mean I'm turning my arm into a metronome, okay? So we're going to play that top line. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and do it again. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Good, nice. This is a great way, especially if you have beginner students that you're working with, is a great way to get their right hand moving. The best thing I think for getting a beginner going is getting their right hand moving a lot. I just want to see a lot of movement. I just want to see you moving a lot. That's all I care about. I don't want to see I don't want to see any timid strummers. So let's do this. Let's do one more line with our pendulum strumming practice. Go down to the second line. So everything within the parentheses is an air strum, okay? Everything within that parentheses is an air strum. Everything that's outside of the parentheses is you're hitting the strings, okay? So I'll play that second line and then you'll do it with me. And I'm gonna mute the strings just so I don't overwhelm everybody. So it's gonna look like this. Ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4 and. Let's try it. 1, 2, ready, go. 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4. I messed you up. Let's do it again. Let's go ahead and mute the strings just so we don't overwhelm, just so we can think. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4 and 1 and 2, 3 and 4. 1, 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and. Nice. How'd that feel? Yeah. Let's do it. Want to do the last line? Let's do the last line. And this time it doesn't have any numbers written out. Let's do it a little slower. Actually, y'all do it by yourself. Do it in your own little cubicle, by yourself. Do the very last line. Practice it by yourself, and then we'll do it together. Sounds like raindrops. Yeah. We're really swinging it, but that's my fault because I swung it to begin with. I should straighten it out. I won't straighten it out now, though. Okay, let's do the last one. Last line. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, 3, and 4. 1, 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and yeah. Let's do it again. Sorry, you were on a roll. Ready, go. 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, 3, and 4, and 1, and 2, and 3, and 4, and heck yeah, you got it. You got it. So let's fold this in a way. Let's move on to the next one. This is a great way to just get that right hand moving, right hand going. Let's move on to, this is kind of our last right hand thing. Let's move on to what says D major scale flat picking drill. Let's start there. So this is a good one that will work on some picking skills, flat picking skills, but it'll also be good for our left hand as well. So, but it'll kind of focus on our flat picking skills. So most of y'all probably know how to do a first position scale. If you don't, let's play it. Play O on the bass, 1 on the bass, 2 on the bass, 3, middle string O, 1, 2, and then land on 0 on the melody. Okay? So this time, well, a couple things. First of all, I want you to, we're gonna work on getting efficient with our picking hand, efficient flat picking, okay? Flat picking is another term for picking individual strings, okay? So what I want you to try is anchoring with your right hand, anchoring with your picking hand. So there's 2 different ways you can do it. You can take your pinky and your thumb, or pinky and your ring finger, and lightly rest it on the outside edge of your fretboard. Or what I like to do is I like to sit down on the end of the fretboard, kind of past the bridge, kind of sit down here. And it kind of depends on the build of your instrument, what works for your instrument. Or that's kind of cool. I like that. That's kind of interesting. Yeah, that's a neat approach. But find whatever's comfortable. And a good way, once you've anchored, notice that your pick is floating above the middle string. That gives you an anchor point. That gives you a point of reference, okay? So otherwise, if I'm not doing that, I'm just kind of guessing. I'm just kind of guessing where I'm going, okay? So let's do this. Let's play that scale again, okay? On the bass, all the way up to the melody. Ready? Go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2, O. And let's walk up using these 3 fingers. I'm using my ring, middle, index. Ready, go. O, ring, middle, index. O, ring, middle, O. Perfect. Let's do it again. Ready, go. O, ring, middle, index. O, ring, middle, O. Lovely. Awesome. Okay, so let's do this. Every time you see a number, I want you to pluck it 4 times in a row. It's going to look like this. You got it. Let's try it. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Now pluck it 3 times. 1, ready, go. Now pluck it twice. 1, 2, ready, go. Now pluck it once. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Pluck it once again. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Let's do it again. Let's slow it down a little bit. So one thing that's important is to alternate your pick direction every time. So you should, I don't want to see all outs or all ins. It doesn't matter which one you start with. You can start in or you can start out. Just alternate it, okay? So let's start back with number 4. 4 times each. About that speed. About that speed. 1, A 1, 2, ready, go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2. O. Nice. Let's do it 3. A 1, ready, go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2. O. Let's do it twice. So 1, 2, ready, go. Okay, let's do it once. A 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Let's do it once again. A 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Let's do it once again. A 1, 2, ready, go. Nice, nice, nice. So if I had told you at the very beginning to do it at that tempo, it might have been a little challenging, but we worked up to it. So what I want you to do right now, I want you to go through that whole practice on your own and do it as fast as you want to do it. So start with 4, 3, 2, and 1. Ready, set, go. And you too online. Kelly, it's cool that you play with a feather. I love that you do that. This exercise probably won't work because you're doing with a feather, and that's awesome. But the next one, when we do the up the fretboard exercise, you'll be able to use that one. But this one doesn't apply to you. That's okay though. You just take what you can and you let go of what doesn't apply to you. I wish I was good at playing with a feather. I really can't. I'm not good with it. Y'all are sounding good. Yeah, that's it, Roger. Yeah. Yeah, that's it, that's it. I bet that's valuable. That's hard to replace. I like you're using your pinky. That's good. I like that. Yeah. Okay. Y'all, let's do it together. Let's see. About that tempo, is that good? 1, 2, 1, 2, ready, go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2. O. Nice. Let's do 3. A 1, ready, go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2. O. Twice. 1, 2, ready, go. O, 1, 2, 3. O, 1, 2, O. Once. So 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. Nice. Let's do it a little slower. A 1, 2, ready, go. Yeah, that's it. That's it. Yeah. So when you do these little exercises, do it quick, do it snappy, and then move on with your life, right? Because, when you do an hour of them, you just wear out your brain, right? So find the little moments of growth. So what did you notice I want to ask you, what was the most challenging part of that?
Remembering to go for the last note on the upper string.
What do you mean?
Hitting the last note on the melody string. I'm used to hitting it on the
Oh, yeah, on the middle string. Yeah, and that's not necessarily wrong. It's just a different place to find it. So transitioning from string to string, okay? So maybe finding exercises that make you pop from one string to the next, yeah. Any other thoughts? What was the most challenging part of it? Yeah, consistency, yeah. So finding exercises that make you do the same thing over and over and over again, yeah. Yeah, getting the pattern and making it consistent, yeah. Okay, that's great. So let's do this. So the second line of that is just is the second position scale, which goes up on the middle string, which starts. So take your ring finger, and what we're going to do, y'all, is we're going to take the second position and we're going to smush it into the first position, and we're going to turn it into another drill, which helps us talk about fingering choice. How do you choose what fingers to use when? Yeah, which is something I always want to get better at. It's something that I always want to struggle with. So take your ring finger, put it on 3 on the middle string, and we're going to walk up on 3 and play 3, 4, 5 with your ring middle index, and slide to 6. Okay, and now look down at your hand. You should see your ring finger floating up above 4. Plop your ring finger down on 4, play 4, 5, 6 and a half, and slide. Okay? Do that exact same pattern again. Ring on 3, ready, go. Ring, middle, index, slide. Ring, middle, index, slide. Okay? So think about the pattern. Step, 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 slide, step, 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 slide. Do that again. Ready, go. Ring, middle, index, slide, ring, middle, index, slide. Good. Ready? Let's do it again. Ready? Go. Ring, middle, index, slide, ring, middle, index, slide. Good. Okay. Let's go down this time. Start at 7, and this time you're going to step, 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 slide in the opposite direction. 1, 2, ready, go. Step, 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 slide, step, 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 slide. Yeah, try that again. Let's do a little slower. There's no rush. 1, 2, ready, go. Step, 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 slide, step, 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 slide. Nice, how's that feel? So let's do this. Put your ring finger on 3. Let's do this once together, and then I'll give you a second to do it on your own. So start ring finger on 3. We're going to go all the way up to 7, and then we're going to go all the way back down. We repeat that same pattern: step, 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 slide, step, step, slide, no matter what direction we're going. Okay? Y'all are doing great. Let's start with ring on 3. Ready? Go. Ring, middle, index, slide, ring, middle, index, slide, 7's index, slide, 7, slide. I said the wrong thing, but you did the right thing. Why don't you do that whole pattern again by yourself? Do it as fast or as slow as you want to. Mm-hmm.
That infernal extra step here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that sounded good. Yeah, looks good. Looks good. So tell me what's hard about it for you. Where's the challenge for you in that? Coming back. Yeah. That's good. So the next one I'll show you on up the fretboard, there's a descending pattern. So you know that maybe that's a point of weakness for you. Maybe going down the fretboard, thinking about descending patterns. Yeah, that's just like pointing out, finding weaknesses in your playing, which is good. Yeah. Cool. Let's do that 2 times together. So we're going to go up, And when we get to 7, let's repeat 7 twice. We'll play 7 twice in a row, so it kind of signify us. So going back down, okay? So 3, and then go all the way up. We'll do it nice and slow. 1, 2, ready, go. 3, 4, 5, slide. 4, 5, 6.5, slide. 7, 6.5, 5, slide. 6, 5, 4, slide. Nice, nice. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. 3, 4, 5, slide. Step, 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 slide. Step, 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 slide. Step, 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 slide. Yeah. Do you feel like you could do it a little faster? I think you got it. Let's do it a hair faster. Maybe about that speed. 1, 2, ready, go. Step, 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 slide. Step, 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 slide. Step, 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 slide. Step, 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 slide. Nice. Yeah, you nailed it. Yeah. That's great. That's great. So when you do this stuff, like when I do these exercises, like I get warmed up, and then I give myself like 60 seconds of like all my mental energy, everything that I can muster, right? Everything I got, and then I'm done with it, right? So I wouldn't do this for like 30 minutes and just like wear out my brain, right? I give everything I got, for as much everything I have for like, 30 seconds, and then I'm done, okay? Good job, guys, good job. So let's do this. Let's do up the fretboard. Let's do that. And then we'll do up the fretboard. Did I give you that one? Okay. So this is another left-hand focused exercise. This one's the most musical sounding one we're doing. There's 4 pages if you want to do it. We're on the one that says up the fretboard. Okay, so I'll play it for you first. There's an ascending pattern, and there's a little descending pattern. So with the flat picking drill, we talked about step, 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 slide. This is kind of the same pattern, just broken up. It's kind of disguised a little bit. So I'll play the first line, and then we'll do it together. So it's a little more pleasant to play. So I'm walking up on the melody string. I'm playing 0, 1, 2, and I'm using my ring and my index there just because it lays comfortably for me. Why don't you play that with me? 0, 1, 2, 0, and then I play 1, 2, 3, 1. Okay, now I'm sliding with my ring finger. Slide. I'm doing step, 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 slide. Remember? Then 2, 3, 4, 2. And then slide from 2 to 3. 3, 4, 5, 3. Slide up to 4. Down to 4. Slide up to 5. And then 6.5. Back down to 6.5 and land on a 7. Slide up to 7. Yeah. Okay, so I'm walking up with these 3, dipping back down to my starting place and slide up to a new starting place, okay? So let's start. Let's walk through it real slow. Let's just step through it. 0, 1, 2, 0. Let's do that. 0, 1, 2, 0. Now plant your ring on 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. 1, 2, 3, 1. Freeze here. Whatever finger's on 1 right now, slide it up to 2. 2, 3, 4, 2. Whatever finger's on 2, slide it up to 3. 3, 4, 5, 3. Whatever finger's on 3, slide it up where? 4, 4, 5, 6.5, 4. Slide up to 5. Now you're back on 5. Something should be on a 5. Slide it up to 6.5. That's your new starting place. Back down to 6.5, and then land on a 7. Yeah, and you can land with my ring finger. So think when you're doing ascending patterns, your sliding should happen. Your energy should be. Blah, blah. Sorry, I'm garbling my words. when you're focusing on melodies that are going up the fretboard, your sliding should happen with your pinky and ring finger, so you have fingers that are available to go up, that should traveling up. So when you're working on like sliding up, think about sliding with your pinky and your ring finger. So why don't you do this by yourself? Why don't you do that first line on your own? Think about sliding with your ring finger or your pinky. You were using your pinky a lot. Okay, let's try it together. Nice and slow. 1, 2, ready, go. Oh, 1, 2, oh, 1, 2, 3. Slide up to 2, 3, 4. Slide up to 3. Slide up to 4. Slide up to 5. 6 and a half. Land on a 7. There you go. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. Land on a 7 right now. Nice, that's it. Cool. So take your index, let's put it on 7. We're going to do a descending pattern. So when you're playing melodies that are going down, you're going to want to slide using your thumbs or your index fingers to free up these other fingers to play your descending pattern. So their descending pattern is going to look like this. So you're start on 7. You're going to play with I'm starting with my index. 7 with my index. I'm just going to walk down 7s with my index, middle, ring, index, and then sliding with my index down to 6 and a half. Middle, ring, index with my 6 and a half. And slide it down to 5, 4, 3. Index on 5. Slide it down to 4, 3, 2. Index on 4. Slide it down to 3. Index on 3, walk it down to 2, 0, 0, 2, 1, 0, 2 on the middle, 1, 0. Let's try it again. Index on 7. Take it nice and slow. You got it. Step, 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 back up, slide, okay? 7, 6 and a half, 5. Index on 7 right now, slide it down to 6 and a half. Step, step, back up to 6, slide it down to 5. Index on 5 right now, 4, slide, nice. Index on 4, slide it down to 3. Index on 3, slide it down to 2 right now. Nice. Finish however you want to. There's no right way to do it. Nice, good, good. That's great. Yeah, that's awesome. So get your fingers around these. Use whichever ones you like and connect with you. Some of these may connect with you and some others may not. All right, let's take out the left and right hand connection drill, the very last one. Carly Doan. My Carly Doan, we love you. Y'all need a butt fluff? Y'all look like you need a butt fluff. Stand up. Fluff your butt. If you're at home, you need to fluff your butt too.
Okay, I thought you said buffalo.
You need a buffalo? We need some Ron Chi. That's what we need.
Yeah.
So I'll talk at you while you're. Don't sit down yet, but I'll talk at you. So, I made this drill to sort of diagnose this problem. When people would ask me, I'm getting clunkers. Have you ever? People will use the word. I'm hearing clunkers in my playing. You know that word, or they'll say, I'm getting buzziness. I'm hearing clunkers. So I think what they're talking about is when you go to fret the instrument And let's say you're going to play a 4, and you're almost about to play a 4, you're almost there, you're pushing down, you're almost getting there, and then your strumming hand beats it to it, right? Before you've pushed all the way down. So if you've ever gotten notes that sound like this, and you can confirm in video land if you confirm or deny this. If you've ever been playing along and you hit notes that sound like this, are you resonate? Or notes that sound like this. Or notes that sound like, or, right? Or that. That's what I mean when I'm saying clunkers, okay? So I think one thing that can contribute to that is a lack of connection between your right and your left hands, okay? I think an analogy that I've come up with is my mama is a wonderful seamstress, and she's got this beautiful, well-oiled, well-timed Bernini sewing machine, right? And so, when we're little and she's teaching us how to sew, we're allowed to use her sewing machine, but you cannot twist the knobs. We're not allowed to twist any of the knobs, because if you twist the knobs, it's fine old machinery. It gets out of timing, right? And so the needle goes down and it does some magical thing with the bobbin and it comes back up. And if it gets out of time, the loops will get all messed up and you'll end up breaking needles, right? So when your right and your left hands are not connected and they're not in sync with each other, you end up with a lot of clunkers, okay? So this sort of left hand, right hand connection, we've worked on your right hand, we've worked on your left hand. So let's work on getting them connected. Let's get them talking to each other. Let's get them working in sync. So there's 2 different ones that we can work on. There's one that I've called a linear movement drill. That sounds so corporate. Oh my gosh. And then one that I like to call a constellation drill. One's a little harder than the next. Constellation drill is a little harder. The linear one's a little easier. We'll start with the linear one. So take your index finger, just one. Take your index finger, and this is when somebody said about repetitiveness or consistency. This is a great one to work on your consistency. Okay, go to the bass string, and I want you to play O1 on the bass string, and I want you to pluck out in. Okay, out in on the bass string, out in, and then middle string, out in, and then melody string, out in. Okay, and work on, use your index finger, specifically your index finger, and we'll use other fingers in a second. And then do all 3 of them right in a row. It's going to sound like this. Okay, I don't want to hear any hammer-ons. I don't want to see this. I don't want to see that. I don't want to do hammer-ons. I want to see everything picking. Okay, you try that. Nice. And whether or not, if you're choosing to go out in, make sure it's out in every time. Or if you're choosing to go in out, make sure it's in out every time. Doesn't matter which one. Whichever one, doesn't matter. Just make sure it's the same. Yeah, and then you're going to walk up your fretboard. Play O2, O2. Then play O3. And then play O4. O5. O6. It's going to sound wacky. O6 and a half if you have it. O7. Nice. So now take your middle finger, do the exact same thing. 1, 2, ready, go. O2, O2. Six. 6 and a half. 07. This sounds crazy. Try your ring finger. 1, 2, ready, go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 05, bass, middle, melody, 6.5, 7. Now your pinky, 1, 2, ready, go. Here's your 4. Think consistent. Everything should be the same volume. Nice, nice. How's that feel? How's that feel? Strange. Strange. So your goal for this is, here's what I want you to do. I want you to start at a speed that's real comfortable for you, that you can do everything cleanly, and I want to hear 100% no clunkers. Right, where there's no, you don't miss anything, okay? And you're going to get up to the point where you start breaking down, okay? So I was good there. I can do a little faster. Okay, I can do a little faster. Oh, so right there. I know that's my practice tempo, okay? So that wasn't perfect, but I know that's my point of weakness, okay? That's where I want to practice. That's also great to work on. Think about when I said volume, I want to hear as much as you can, make every pick the same volume, because that means that everything is consistent. Your level of accuracy is consistent. Your level of confidence and competence on all strings is consistent. So think about volume. Why don't you do that whole thing by yourself? Do your index, middle, ring, and pinky all the way up the fretboard. Do it your own tempo by yourself. And you guys at home too. Do as fast or as slow as you want to. You can blaze through it. Think about everything being the same volume. Your picking directions should be all the same. Out, in, or in, out, in, out. And your goal is no clunkers. That's your goal. Y'all are being so nerdy. I love it. I love it. Nice. You could even go, you could go backwards, because you were saying kind of going backwards is more challenging for you. Yeah. It's also good to work on your strength of individual fingers too. usually your ring and your pinky. I learned this from a makeup tutorial video. She said that your ring finger is like when you put on your foundation. Bill, they said to do this because this is the gentlest finger on your hand. So when you put on your makeup, you got to do this. Because this won't cause wrinkles because it's your gentlest finger. So I was like, oh, that's good to know for dulcimer playing. So this is your weakest finger. I was like, wow. So how's that feel? Yeah. You're sounding good. Yeah. All right, I'm going to give you one more. And then we'll be done. So take what you can. Take what is useful. Forget what's not. And use this, this is stuff, I don't like teaching music theory or drills or sort of practice tools just for the sake of being nerdy and, highfalutin. The point is to sound better. The point is to share your music competently and confidently and be able to get in front of people and share your heart, share your music, and doing that from a place of feeling that you can confidently, right? And part of doing that is feeling good about what you're doing, right? And if using these skill sets, using these drills help you do that and feel better about what you're doing, that's the point, right? So use what you can, let go of what you can't. So the constellation drill is is another way to help practice right and left hand connection. So here's what you're going to do. I want you to play a 2-3-4 D chord. So 2-3-4. This is a D chord. 2 on the bass, 3 on the middle, 4 on the melody. Okay. Okay. Now, if I were to tell you to flip that chord upside down, would you be able to do it right now? Yep. Flip it. You got it. Flip it upside down. 4-3-2. You got it. Okay. So imagine. I like to call this a constellation drill because in my mind's eye, I like to imagine, I like to imagine that everywhere my finger touches is like a little star in the sky. And I like to imagine that I'm drawing a line that connects all of those dots, and I'm creating a little constellation, okay? So play a 2-3-4, flip it upside down, play 4-3-2, flip it around. It doesn't. You can pivot around one finger. Get used to flipping it upside down. I want you to notice that now you've got that same chord flipped upside down. Now, mentally, I want you to bust this chord apart into all its individual components, okay? So we're breaking apart this chord. We've busted it apart into its individual notes. So now we've got a 2 on the bass. If I broke it apart and now I'm playing it in the order that those options appear, from going from bass to the melody, I'm going to play a 2 on the bass, 4 on the bass, 3 on the middle, 2 on the melody, 4 on the melody. Those are all the individual components that make up the recipe for a D chord, okay? Right? So here's what's going to happen. Watch me for a second. Watch my fret and hand. So here's what you're going to do. In the same way that the right and left, the exercise we just did, we put our finger down and we got off of it. We put it down and got off. The whole point was to put it down and pick it up, put it down and pick it up. We're going to do the same thing. Here's what I don't want to see. I don't want to see this. Right? I don't want to see sticky fingers. I don't want to see sticky fingers for this one because that's not the point, right? So here's what I want to see. As soon as you play that, I want you to get off of it, okay? So play 2. Do this with me. Play 2, play 4, and get off of 2 as soon as you play 4, okay? Play 3, play 2, immediately get off of 3. Play 4, get off of 2. Play 2, go back down. Play 3 on the middle. Play 4, play 2. Okay? That's what we're doing. And I've written it out in the tab if you need to look at it. Yeah? Yeah, so think about, and if I was Linda Brockington, the great dulcimer player, she might tell you, if I were telling you to play something beautiful, a long legato, I would be giving you bad advice to pick up your fingers, right? I would want you to keep your fingers there long. I would want you to have sticky fingers, right? To keep the sustain. But for now, the point is to build that connection between right and left hands, okay? So let's start with 2, 4 on the bass. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 4, 2. Good, okay? So no sticky fingers allowed. Quick movements, quick, get off of it. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3, 2, 4. Nice. I want you to play that on your own. Start slow and see how fast you can get in your own little world. No sticky fingers. Hey, Michael Foot. Yeah, work on your alternating pick. Yeah, that's it. Yep. Nice. Yeah. Looks good. I'll tell you right now, the dulcimer is a really hard instrument to do this with. I mean, our strings are very far apart. Flat picking is really, really hard for this. So you are my hero. All right, let's do this a couple times. And we'll do it a couple times. We'll do it real nice and slow. And then I'm going to move that shape somewhere else, and then we'll be done. 1, 2, ready, go. 2, 4, 3, 2, 4. We'll go back up right away. 2, 4, 3, 4, 2. 2, 4, 3, 2, 4, 2, 3. Bass. 2, 4, 3. Melody. Here comes the bass. 4, 2. 2, 4, 2, 3. Let's stop here. Nice. Take your ring finger on 2. Your ring finger should be on 2 right now. Slide it up to 3. What would be the shape that starts there? Figure it out for a second. It's a slant chord. It'd be a 3, 4, 5 chord. It's not written on the tab, but that's okay. I mean, it is. Is it though? Yeah, it is. Okay, let's do it. Nice and slow. Yeah, you got it. 1, 2, ready, go. 3, 5, 4, 3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3. Let's take a breath. Ah, nice. Let's do it again. 1, 2, ready, go. 3, 4, 3, 5, 3, 4, 5, 3. Do it again. 5, 4, 3, 5. Do it again. Land here. Nice. Good job. Yeah. Any questions about this? Thoughts, concerns? Good job, y'all. Good job. So you've got some right hand stuff. You've got we did the pendulum strumming practice, turning your right hand into your metronome. We did our subdividing, where we strummed and we picked out different air strums to do, different strums to actually strum. We did our flat picking drills, and then we turned that into. Then we went down to 3, 2, and 1 to speed up our flat picking. And then we combined the first position, second position. And then we did a step, 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 slide. And then, okay, and then we did up the fretboard. And then the last one we did. And then we did. Right? So we did all that. Good job, y'all. Thank you so much. We're done. See y'all. Good work.
everybody. Welcome back. Yay. Yeah, I hope you're having a great time. Thanks. Wow.
See, that's how it works. The old opera performances
Yes,
used to have a clack in the audience. They would pay people in the audience to clap. Here,
Don't tell
you know,
them that. They're going to be expecting. Hey.
they used to do that with pint bottles of liquor, you know. No wonder they're getting so rad here.
Well, we've got Ron with us now, and if you've been watching this weekend, you know that Ron's almost always he utilizes the slides and gives a little bit of history in his presentation. So we're doing a little bit of combination here. This time I actually put these slides together, so you'll see a lot more pictures than words. And this is really all about just recapping what we did last year. About this time, actually, when we were at Hindman this time last year, we were in the middle of this grant series or this grant program. And so we have now completed the grant program, and part of the fulfillment of that grant is to also continue to share the songs that we learned and passed along to each other during this process. So we're doing this not only because that's part of our cooperation with the grant, but
They're
also
gonna
because
take
we
your check back if you don't.
Yeah. But we enjoy it. We're happy to share it with you. So this is the Kentucky Arts Council is an organization in Kentucky that does a lot to promote the arts in Kentucky. And one of the programs that they sponsor is an apprenticeship grant program. And this can be used not just for musicians. It's across the board. Visual arts, dancers, storytellers, anyone that wants to study with another Kentuckian. That is the stipulation. It's learning, artists learning from other Kentucky artists and sharing what they are either experts in or just have had a lot of experience in and want that art form to be shared.
In a way, it's really nothing more than taking the way things used to be in traditional culture, where family members would teach younger family members, or members in the community would pass those traditions on, and that's been disrupted so much. Even in the Commonwealth of Kentucky, by migration and people working jobs and traveling. And also this was a way of providing an incentive to reinstate that older way of how we learned from one another.
Right. I'm so glad you said that, because that is a big focus and effort of the Kentucky Arts Council to do that, to keep that a soul of the folk arts as a premise for this grant. So that we titled this, we ended up titling it Across the Great Divide, Fiddle Tunes That Unite the Community, because I said I was interested in learning more about where some of our dulcimer songs, the folk songs that we play, where did they come from? Did they originate in America, or did many of them come over with the immigrants from our European ancestors, for example, or were they created here? And then and how did all this tie together and become a unifying theme for the American music, and specifically, of course, our Kentucky music? So that was, we trying to tie all that in together. And let's go to the next slide, Mikey. Yeah, so there we are.
We look so much younger then.
Yeah.
Before this grant aged us.
Yeah, so it was just what we've been saying, a collaboration to learn firsthand, and that was the thing that now with the availability of being able to learn tunes through YouTube or video or audio, a lot of people don't bother to sit down and learn it from another person, and that's what our focus again was, to learn it firsthand from straight from the horse's mouth. Next slide, please. So and the another goal for me, my own private goal, was that I have learned so many of the fiddle tunes on the dulcimer from other dulcimer players, going to dulcimer jams primarily. And so I wanted to have the experience of really what Don Petty has done all his life and learn fiddle tunes from fiddle players. But I felt like that was important as I became more interested in fiddle tunes as a common thread between many of the genres that we play. And so I wanted to try learning specifically Kentucky fiddle tunes from a Kentucky fiddle player, or tunes that a Kentucky fiddle player would play that's very common. So we're trying to tie in the roots of Kentucky with this project.
That was important, but one of the learning things that happened is we're dealing with two instruments, and if you learn a dulcimer tune from a dulcimer player, you have certain ways of dealing with it. From a fiddle vantage point, how do you deal with the bowing? How do you deal with the ornaments, the slides, the things that are idiomatic to the fiddle? And it was really interesting. We'll talk about it a little bit. Lorinda tried all kinds of different instruments along the way. She hated one at first, and then she found, oh, this is the right instrument for this
Yeah.
one, and it worked.
Yeah.
So part of it
and I didn't
was
bring
both of
all
us,
that today, so.
trying to figure out
Yeah, what
idiomatically,
worked.
how do you translate from one language to another?
Yeah, so in fact, the first one that Ron said, well, let's learn this one. This is a very common Kentucky fiddle tune. It's played a lot in jams, and importantly, it is from the playing of a Kentucky fiddler, Estill Bingham, who lived in Bell County and has passed away in 1900. I can't see that without my glasses.
Yeah, he was, 98 years old, I believe, and he was run over by a car on the way to work. I mean, I'm not making this stuff up. I mean, absolutely. He used to work, 1900, so he was just shy of,
Yeah.
he was shy of 100.
So when, as we did, so in the process that we learned it is, of course, Ron would play the song for me, and my first task was, well, what key is he in? That's the first thing you have to do, and it's not like learning from another dulcimer player when you go to jam, which is often a lot of times in the key of D. Ron just played them in the key he's used to playing, but that's what I wanted to do, is okay, let's play them in the key where you normally would play these, and learn it that way. So this one, for example, is in the key of G, and I found, well, there are a lot of ways to play in G, as you know. You can retune your strings. I have a 1.5 fret. I could play it in G that way. I could capo it. So we experimented with a lot of different ways, and so why don't we let's play one for him. Let's go ahead and play this one. Yeah, just because it's a good way to get warmed up here. Why don't you kick it off, because it's... Also, that we tried to do as we learned the tunes, part of my goal was to, after I learned them from our playing, I would notate them in standard notation and then write them out in tabs so that I could share them with other dulcimer players. So there's a copy of what it looks like all written out.
And I think it was important to note, you can find tablature online, but you took the time to do it yourself from this particular
Yes.
playing.
Yes.
And so it,
Yeah.
it really makes it much more organic that way. There's a picture of Estill. I always described him as having just an avalanche of tunes and a waterfall of a beard. I mean, when he'd play, you couldn't even see the fiddle. The beard was so far down. He's kind of like one of those guys in ZZ Top. But, to get the stories about it, and, that's why Randy Wilson, who's out in the audience here, was so good. He really understood, what's the story behind this tune? What's the story behind this person? What's his life? Where did he live? Who was in his family? Where did they come from? And you don't get that kind of learning when you're watching somebody on a YouTube channel teaching a fiddle tune. It's just so remote from the experience of it. And the music is really only alive through people, through that living connection of people in their lives, how the tune lives within their lives. And so that was an important learning experience for us.
Yeah, and as a classically trained musician, I had been accustomed to looking at standard notation and learning music from that. And this is the opposite approach, learning it by ear and then putting it on paper. And that was part of what I wanted to understand too, is what is the nuance? Why is it important with folk music, with fiddle tunes? Why is it important to go in that direction, to hear it first and then play it? And because when we play this song together, there are a lot of nuances that I feel and hear that I would not have known if I had just looked at it on the tab. It's not written out there, and I can't even describe exactly, like where the accents are, where the swing part is, where the, even on this, for example, this one has a measure of 6/8. I mean, not 6/8, 6/4. It has 2 extra beats. It's a cricket tune. And when he first played it and I was learning it, I remember trying to, pat my foot and count and then think, wait a minute, something's not lining up here because I'm running out. I've got an extra 2 beats here. What's this about?
And that kind of crookedness sometimes would wreak havoc in a dance or something if it were a certain specific dance. But in a square dance, all you have to do is keep the beat. And so a crooked tune works perfectly well, but you have to understand that the dance and the tune's architecture works perfectly well in squares, which is what they were doing. Mountains for the most
But that
part.
would have been really hard to interpret if I was just reading that. I would not have felt it as that. It would have really thrown me off, to see that in the middle of the tune. So, that is one of the values of learning it by ear first before
And you all, are good musicianers here, and you understand it. But when people look at transcriptions and they assume this is the way the tune is, and this is it, that's where the music is, and it may have been a pretty accurate transcription, but it was just one time through, and nobody plays the tune through once. A dance, you might play it, 12, 14 times through, and you might one time play the A part 3 times and the B part twice. You just have to pay attention. You might, all kinds of things happen. Each time you ornament it a little different, you bow it differently. So if you were transcribing it, a real performance, you'd have to have, pages and pages of that transcription, because in old time music, there's no intentional improvisation. It's all about nuance of variance, but it's a narrow window of improvisation, unlike bluegrass, where you're creating entirely new melodies, and the spontaneity of creating a new melody is important. This is you're just playing that tune over and over again, but it's very different inside, you know, if you're paying attention to it.
Next slide, Mikey. All right, so you know what? I think that it would be good to go ahead and
Good time
teach
to
this
do it
now,
right now.
because then we'll know how much time to spend on the rest of the slides. So a lot of the pictures that you're seeing, you know, we met each month, at least once a month, sometimes twice monthly, and met at various places wherever our busy schedules could work it out. One of our favorite places to meet was my family has my sister's family has a cabin near Bardstown in Spooky Hollow.
It ended up looking
is that
kind
my
of weird.
glasses, my
I think
eyes, or that?
I think it went from you know,
The
Apple
font.
to Microsoft.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
Spooky Hollow.
Spooky, that is spooky.
I love driving down that lane.
Yeah, so it's a lovely little cabin, and so we thought that was a perfect place to meet. It's a lakeside cabin, and we could sit and play the fiddle and dulcimer. No one was out there to bother us at all, and that's where we learned a lot of our tunes together.
And it was a year, and that was an important marker for us, because every time we met, the seasons changed somewhat. It got colder and colder. The leaves went down from the trees, and you were very good about trying to document each of those. Mackie, there's a bottle of Ale 8 on the
Yeah,
table. I
you
brought
noticed
some of
that?
those one time.
I'm a big L8 fan too.
Yeah.
So, and so this next one is also a Kentucky fiddle tune, and it has ended up being probably my favorite that I learned. And this is from Wallace Thompson, born in 1915, and we can't
I haven't been able to find the obit.
exactly when
again.
he passed away. You know Randy? Do you know him? Okay.
Yeah.
Greene County, Kentucky, and that's important to me because I am a lifelong Kentuckian, and Greene County is in the southern region where I'm from, and that was one of the things that we also
That's
found.
where my family were from too.
Oh, I
Yeah.
didn't know that.
Yeah,
Huh.
no, that's where they came from.
During the course of this, I also found out that there were several good Kentucky fiddlers in my hometown of Monroe County, and like Aisha Mundy and Jim Bowles, and both of them I knew their families very well, and at the time growing up, I didn't know them because we weren't allowed to go where the fiddles were being played. Because that's where the marble hole games went on, and there was betting and gambling. The Roly Hole. Yeah, Tompkinsville is the home of the Roly Hole marble shoots. And there were always fiddling music going on because those marble games were high stake games. But this one, so Greene County is not far from Monroe County, and I guess let's just play through it. Do those of you that are out there, do you need a copy of the music? I have it here. You have it in your handouts on the online, or I've got it here too if you want.
Screen. Some people could like
Yeah, if anybody, look for it. But if you need it, I got copies right here. You can just let me know. And if you don't need it, but you just want it, you can have it too. Okay.
I have 2 copies, one for mine.
I tell you what, I'm gonna hand you the folder, and you get to hunt them out.
Okay.
They're in
Well,
there
thank
somewhere.
One of the things that played into it, we
Moonlight.
tried to think about, again, the theme we looked at a little bit across the Great Divide, ones that had some connection to the old world perhaps. And I was really nervous about that at first. I expressed to Linda.
You were nervous?
You know, there were, all these stereotypes. Oh, all the Scots, Irish, this is all
Yeah.
Scottish music, Irish music. And yeah, there were a lot of Scots, Irish, but there are a lot of everybody here. And the old pageant, the American Folk Song Festival that Gene Thomas had, the Parade of History featured everybody looking like, knights, or the Daniel Boone's escorting the damsels in distress from medieval times in the Sherwood Forest green gowns, and the crossed flags at her cabin were the British Union Jack and the American flag. And it was all about, well, we're Americans, and we're not immigrants here. We're Americans, and we're of good English stock. And I was nervous about trying to draw that connection. But of course, you know, that's a big part of the story. A lot of Scots-Irish, a lot of people forced to leave Europe
Any luck?
for one reason or another.
Oh,
But
okay.
Wallace said, this is the most Scottish tune I know. It's the most Scottish tune I know. And he said his mother knew some words to it, but they never got documented, and I didn't hear him sing them. He didn't know them, but he
Yeah.
remembered her singing.
And I did create kind of a timeline also of eventually from development of folk music with the Scots Irish immigration into America. But what we really found out is that, you know, these tunes were being developed, these fiddle tunes were being developed simultaneously, or there's another word, in concurrence, I would say, in every country. So yes, some got passed down, and some of our fiddle tunes are from Scotland and Ireland, but we have lots of great fiddle compositions from Americans and from Kentuckians, and because they were developing their own fiddle style here in this part of the country at the same time that was being developed in, across the sea in other countries as well. So no, we didn't really have to depend on our Scottish and Irish ancestors. Yes, we did get some from them, but there's a wealth of fiddle tunes that are truly American, Kentucky, and even Kentucky roots music.
And it's not even a one-way street. You know, the Bonaparte's Retreat will play later,
Right.
you know, went the other way.
And then came back. Michael, let's go to that next screen and see. I don't remember. Yeah, there it is. That's be hard for anybody here to see that far away. But I think those that wanted it, you got a copy? Okay, great. All right, so let's just play through it once, and then we'll you can listen to it, and then we'll talk you through it there. So this one has 3 parts, which is a little unusual as well. And Ron plays it up here in this octave. And that was one of the things we talked about too is, how do dulcimer players, play at the same, can they play at the same speed of the fiddle players? Well, yes, you can. It takes some work, but it's also another way of approaching that speed and agility on the dulcimer is to take it down an octave and play it across the fretboard rather than to try and play it up on at this range so that you have a lot more movement. So just going across the fretboard is generally a quicker way to get those notes in. So that first part where Ron plays up here, you see, it's a lot of movement to get to those notes up there. So if you just play it down an octave. So I can do the whole thing without moving my hand if I just simply move it down an octave. And then I was trying to imitate Ron's slide in. So I just do a slide. And again, I'm trying to imitate articulation from the fiddle that I get. And you can do that a little bit easier going across the strings too. You can make articulation with hammer-on and pull-offs. So those of you that have the tab out there, why don't you play along with me? We'll just do it much slower, about half that speed, and we'll play. So we'll go about and again, if you were reading this straight from the tab, you would probably translate that as, which is quite different, isn't it, than how we played it. But if you're playing it the way the fiddle player plays, you're going to have to put a little swing into it. All right, so let's slow it down just a little bit and play through that A part. Dum, da, da, dum, da, dee, da, da, dum, da. 1, 2, ready, and. So that's the A part. This has two. Would you play that A part with us?
Sure.
A little slower, I asked her. I used during our time together. I would ask her on that a lot. Would you do that a little slower?
Is that
I can
about
hear
the tempo you want it then?
Oh, and we'll try to hear what he's doing and think about what he try to get the nuance of the fiddle in there. 1, 2. One more time. Yeah, yay. So then the next part, very different part. That's one reason I like this tune a lot, because each part is very different. And I don't think your part that you have has any chords in it. Sometimes you don't have to add any. Sometimes when I get up to that 7, 0, 0, 2, 4, 7, I like to put a 4 in the middle to add to see. So that's what I was trying to do, is imitate how he did the
Double stop.
double stop. Thank you. The double stop. So how do you do the double stop on the dulcimer? You can add a note, add another chord note to make the double stop. And then of course, because dulcimers can play that little harmony line, I thought that was my own idea to just come down just add a little harmony sometimes on those notes. And he doesn't play chords, but the dulcimer can play chords. So then you have the decision: do you want to add chords to a strict melody line, or do you want to leave it completely melodic? And that's debatable. And again, if Don was sitting right here, he'd say no chords, only melody. But I do like chords, and I'm very, it's just so habitual for me to play them. It's hard for me to not put them in. So like at that first ending of that B part, it's just so natural for me to focus on that 5 chord. So I usually do add an A chord there. So let's play the B part nice and slow, so everyone out there can play along with us. So we're gonna do, this is 1, da, dee. Yeah, 1, 2, ready, and. One more time. Yeah, so, the dulcimer is going to add a little bit more harmonic motion to what's going on, but we can do it, so. And then the C part, I love this part. And then I tried to copy again what Ron did. He puts a stop in the first time he plays it, and the second time he doesn't. And so the first time. Sometimes he does that. So I just did the melody is. that's your basic melody. And to do the stop, so I do a stop with my right hand on the strings to muffle it. And that stops this, that's the same thing he was doing. Of course, he does it in a different way. And I, again, added a chord to it because to me it really sounded like it needed to go to the 4 chord. So let's do that part together. That's the easy part of the song.
Now, and I should say, you know, when we were learning these things, it's not the easiest thing in the world to learn this stuff by ear, just going through it. And so, you know, we took, you know, the first part and then okay, it's kind of like waterfall going down, you know, a lot of emotion was down. And the second part, it's like, well, it reverses, it's going upstream in the second part. And then this third part, you know, you kind of go, well, where's the tune title come from? You know, sometimes it has everything to do with the tune. Sometimes you can't figure out what the cryptic relationship is to it. But Moonlight, you know, for me, it became a tune that I would play every time there was a full moon. I'd go out and play it outside, and it meant something to me, you know, that way. But a moonlighting was, you know, in the old communities was people were in need of some money or something, or, you know, they were on hard times. The neighbors would come over and bring things to them, and it was a moonlighting, and they, you know, so it could be
we
from
don't
that,
know.
you know.
Yeah.
I wish I thought to ask him, but you know, didn't get the chance there.
Yeah.
So-
Okay, so let's do this about has to be about dum 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 dum. 1, 2, ready, and. And then you also play it sometimes and let the notes ring. So if he's doing that, then you can just fill in. Just let it ring and don't stop it. So let's do it a couple more, just Seeds part one more time, then we'll do the whole song. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so each part, we'll do the whole thing through, 2 A's, 2 B's, 2 C's, and the fiddle is the guide, okay? So we'll listen, try to do as many nuances as you can with the outline of the tab that you've got, and yeah, we'll see where Ron takes us on this moonlight journey. Let's see, you want a tempo or you want to, let's see, let's go with
Reminds me of a Doors song. Moonlight, right? Yeah, anyway.
about a medium speed.
Okay.
faster. That was great. Okay. Let's go one more time. Done.
1, 2, 3. D?
in D. Yeah.
He also played it cross-tuned in AEAE, and it's a different feel there, as you can tell. We won't mess with that now, but that changes it in some ways, and it might make it a little more Scottish. A little more droney.
So during the course of that year that we were together, I happened to have an Ireland trip planned, and so it was very interesting when during that trip, it was a combination watercolor and music trip. It's very interesting, yeah. But so I went with some Irish music friends, and the Irish flute player that we met over there that was coordinating it on that side was Conal O'Grada, who is actually, I didn't know it at the time, but he is known worldwide for his Irish flute playing. And one day we were outside and he said, "Oh, ladies, take out your whistles. Come over here, I want to teach you a tune." And so we sat down by it was a beautiful little place where we were sketching, and we took our whistles out and he taught us this tune. He said, "I want to teach you this tune because we were going to a session. It's either that night or the next night, a jam session." And he said, "This is what we start every session with. So I want you to know this so you'll be able to play it." And he started playing it, and I looked at the gal next to me and I was like, "There's something about that sounds really familiar, but it's not exactly." And then after he played the whole thing, I was like, "What's the name of that?" And he said, "It's Bonaparte's Retreat." And I was like, "No, that is not Bonaparte's." He said, "That's the Bonaparte's Retreat we play in Ireland." And yeah. So it was very interesting. And next year, we'll give you the whole story about Bonaparte, all his many rambles, how Bonaparte went far and wide. And do you want to just play it for him, the Irish version? We're
Yeah, but
play
I've
it
got
tonight on
to tell
concert.
us just one quick story, just, because I love it. It's, there was a Bonaparte crossing the Rocky Mountains that's, connected to these Bonaparte songs. And an old fiddler was being interviewed for the head notes of Alan Lomax's book, and the head notes, identify as Bonaparte crossing the Rocky Mountains, and the historian said, "Well, Bonaparte never crossed the Rocky Mountains. He never came to America." And the fiddler said, "Well, historians differ on that." I just love that line.
Right, history. Yeah. So I just again I learned it by ear from Conal O'Grada there in the lovely Isle. And when I came back home, and we probably recorded and played it while I was there just to make sure we didn't forget it. But so I transcribed it when I got home, and and told Ron about it, and then found out that Ron knew all this history about Bonaparte. So it was a perfect timing to find out. So this is even though the grant was written so that I would be learning fiddle tunes from Ron, it turned out I get to share an Irish version of what we felt like, was this very standard fiddle tune, and I get to share it so Ron can learn it from me. So we'll just play through it once.
Good. Okay.
And we're actually going to probably play it in concert tonight too, but you get a sneak peek since you came to the workshop. So I'll play the A part. And so this was, the first part of the tune was taught, he said this is how the whistles and flutes will start out kind of as introduction, and then we go into the Bonaparte. did the B part. I did that C part again because I love it.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's a little sneak peek of Bonaparte. Bonaparte as they play it in Ireland.
Yeah. Sorry I didn't
All right,
jump
Mikey.
with you there.
No,
Back to that.
So in the middle of the grant, again, part of our documentation was to, as we started sharing these tunes with other audiences, was just to keep track of that. And so this is pertinent for here because my Irish band did a fundraiser for the Hindman Settlement School after the flood. And so that's my Irish band members in there. We also have a great Kentucky fiddle and banjo player, John Harrod, and his wife that joined us for that. And so that was one of our first times to start to play, to share some of these tunes in a concert setting. Okay, you can go on to the next one. And then this was another great one that we learned, Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye, from the playing of Violet Hensley. And tell them that she's also called the Whittling Fiddler. Now, she is not a Kentucky fiddler, but a lot of Kentucky fiddlers like playing her tunes. And Ron had learned some of these from other fiddle players, so we wanted to get that in. And she notice, look at this. She was born 1916. Oh, sorry, you probably can't see it. She was born 1916. She is still alive.
And kicking.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Start doing the math. So she also she's called the Whittling Fiddler because she also she made fiddles as well. I don't know if that she's still making them now. Probably just playing, but.
So what's the key to longevity, the fiddling or the fiddling?
Yeah, that's a good question.
That's not her.
That is not her. That's me.
That's not her.
That's probably pushing.
Well, look how
I
young
probably
she
look
Looks
like
for
that. Yeah, that's me at 100 years old. Thanks a lot, Randy. We usually do this on the court in Dulcimer, and I did not grab it.
I've got it over there, but
oh well.
it's tuned weirdly.
Yeah. Do you want to play it or go on?
Now let's go on.
Okay, all right. We'll come back and play if we have any time at the end. But that's another one that actually one of my favorites. There she is. She looks a little different than I do, but not much.
Don Petty's been to visit her several times, and it's always, a wonderful time for her. to get
That
some
is so
stories from-
funny how that. So it says she celebrated her 100th birthday by playing and singing on the Grand Ole Opry.
Wow.
And that's pretty cool, isn't it?
Hey, it's really interesting. The Goodbye Lover, Goodbye, nobody knew that lots of people were playing this tune, Uncle Henry. And it leads me to a point that we talked about that was kind of interesting. Don first went to visit her and, said, well, can we play a tune together? And she said, oh, yes. And, he said, well, how about that Uncle Henry? And she said, oh, I don't know any old Uncle Henry tune. And he said, well, you have to because I've heard your recording of it. And she said, and he played a little bit and she said, no, that's not Uncle Henry. And she said, that's Goodbye Lover, Goodbye. And they had made a mistake and they misnamed it when they put it on the recording. And but that's how it got known for a long time. And that happens to more fiddle tunes than you believe. They get, misnamed or somebody slaps the name. Well, that's Jim Short's tune because he played it. They didn't know what the tune really was called. And the reason I bring this up at all is that I'm pretty convinced that you can hear the title of a fiddle tune sung without the words ever being sung, but you can hear it in the rhythm and the melodic shape of the fiddle tune. And you can't sing Uncle Henry. sing Uncle
can't
Henry
say
anywhere
Uncle
in there
Henry.
anyway.
But you can't
But
say
goodbye, goodbye, my lover, goodbye, 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 my lover, goodbye. And then I later figured, through a weird chain of events, that there was a railroad engineer, a locomotive engineer, that had a steam locomotive that would go out of, every time he left the rail yard, he had a keyboard hooked up to the steam. It was like a calliope, and he'd play this tune to let his wife know, I'm going away, I'll be back for you. Goodbye, my lover, goodbye. And, I'm sure she had heard that tune played that way. So it was a really interesting connection to how that tune got its name. And Uncle Henry wasn't in there anywhere at all.
Yeah, and the changing of names, that again takes place in every country where there are fiddle tunes. There are some Irish tunes that I have found that have, I found one that had 47 different names. Yeah, so again, because it was an oral, because it's an oral tradition, it's either where people learned it from, where they learned it, who they learned it from, what they associate it with, and that's where the names come from. Not necessarily the person, it's the title and who knows what the original title was. Go on to the next slide, Mackie. Again, that just shows though that this is happening not just in America but in other countries. And I don't think we're going to have time to play through these, but here's another Estill Bingham tune, Cookhouse Joe. And so because he was such a prolific fiddle tune writer or player, we did try to do a lot of his tunes during this project, and this was another one that we worked on. Is this one that's in A? Yeah, it's an A, and I don't have my
I'm not gonna
A. Okay,
mess with the other
yeah, we
one.
won't retune to do that, but yeah. All right, go on to the next one. There we are. See, as you see, we went through seasons, and there's my Christmas wreath that I made, Ron.
And it's still on my door. And, it's changed somewhat. It has bittersweet on it. Now. The evergreens are gone.
All right, next slide. This is a good one. Again, another Estill Bingham tune, Bullfrog on a Puncheon Floor. This one, a lot of you probably heard Don play. And and anything you want to say about that one?
You can hear the bullfrog jump on puncheon floor. Kind of thing.
How could you tell which tunes came from Scotland, which were native to this country?
Well, this one we know because the person that wrote it, he only died in 1990. So we had enough.
So he would say, "I wrote this."
No. Estill got
That's
from his
a
father
very good
Noah.
question.
And
Yeah.
but what we did not try and just choose tunes that had British antecedents.
Right,
That was
right.
part of the thinking at first in the grant, and we looked at some of them. There were ones that
Yes, yeah.
I've encountered in previous years in Scotland and Ireland that I know about, and you did. So we weren't really looking just for British tunes here.
I understand that, but how did you know the difference between the two? It's just by knowing tunes that you'd heard in Scotland, or what other criteria would you base that on? Evidence would you base that on?
It gets really complicated, and I wouldn't presume talk about more than a few tunes that I really looked at transcriptions and old books and things like that.
So one thing is whether or not can you find this transcription in any of the old publications? Because we do know, like Chief O'Neill's, his collection that he did of the Irish tunes in the 1900s, and though you can find Soldier's Story in it. So it's like if you can find it in other references, then obviously it is there. So what you have to look for first is, can you go to those old Irish and Scottish publications, which they're by mid-1700s, they were starting being published. So if if you found something in the 1700s published in Ireland or Scotland, you can be pretty certain that it wasn't. So first, that's probably the first source you go to. And I'm also saying that information more so what I learned, because I also study with online with an Irish harper. And she has done extensive research into all this too. So I've gotten a lot of information from her. And that's also what she says is the first thing that they do is look for the old Scottish and Irish publications and see, is the tune in there?
Do they have something similar, does the government have something similar to the Library of Congress?
There are various centers for studies.
Yes,
Edinburgh's
yes.
got a really...
Yeah, and the Trinity College in Dublin has in fact, they just found not long ago, it's called the Goodman Collection, Canon Goodman in Ireland had collected a bunch of tunes before the famine, and he gave them to the Trinity College in Dublin. They stored them in a very safe place. And no one knew they were there until just recently. And that there's a whole bunch of tunes that have come out now just recently in Ireland because of this Goodman collection that they have found. And these were all pre-famine tunes. So the tunes that you might have thought, if you had played those and you thought, oh no, those have to be American tunes. But if you found them in that collection there, then you think, oh, maybe someone immigrating from the famine, then they could have brought them over, because we know some of those tunes did exist. It's a huge publication though. I mean, there are volumes of it, so it takes a long time to do the research and to find out really whether or not. And we did find there are some tunes that, like Soldier's Joy, it is in an Irish collection that was, before any of the American publication of fiddle players or fiddle tunes. So, we have it's pretty definitive that Soldier's Joy came from Ireland, or a version of that melody. It wasn't called Soldier's Joy.
But
Yes.
there was a great body of these tunes that you couldn't find any British or
Correct.
Irish or Scottish sources.
Correct. And what was interesting, because I also thought that the majority of our fiddle tunes perhaps did come from Ireland and Scotland, and in fact, there were a lot from England.
Yeah.
Even though we were at war with England, a lot of the tunes that were popular in America became part of the war songs, or the military songs, because they were played in pipe bands. Well, some of the folks that didn't have their fiddles turned to, or didn't play fiddles in the band, and so they picked up fifes or flutes, and there were a lot of flute bands and pipe bands, and a lot of those tunes came from England. Some of the, like we were talking about, some of the Irish jigs also ended up in our military music and in those flute and pipe bands. But oftentimes the names were changed, so they would not reflect England. And so people we really didn't want to think that they came from England.
Right.
And a lot of the tunes, even from Ireland, Irish were very much, resented coming to America because they were the poor, and so it was very hard because tune names were changed, and people did not want to admit that maybe they came from another source. It's very hard to
Well, in its successive waves. I mean, a lot of really they were Scots-Irish mostly first. It wasn't. The Irish were, famine, migration, mostly. The
And then
English were
later,
here.
yes,
But Alan Jabor, who was Library of Congress music division director, was the one that really pinned a lot of these to fife and drum.
Oh, I didn't know that's what
That
it was.
was, he did a lot of research with that.
Yeah,
So that's
yeah.
where he found a lot of those tunes had come from that entered our tradition as fiddle tunes eventually.
Yeah. I can go on to the next one. I know our time is
Yeah, we're
really
probably-
up, but Durang's hornpipe was another one that we found. And so these are, now this one, Durang's hornpipe, actually, even though we learned it from the playing of Kentucky fiddler Bruce Green, as learned from Jake Phelps in Nobob, Barron County, which is the next county over where I was born. Don't you love that town, Nobob?
No. There's a story to
There's a
that
great
that's
story about
wonderful, but we
Nobob.
don't have time for that one right now.
Nobob! Nobob! We're looking for Nobob.
Oh, Bob!
There's nobody. They lose Bob. They can't find him, so people say, "Nobob!"
They had a search party one night for him, when, you know, groups went out with lanterns looking for him, calling each other, "No Bob! No Bob!"
Sounds like a festival to me.
So Durang's hornpipe, we actually did find. That one is one of the songs on our list that probably has Scottish, but the name should tell you that because it's a hornpipe, and the Scottish were the ones that really popularized the hornpipe. So that there's a big hint there that it did probably come from Scotland. Another slide. We're about done. We'll just go through there. And there's Bruce Green. Of course, that's Don's playing buddy for many, many years that he learned many of the tunes from. Okay, go on. And then, sometime when we have more time, we'll play this. We played this actually in the concert last year. This one, another one of my favorites. So some of the, and this is another connection that happened. Some of the songs that were collected, like this was part of the child ballads that were collected by James Child. But it became, at some point, people stopped singing it as a ballad and turned it into a fiddle tune. It became fiddleized, and it even, yeah. And so the Golden Chain Tree is what it's known as. In fact, Gene Ritchie did a recording.
Golden
of this one.
Vanity,
Golden
Sweet
Vanity.
Trinity,
Yeah.
goes by various names.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
boat being sunk by the Turkish
Yeah.
Reveille.
And this one, you'll notice I did not do a Dulcimer transcription on that one because it was such a beautiful tune to me. I felt like it needed to be played on the harp. So this is one that I now incorporate in my harp playing, and my trio has played it, and we just love it. Now it was about James. It was a child ballad, then it was a fiddle tune. And now it's a harp tune. It's an Irish harp tune now.
Harpicized.
It was harpicized.
Harpified.
All right, next slide, Mikey. We'll go through these very quick. Love Like Jane, another one. This one in our neighboring state of West Virginia. We had, of course, lots of great fiddle examples there too. Melvin Wine was one of them. He not so long ago, 2003. And the picture, our smiling faces there, Ron and I shared a lot of these tunes and told some of these stories at one of the assisted livings where I work. Yeah, and so again, trying to share these and pass along this history to others. Mikey, next one. There is Melvin. And this one was quite a challenge for me on the Dulcimer because it is a song that you sometimes run into fiddle tunes where they're actually in two keys, like the A part is one key and the B part is another key. This one was in, of all things, A mixolydian in the A part and then D major in the second part. And of course Ron didn't tell me that before we started. So I'm here hunting for the notes, and it's like, where in the heck am I going to get these notes? And then I had to figure out, okay, I'm going to have to play across and find a mixolydian scale in A. Then I'm going to have to find the D scale, but we finally figured it out.
Yeah, but those are the challenges, and I never even would have thought of that.
Yeah.
You know, playing on fiddle, all I'm doing is
Playing
playing
notes.
fingering.
And
And it was.
great. All right, next slide. And then we make it to the Dulcimer homecoming here in 2023, which was the first time that we got to share some of the tunes. Next slide. And I got my Dulcimer from Dawn last year, yay, and been playing that. And that's been very important, actually. That was part of what I also included in the grant, was that wanted to, like the tunes, to try to play them on the Dulcimer. So when we do the G tunes, usually I have Dan, where's Dan? I thought he was in here. Dan's Dulcimer, and so when we do presentations, I usually do the G tunes on his on the Dulcimer that I bought from him last year. And again, I use the noter and do a very traditional. I don't know why I didn't pick that up today when we played that. Anyway, because it's not a real this is not really a concert. This is just a presentation. All right, next slide. There we are last year, yay! And we did Goodbye, My Lover, Goodbye. Next slide. So then, to wrap up the grant, you have a final interview with the Kentucky Arts Council person that did the grant for you. And so he came out to Ron's house, and it was a lovely afternoon, and we just sat on Ron's porch, and we basically did this. We told him, kind of outlined what we did each month and the songs that we learned, and shared the stories, and it was kind of like he had a private concert going through that. And he loved seeing what we had done, and especially knowing that this folk arts tradition, because the grant is folk arts, that we are passing along the folk art and sharing it with others, and we'll do so in the future. And I think there's one more slide, maybe. We're still learning things. So one of the things that I want to learn, and we're just starting to work on this, is a tune, Jim Bowles. And this was, I love learning. Ron was saying, we have to learn Christmas Eve. And it's like, I don't know that tune. He said, it's a Jim Bowles. And I was like, Jim Bowles? That was my janitor at the elementary school. And so it was really cool. It was like, that's the same Jim Bowles. And I know it was, because again, I knew that he played the fiddle, and sometimes he would play the fiddle at school. We didn't really pay attention to it. He would be in his broom closet, playing the fiddle, and we didn't think anything about it,
Oh, cool.
And again, he also, the places he played, my family didn't go. My dad did church music. We didn't do fiddle music. And so, but it also turns out Jim Bowles learned from Wash Carter, and Wash Carter was my grandmother's cousin. So it all was like, oh my gosh, this is really a great connection, and I would never have thought about it, before. So we're going to continue and bring up more of my Kentucky roots as we learn. Now I think there's one more. Oh, and then our last thing that we've done together, we have shared this in a school setting. This was at one of the districts in Kentucky, and we did a presentation, and the students really of all ages, K through 12, seemed to enjoy it and know that was part of their Kentucky history. I think there really is just one more. I know I keep saying that. Okay, maybe one more. Let's try for one more. Yeah. So we're getting now. So it's been a year since we did this, and we're ready to start on chapter 2, which is basically going to do more of it. We're going to try to play more together, share more, learn more from each other and others as we go through this. And this doesn't have to be documented anymore, but again, I hope to get more Dulcimer tunes and tab to share with you, to translate it for the Dulcimer players. And who knows, where we'll go with it, but we're having fun with it, and we're doing the folk art thing.
Were you awarded the grant?
Yes, we were. Yeah.
No, I wouldn't have spent all that time with her otherwise. She was a married woman.
Yeah, so the grant was basically just paying for Ron's time and covering gas mileage and things like that, and paying for any expenses that we
Have you had one of
while
those
we did that.
grants?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? What did you do? What was yours with, Randy?
George Gibson, I did
Yeah.
banjo and banjo history. I
Oh, okay.
made a video of different epics of the banjo history.
Yeah, and eventually that's what, we hope to get some of these recorded as well, so we haven't got to that, but this is the first stage of it, like I said, and we hope that it will continue. And you know, whatever state you're from out there, you know, your state might have similar programs available in your arts council, but even if you don't, just seek out another person in your community and try to do this on your own. It's really a great fun project to do. So, yeah. Any other questions? Any questions online?
Yeah, I just need to express thanks publicly to you for inciting this and for the Kentucky Arts Council and
Yes, we do
Mark
need to thank him.
Brown,
Yeah.
you know, aiding and abetting in this conspiracy.
Yeah. Yes,
It was-
thanks to
it was
the
a great
Kentucky Arts
learning
Council.
experience for me.
Yeah,
Thank
me
you.
too. Thank you. Then thank you.
You?
And let's see, do we have a little break here online? Have a little break until Randy brings in the dinner music. Oh, that's where he just left to get out his banjo.
everybody. We're going to do original songs by Randy Wilson, none other than yours truly right here. These are, I've just been trying to put these back together here, these tunes. Some of them are 10, 20 years old now. So I've been spending the day trying to see what were the words, what tuning was I in for this one. So I'll start out here. This is a dog song, and call him Butch. It's a composite thing of several dogs I've had over the years. So I don't know why I got inspired to do this, but sometimes when I write songs, I just start playing something. The tune will come first, and then the idea, what does that sound like, will come later. But some of these are clouded in my memory how they got started. But this is, again, this is an Eastern Kentucky banjo, like Ada B. Smith has got here. And this is made here on Sand Lick by Pat Campbell. He made me a gourd banjo as well. He's really good putting these together for me. He's not in any hurry, though, and he's not, having a business at this, so I just try to catch him at a good time, and he puts them together. Nice little old Eastern Kentucky banjo. It was hard to find a hoop, something round to make a banjo. I don't know how but they, my friend Ray Sloan, they found when they were doing gas wells here, they found the collar for the joint, in the gas line. And they used that, and they used the groundhog hide to make his banjo. So this is an octagonal banjo, Pat Campbell. This is a dog song named Butch. Goes like this. I had a dog named Butch, he wasn't much for show. He'd rub his butt on an old fence post and down the road he'd go. I took him downtown, I took him just for fun. There's one more heck of a mess he made, that sawed-off son of a gun. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-die, if you don't come back in the morning, he won't be back at all. I took him down to the store, he pulled out a pair of pants. The owner ran and cussed the scores down the road, Butch danced. His foot caught in a drain, he sniffed at the lady's skirt. He tussled with an old tomcat and he wallered in the dirt. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-die, if you don't come back in the morning, won't be back at all. Where, Butch? Come here, boy. Where'd that boy go? The car's all honked and bald as he lay down in the road, rubbing his speckled body on a flat and horny toe. The people dodged and danced wherever he passed by. He made some children laugh and play, and he made a baby cry. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-die, if he don't come back in the morning, he won't be back at all. Come here now. Woo-hoo. He humped a fireman's leg, he ate my hot dog clean. He stuffed his nose in fresh cream pie, which made a baker scream. The merchants all did shout, the police all looked vexed. I ran around all over that town to see what he'd do next. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-die, if he don't come back in the morning, he won't be back at all. Look now. I took him back to the house, I threw him out a bone. I shoved him in the old bull's lot and left him there alone. And when I turned around, that bull had jumped the rail, and there was a Butch in the middle of the lot with a piece of that bull's tail. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-die, if you don't come back in the morning, he won't be back at all. Yes, I had a dog named Butch, he wasn't much for show. He'd rub his butt on an old fence post and down the road he'd go. Leave in the morning at 8, come back at night at 10. He tore right down the road one day and he never came back. back again. Hi-diddle-dee, hi-diddle-da. Don't come back in the morning, he won't be back at all. But all right. I kind of mix it up here. I moved to Leslie County when I first came back. That was kind of my roots and my father's family, and my dad went to Redbird Settlement School when he was a young feller, and they said that he would he'd get homesick for his mother's home cooking, and he would walk all the way home over a couple mountains, and it's about 8 miles. But they'd always send him back to school again. So I was always interested in his life and the life of my ancestors there. So when I moved back, kind of rough. I lived at a place called Jacks Creek, and my father said, it's just a bunch of heathens that live over there. And of course, they would say that to anybody that didn't live in their own little community. He had plenty of heathens where he lived too. But I learned that some part of it was true. You know, there were some rough people, and we had a guy up the road named Irvin. He had a store, a grocery store. It was a front for stolen guns and anything stolen. Irvin would sell it, you know. And I'd asked him one time about what he did, because at one point somebody stole something of mine, one of my instruments, a Hindman Dulcimer. And of course, you know, when that thing, anybody within 50-mile radius, you know, if they opened a box and they looked in there, they said, "That's Randy Wilson's Hindman Dulcimer," you know. So it would do him no good to try to resell that. But when it was stolen, the word got around, you know. And he came to my house. He never came to my house, you know. He never did show up. And he come and said, "Well, Randy, you know, I first come back here. These little women didn't have no milk for their babies, so they'd bring me a tire, and I'd take it. I'd give them money for the tire so they could have milk for their babies." Of course, he would sell stolen stuff. That was his raison d'etre, you know, to do that kind of thing. So there were some people who ran the roads, you know, and it was a kind of popular thing. Young bucks who would run the roads, and I kind of observed them over the years, and so I kind of wrote a little. "Give him a gun," he says to his mother. "Give me my gun and I'll run with the night. I shoot out every light that I see in my sorrows, and the stars cry mercy when I'm up on the hill, at the head of the holler, dead snake in the road. It's the dark of the moon, the hickories are crackling with hollow cicadas, and the stars all cry mercy when he's up on the hill. He's running like 60 with his 4 barrels blazing. He's pulling and popping and jerking the gears. His heart's at the throttle and he's got it wide open, and his head is swimming with a 6-pack of beer up on the hill. Head of the holler, dead snake in the road. Dark of the moon, the hickories are crackling with the call of cicadas, and the stars all cry mercy when he's up on the hill. Run like a stallion, but he's running on empty. Cut black and thick with the cloak of the night. His doubts are like daggers, and he's cut himself open, and he won't stop running till he's clean out of sight. Up on the hill at the head of the hollow, dead snake in the road. The dark of the moon, the hickories are crackling with the call of cicadas, and the stars all cry mercy when he's up on the hill. got a love in his heart for the love of his father, and he's riddled with guilt for leaving his wife. So he binds up his wounds with a bottle of liquor, flies all over, and when he covers the night, up on the hill, out of the holler, dead snake in the road. It's the dark of the moon, the hickory's crackling with the call of cicadas, and the stars all cry mercy when he's up on the hill. Give me my gun, he says to his mother. Give me my gun and I'll run with the night. I'll shoot out every light that I see of my sorrows, and the stars cry mercy when I'm up on the hill. Up on the hill, the head of the holler, dead snake in the road. Dark of the moon, the hickory's been crackling with the call of cicadas, and the stars cry mercy when he's up on the hill. Up on the hill, and the stars all cry mercy when he's up on the hill. I get a different tune in here. Yeah, I was out one night. I saw the neighbor's dog, a little poodle-looking little thing. It was out barking outside. It was a house dog. I knew that wasn't right. It'd been outside. Sure enough, somebody had broken into their house. Well, let's see if I can do this little tune here. I had that A-E-I-O-U song, so I wanted to do a ABC song. I went to school, they said, sit down, please. Gonna learn your ABCs. Oh my, those ABCs. Letters, letters on the wall, on the desk, in the hall. Oh my, those ABCs. Want to join with me? A, B, C, D, E, F, G, E, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, I, X, Y, Z. I get it. Teacher said you're doing fine. You can say them letters, you can make it rhyme. Oh my, those ABCs. Letters, letters everywhere. They're even on my underwear. Oh my, those ABCs. I've learned that if you put underwear in any kid's song, they'll just love it. They can't wait to say something about their underwear. So it's A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. The alphabet's from Arabia, where goats and camels roam. Olive is the sign for ox, and bet's your little home. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z, A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. Up from ancient Egypt to Phoenicia by the sea, then by boat around the world, passed on to you and me. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, P, Q, R, S, T, U, V, W, X, Y, Z. There you go. Let's see what we got coming up next. Oh, yeah. this is Borland. It's a Celtic drum. This is the tipper. A fella in Leslie County made me this drum, or he made me the hoop for it. So he got ash. Ash is really hardwood, but it's lightweight. And he got his bathtub of hot water and started bending it, and he made a nice little hoop for me. And then I ordered this goat skin hide over it. Had a little too close to the fire one time. The hole just gets bigger and bigger. So this drum, you gotta have a loose wrist to do this. It's up and down. And then you do a little circle, hit both sides. And then you hit the sides of the drum with the rim shot, they call it. This is a little piece. It's a wrap piece that I put together with the drum. It's kind of a rural Tom Waits kind of thing here. So, because I listened to a lot of Tom Waits at one point, and I thought, well, I want to try to do something more like a hillbilly Tom Waits idea. And there was a guy in the community named Jerry. I kind of watched him pretty closely. He, wild fella, and he came to one. I made a mistake of doing a square dance in the community. A lot of people thought a square dance, you went to drink. That's the purpose of a square dance. So there was a lot of drunk people at that square dance, you know. And Jerry was one. He had a beard, and he had braided it, and it made a little circle under his chin, you know. And he had his class ring hanging from that thing. He got inspired with some liquor, and he was quite a sight that night. But he was the one who negotiated getting my Dulcimer back, because they went to the person who would know every crook around, and that would be Jerry, and he told me to meet him up some holler. It was a desolate holler. There wasn't nobody up in there. And but I needed that back. So he opened his trunk of his car, and there was my hammered Dulcimer. And he said, Randy, he said, I've been in trouble all my life. He said. I said, well, it's all right, Jerry. I'm just glad you brought this back to me, man. It's okay. He said, well, would you, don't tell people that you got it back, because, I'm afraid I get in trouble again. I said, I'll keep it around a month before I even let anybody know that I got my Dulcimer back. He said, okay. So we parted, and then I went into the local, who was that ran that grocery store? Well, I went in there the next day, and I got me RC Cola and a moon pie, and I came up and I said, I got some stuff, and he said, yeah, heard you got your Dulcimer back. Small community. They saw Jerry go up a holler and me go up a holler. They knew it already that I'd got my Dulcimer back. But I was indebted to Jerry for that, He may be the one who stole it, I don't know, but I was just glad to get it back. But when I first noticed it stolen, I went to church. The next day I told the congregation that somebody got my Dulcimer. And I knew I was going to get back when I looked at the old ladies, the grandmas in the back rows. Their jaws clenched, and they were pissed off. And I knew at that point, I said, I'm going to get that thing back. because you didn't make grandmas mad. They had the control of things up and down that holler. So it all kind of come back and finally got it back. There wasn't anything they could do with that Dulcimer. I couldn't make any money out of it. But this is a little rap tune. Let's see if I can find it. Jerry, Jerry, what makes you go, man, go? Listen to your stories, blow by the blow. I hear your car go rattling through the creek. I hear your muffler calling me in my sleep. It's late night, the dirt road, dark night, and the parked cars by the roadside, and his red hair, and his black shoes. Roosters crowing and smiling for a fight. Redneck feathers gonna fly on a Saturday night. Redneck feathers gonna fly and fly and fly. There's blood on the ground, stars all in the sky. Parked cars on deadlift, and his red hair, and his black shoes, and his black shoes. Jerry, Jerry, when did the deal go down? Slammed the car door, drove on out of town. Keep your heart and soul between the ditches. Wounds don't heal when you're gnawing at the stitches. Red hair, dirt road, that dark night, the parked cars, and his red hair, and his black shoes, and his black shoes. Gonna run these mountain tops from pole to pole. Gonna hold you till you holler, let me go. Gonna kick that tin can all the way to the store. Gonna run and run, cannot run no more. Dirt road, dark night, on deadlift, parked cars, and his red hair, and his black shoes, and his black shoes. Jerry, Jerry, who did you leave behind? He runs the roads to keep it off of his mind. I hear his car go rattling through the creek. I hear his muffler calling me in my sleep. It's a dark night, dirt road, parked cars on a deadlift, and the deal goes down. His red hair, black shoes. His red hair, and his black shoes. His red hair, and his black shoes. Another reason I wrote this tune is that we used to, Mona Kay lived up on the hill across the road from me there in, on Jack's Creek, and we would go, you couldn't see the road from her house, but we'd go up there and sit on the porch and just listen to the cars. And we'd say, yeah, that's Linda. She's going to Manchester. It's the first of the month. She's got a paycheck. We knew, she knew by the car, the sound of the cars, who it was. And we'd, somebody, oh, that's Earl. He's going up to Irvin's. He's probably got some liquor. Listen to it. Just the muffler, the sound of the muffler, the sound of the engine. He could, like, it's like, your dog, it knows when you're coming. It just knows the sound of that car and everything. Well, they knew that too. So that reminded me, you hear that muffler. I hear his car go rattling through the creek. I hear his muffler calling me in my sleep. So they got inspired from Monte Kay for that one. I remember she and that neighbor down there, we'd hear him holler, he'd say, Linda, get out there and mow the lawn now. The dew's falling, you better get it mowed before it gets too dark. He'd have her out mowing about dusk. We'd hear him hollering at her. We said, she ain't going to stay around if that got too long now, I don't think. Well, I remember there was something happened on the creek. I forgot. I was a counselor down at the school for a while. And my buddy downriver was asking about somebody. And I said, well, I can't tell you about that. It's confidential. And he said, we knew about it before it was confidential. Now I'm going to get this different tune in here. I learned this from this little lick. You kind of tapping on it's a drum. And to get the backbeat, you got your foot doing the downbeat and your hands tapping the backbeat. This is an old tune, Moonshiner. And it reminds me of the tales I heard from my Uncle Johnny. So I folded that little story of his in this. Johnny lived in Woodbine, a little old village down the road, right by the railroad tracks. So it was kind of magical to go to his place, and he had a great fire, cold great fire, you know. And he'd sit there and punch that fire puncher and tell me stories, you know. You just watch the fire. That's a great way to listen to stories. Well, I am an old moonshiner for 14 long years. Spent all my life drinking whiskey and beer. I'll go up some holler and make me a still, and I'll sell you a gallon for a $10 bill. Well, I'll go to the grocery to drink with my friends. I ain't got no woman to ask where I've been. I love those pretty women. I wish they were mine, with kisses as wild as that good old moonshine. My old Uncle Johnny would tell me some tales. He'd punch with that poker, and the flames would go higher. He'd tell me some stories, how he'd bootleg shine across the Pine Mountain on the Harlan County line. at night on our horses with shine in our jugs at the top of the mountain where the revenue thugs. They hollered and shot us from our horses. We fell bound for the graveyard or bound for the jail. We rode and we tumbled through through that thick olive bush. Well, I started groaning. My buddy hollered, hush. You better hush, Johnny. I'll tell. They'll come here and find us. Sure give us hell. He showed me the wounds in his arm and his hand. Said, there's one thing I don't understand. Why we risk our lives there for black gold and that shine, with mountains full of treasures sublime. Why we risk our mountains for gold and that shine, with mountains treasures so rare and sublime. I am a moonshiner for 14 long years. I spent all my money on whiskey and beer. I go up some holler and make me a still, and I'll sell you a gallon for $10 bill. Well, I went up to visit all my people moved to Dayton, as did everybody in Knott County, I think, and so they did pretty good up there, really. Better than trying to, bootleg liquor. So my uncle, I was up there one time. We went in the neighborhood and we saw this winding cement road that went up this hill, and there's a big castle house up there. And he said, "You see that house up there?" He said, "Yeah." I said, "Let me tell you a little story." He said that he talked about these boys in Leslie County who were taking liquor over a mountain. Everything was about going over Pine Mountain, And my dad talks about going back and forth over Pine Mountain, and Grandpa Drew was with him in the back with Iser, his best friend, and it was icy time. Because they didn't, my grandpa never did drive a car, but they was going over that mountain and up that mountain, and it's icy. And Drew would say, "Iser, I think we slew back there." And Iser said, "Yeah, I think we did slew." They go up a little further. I said, I think we slew again up there. See, I think we slew, Drew, yeah. And Dad was fighting. Dad said he was fighting the wheel, and every few minutes they was talking about slew. And he said he was driving, trying to hold the road, and tears of going down his face. He wanted to laugh, but he had to concentrate on driving. They wore him out with that slew all the way over the mountain. But these guys had been, it was back in Prohibition, it was a useless time. But these two guys, they were bootlegging. They got caught. Revenuers caught them. But it's cold time. It's snow on the ground. So they had to stop. It was way late in the night. They stopped in a neighbor's house and kept them up in that house. They put them upstairs. And they took their shoes from them. So, and they were down near the stairwell, you know. So it's no shoes, you know, on a night like that, you know. So they let them upstairs. About 5 o'clock the next morning, one of the neighbors was running the roads up there and saw them two with quilts around their feet, tied to their feet, trudging out of Leslie County. And they were never seen again. And except my uncle said, Uncle, it's that house up there. They came up here and they poured concrete all over the damn place here, and that's where they live now, up in that house, up at that castle house up on the hill. So that was one of the stories of getting out of Leslie County. One way to get out of Leslie County. Oh, the people I met. My dad was right. There's heathens. It sure was. He was always worried about me, poor guy. You know, he knew what it was like. This is one. I hope I can do this one. I haven't done this in a long time. But how much time we got left?
You've got 15 minutes.
Okay, well, you can do one at least. This guy was at the store, and this guy was there, and he came up to the teller there, lady, and he wanted to hug her neck, you know. He was kind of around her, I could tell. He was interested in her, and she said, Jimmy, I want you to come out to our, we're having a tent meeting just outside of town. I think I'd like for you to come to the tent meeting. Boy, it was like she had leprosy. You know, he put his hands back. He said, no, I ain't going to be no hypocrite now. So, yeah, there's no more trying to put the make on that gal. That's one thing to remember, you know. Talk about going to church. And my wife at that time, she was a doctor in town. And she knew when they were wanting drugs, because the first thing they would say was, well, I'm going to church a lot these days. I go on Wednesday, and I go on Sunday morning and Sunday night. From there on, she knows the angle that they're working. They're wanting her to prescribe some nerve medication to them. So they start off with every one of them. She said they start about how many times they're going to church. And she knows that antennas go up, you know. And then she starts calling other doctors in town. Has so-and-so been to your place? Yes. So this is about this encounter. Let's see if I can start off. The story's better than the song. It's got to be. Let's see. I got 2 or 3 wives that left me. Children moved out of here. They want me to come to communion, but I just bought me a case of beer, 'cause I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. But I'm just not that kind. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. Well, my friend said, buddy, you better Better start counting the cost. You better get yourself to the altar. You better look what you lost. But I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. Buddy, I'm just not that kind. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. Well, the dopers give me trouble. My ex-wife just give me grief. I've been double dealing doctors, but I can't find no relief. But I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. Buddy, I'm just not that kind. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. The preacher's been to my house, beer cans all over the yard. He said, we're praying for you, buddy. You better be praying awful hard, 'cause I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. I'm just not that kind. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. Well, the road crew got a raise. I don't need one, don't you see? The money I'm spending on dope is already killing me. But I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. Buddy, I'm just not that kind. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. Well, they lay me in the coffin. They say, man, he sure looked like shit. He looked like hell for certain, but he wasn't no hypocrite. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. Buddy, I'm just not that kind. No, sir. I ain't gonna be no hypocrite. That's where I draw the line. Someday I'll learn how to play those tunes. Well, this is one that changed the mood a little bit. How much time we got now, Mikey?
11 minutes.
11. God, that song was short. I thought it less. I better start telling another story. This is one for the Dulcimer here. Let's see. Let's see. Well, if I ask the dark to swallow me, and if I fly to points beyond the sun, and if I sail my boat on stormy seas, still you'd be calling from the sea to the sunrise, searching me, yes, you'd be calling from the sea to the sunrise, searching me, for the dark would not be dark to you, and your love goes clear across the sun, and your boats are bound out on the blue, and you'd be calling from the sea to the sunrise, searching me, yes, you'd be calling from the sea to the sunrise, searching me, for you know me through and through. Where could I go to escape from you? Where could I be but bound up in these blues? And you'd be calling sunrise, searching me. Yes, you be calling from the sea to the sunrise, searching me. All right. 139, Psalm 139.
Got 20 more minutes.
No, no. All right. Well, I kind of drug this song out. I haven't done this in a long. The events of local interest. Thinking about Gaza, and I thought about this song. It's a biblical song, but nobody pays much attention to it. So I thought I'd do a song from the perspective of a little boy in Jericho. So I kind of worked out this little arrangement. I am a little boy from Jericho, Jericho. It seemed like yesterday, little children, although it happened a long time ago. Oh, God said, here's the promised land. Oh, the promised land. But all those foreign little children, God said, put them to the band. I'll never forget that dreadful morn. Dreadful morn. Israel army blew on that old ram's horn. Old women and children put to the knife, to the knife. I hid, little children, beneath the dead to save my life. Oh, that night I ran to the mountains higher. Run, little children, run still higher. Look down, little children. Jericho is all afire. What we did wrong, I do not know. I do not know. Look away, little children. What God has done to Jericho. A child in the desert, where could I go? Where could I go? Crying, mercy, have mercy, O Israel. I crawled back down to Jericho. They spared my life, and now you know. Now you know. Mercy, mercy, little children. I circumcised in Jericho. I am a little boy from Jericho. Jericho. Seemed like yesterday, little children, although it happened a long time ago. Okay, let's see, what can we do? Well, I got, let's maybe save it. How much time we got, Mikey? 3 minutes. Well, let's do a last song. Let's do something uplifting at least. I'm going to have to retune, though. That might be hard. If I can think of another story while I retune. Yeah, that's the thing. But these tunings, it fell out because if you were in a gig up in Detroit, in the 50s, you weren't going to be tuning between songs. This was for, leisure time. You drink a little, tell a story, get another tune in, eat a little bit, get another tune, get another tuning. You'll be doing that in a bar in Detroit. All you have to do, it's another thing about bluegrass. All you have to do is put a capo up the neck a little ways. Get a different one. It's funny, these tunes, this is a short song, don't worry. These tunes, I learned these different tunings from George Gibson. There's 4 different tunes, or 5. They're all in the key of D. Every one of them, they're just a different way of doing a D tuning. But it's a different feel to it, but it's in D again, so. There was a vast, we lost a vast knowledge of these tunings, and some of them they played everything in that tuning, and then play again, get a different tune, play everything again in a different tuning. It's just remarkable. Song shall rise, faith that cures, the shadows deep, a hope endures, and we shall rise on eagle's wings, and from our lips shall freedom sing. A song shall rise. A blood-red sun, yellow moon, a starry night, this simple tune are all the crowns on jeweled sea and mountains road in praise to thee. The song shall rise, the faith that cures, the shadows deep, a hope endures, and we shall rise on eagle's wings, and from our lips shall freedom sing. The song shall rise. When tyrants reign, nations shout, the rivers bleed, the rocks cried out, and children cry till peace is heard. One swelling note, one holy word, a song shall rise. Faith that cures, the shadows deep, a hope endures, and we shall rise on eagle's wings, and from our lips shall freedom sing. The song shall rise. And now the sun is all gone down, the older face, a weary clown, turns round again and hums a prayer, hung by a note, borne by the air. The song shall rise, faith that cures, the shadows deep, a hope endures. We shall rise on eagle's wings, and from our lips shall freedom sing. The song shall rise. Try with me, here we go. A song shall rise. A song shall rise. Faith, faith that cures. The shadows deep. hope endures. And we shall rise, and we shall rise, eagles on eagles' wings. And from our lips shall freedom sing. Try it again, a song shall rise. Faith, the faith that cures shadows, the shadows deep. A hope endures. We shall rise, and we shall rise on eagles' wings. And from our lips shall freedom sing. A song shall rise. All right. Thank you for listening.
Every mountain has a name, even if it's just a hill. And every holler is a home to someone's weary soul. I've got a song, you've got a song, and there's one thing that's for sure: this life on earth don't last too long, so I guess we'd better sing. We got soup, beans, tomatoes, and roast and ears. A fella who can whistle out of both his ears. A mandolin, a banjo, a $40 bass. Dog gonna stand up and lick you in the face. When the coffee maker makes, get yourself a piece of cake. Dance around the kitchen till the whole house shakes. When your belly gets full as it's ever gonna be, we got a jar of something over in a hole in a tree. We got 49 songs you ain't never heard. Half a dozen cousins sing 'em like a bird. Ain't no one going out, no one coming in. When the cows come home, we're gonna run 'em off again. We got 4 pretty sisters putting out plates. Bubba's on a trash stand, smoke like a freight. 4 drunk uncles on the porch playing cards. 14 youngins in a tussle in the yard. Daddy's in the mountain and he ain't coming down, 'cause Mama took his fiddle and she threw it on the ground. And now it's supper time. It's supper time. It's supper time. Sit down. It's supper time. It's supper time. It's supper time. Sit down. Good evening, everyone, and welcome to the final evening, our flying fond farewell to faculty and friends here at the Hindman Dulcimer Homecoming. And it's been a spectacular, spectacular event. I couldn't have asked for a better bunch of people and couldn't have asked for better results. And I appreciate you all hanging with us through all this wonderful, wonderful event. And, you know, I just can't say enough about how people have exceeded my expectations for what I thought this event could and should be. You know, it's amazing to me, some of the songs that have been brought. Randy, you know, his last session just about did our whole evening concert. I mean, he did such a great body of music that he brought with him. And I thought I would kick it off tonight. Randy's going to have to, he's going to have to leave us a little early. He's got to travel a bit this evening. But before I bring him on, I'm going to do one more song, because tonight we're going to do the round robin thing, and I figure the only real defense against that is to just go ahead and play so that you can sit back and have immunity, as they say. We've had an interesting year, put it that way. Interesting couple of years, and I'm not going to wear you out with the stories of the flood or, you know, all the things we've been through and COVID and all that. We had a film crew come, and it's a different kind of an ordeal, but these people came from PBS. They wanted to meet us. They wanted to learn what we did. They were very nice folks from California, and you know, 2 or 3 days here in Hindman, you know, they were right at home. But the filmmaker had a vision. Beware of filmmakers with visions. A wonderful guy, and he's doing art. It's going to be on PBS. April 30th.
9
Okay.
p.m. Eastern Time.
Why, thank you, Miss
Check
Will.
out. Be sure to tune in to the Expressway with Dule Hill. April 30th.
Okay, yeah. So he had this idea that a song that I had written would be really suitable for the film that they were making, and they decided that they would make a music video. Now here's some irony. Music video down in the middle of Troublesome Creek, in the middle of Hindman, in the middle of the night. I mean, we went down there. There were animals and bugs and things flying around. And we did a song for the cameras, and the guy stopped and he says, "Well, the light wasn't quite right. Willow, turn around, face the other way, and do this and that." Every time we played it and thought, "Oh yeah, we nailed that down. We nailed that down." Then the director would say, "All right, great. That was great. Let's do it again." So if you can imagine, in the humidity and tiredness, and there's traffic going up and down Main Street, which killed a few takes, I'm sure, because we were just down below. We were behind the post office down there in this creek, which doesn't really smell good on a good day.
Not really.
Not really.
These camera guys were sitting out there with like $20,000 rigs strapped to their back, wading around in the creek.
Yeah, that was fun.
That was fun. Over.
Oh yeah, that was funny, wasn't it?
He said it weighed like 60 pounds.
Yeah. Can you imagine how they felt?
Oh my God.
Well, the song that we chose, we played it so many times. I promised Willow she would never have to play it again with me. So much for promises. This song is actually, it's pretty serious, and it's one that I wrote. A lot of our guys, of course, you guys understand the nature of our program. A lot of our guys are in recovery, and most of our guys, and they're very, very serious about it. A lot of us write songs about our experiences with substances and substance abuse. And my most relatable experience that I've come up with lately is something about drinking moonshine with your friends and not knowing when to stop. And on a cold night, you go out for a shift of gear from August to say January night. Cold night, you can go out with a big jar of moonshine and think, great, if I sip this and pass this to my friends, and then they pass it back to me and I sip it again, we're all going to warm up and everything's going to be nice. But by the time you get with your friends to the bottom of that jar, sometimes things aren't so warm and they're not so nice. And you just wish that you'd stayed home in the end result, if you are fortunate enough to have a home to go back to. And so I created this song. I came back to tell you I was wrong. I came back, but you were gone. Made up my mind to live another day. Night had blown my dreams away. Time in a lightning jar. When do I say when? Times when I go too far never seem to end. Love is the sweetest savor, sipping from the top. Life is a harder flavor, long as there's a drop. Take it all, you can have what's mine. All I've got, I'll lead it on the line. All I want is a little bit more time. all you want is to put it all behind. Time in a lightning jar. When do I say when? Time was when I go too far, never seemed to end. Love is the sweetest savor, sipping from the top. Life is a harder flavor, long as there's a drop. I came back to tell you I was wrong. I came back, but you were gone. Thank you, man. I appreciate it. Well, as I said before, we're so blessed with so many good musicians and great songwriters, just great songwriters. And right there at the top of the pyramid, at the leading edge of the envelope, nearly breaking the speed of sound, is our good friend. No, you can't elect somebody, Randy. It's going to be. Oh my God. Mr. Wilson, will you please get up here? Will you all welcome Randy Wilson to the stage?
Okay, we're going to rock out now. This is a berimbau rhythm bow, and this is what we think of the first musical instrument, stringed instrument, one like this. Well, the fifth graders, they knew what it was right off. What is it? And bow and arrow. That's where they got the idea. It's what we think got the idea for stringed instruments, from the bow and arrow. You know, when they invented the bow, they had a little time for leisure, you know. They scope out the deer and take it down in the morning. All right, drag it to the village or camp, and then kind of chill out. And they started experimenting with what they could do with that bow. So then they added a sound box. This is a cord I got out of the garden. This is let it dry, of course, and after the season, I took all the seeds out of it and sawed across here, and I had a sound box. And had string and a sound box. There you got your stringed instrument right there. So these are played several places around the world. So it's played in South America along with this martial arts dance called corporea. And so they had this thing they did, you know, enslaved people. They had their own martial arts tradition, but it couldn't be practicing martial arts on a plantation, you know. So kind of give a hint to what they're going to do next. So they'd say, no, we're not martial arts, no, we're dancing. And to prove it, we've got rhythm instruments to play, and we just do a little dance here. So, yeah, we're fine here. So it's an old instrument, so they could do something with it here. The sound, I love the sound. Old Rounder is a dog of mine, and when he hunts, he's feeling fine. Through the high grass, with a whip, whack, whip, whack. Through the timbers, with a shimmy, shack, shimmy, shack. Through the creek bed, with a high diddle diddle. And he hits that coon like a bow on a fiddle. Oh, 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 oh. That's your part. Yeah, try it again. Old Rounder is a dog of mine, and when he hunts, he's feeling fine. Through the high grass, with a whip, whack, whip, whack. Through the timbers, with a shimmy, shack, shimmy, shack. Through the creek bed, with a high diddle diddle. And he hits that coon like a bow on a fiddle. Here it goes. Oh, oh, hear him calling now. Oh, 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 that's it. One more time. All Rounder is a dog of mine, and when he hunts, he's feeling fine. Through the high grass, with a whip, whack, whip, whack. Through the timbers, with a shimmy, shack, shimmy, shack. Through the creek bed, with a high diddle diddle. And he hits that coon like a bow on a fiddle. Oh, 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 there we are. The hot dog. You people are easy to please, I tell you. This is Ngoni. This is a cousin, an old ancient cousin to our banjo. This comes from Mali, West Africa. It's just, it's got a baobab tree. They just cut the bay, cut it up in sections, split it, and then carve out a boat kind of thing. And this is a part of a gourd here, a little bridge. And this is a cow skin right here. And I went to Smithsonian and festival on the National Mall, and Din Lasari, he let me have this, bless his heart. So took it home and started playing on it. It's really neat. Except I got these tuning pegs in it. It has just leather straps. And I played with Dinda, and we'd go up to his room. I'd play a fiddle tune, and he'd get those straps and jerk and pull, and he'd play the tune right there with me. Everything that I played, he played. So I couldn't play one damn thing that he played. I could not play one thing of his. It's so many different rhythms, and of course the melodies weren't familiar to me. But some of these, of course, are ancestral from our ancestry. The music here, some from Africa. But I'd get on the bus to go over to the National Mall from the motel, and gosh, they were so vibrant. There's the flowing robes of color, and I just felt real washed out around them, you know. It's just so vibrant. And I had, you know, just plain old jeans on and stuff. So, but on the bus over there, I had an instrument, and I didn't know if my French was long gone, you know, of course. So I'd point to this, and I'd go, bah, and he, you know, like sheepskin, you know. I go, or goat skin. I go, bah, and he'd say, no, moo, moo. That's how we communicated. Well, I had an old dog and his name was Blue. Bet you $5 he's a good dog too. Go on, Blue. There it goes. You good dog. You good dog, you good dog, you good dog. You good dog, you good dog, you. Well, my old Blue, he ate my shoe and died of indigestion too. Go on, Blue. Where's that Blue? You good dog, you good dog. That's your part. You good dog. You good dog, you good dog. Dog is dog. You got on the end. Well, dug his grave with a silver spade, and every lick I called his name. Go on, Blue. You good dog, you good dog, you ready? You good dog. You good dog, you good dog. Well, when I get to heaven, tell you what I'll do. I'm gonna holler for a good old Blue. Yes, I will. On Blue. Come on, boy. You good dog. You good dog, you good dog. Here we go. Dog, you good dog. Yeah, well, I had an old dog and his name was Blue. Bet you $5 he's a good dog too. That's certain. Go on, Blue. Come on, Blue. Listen for him way out there. That dog. You good dog, you good dog. Here we go. You good dog. Don't get carried away now. You good dog, you good dog. One more, you good dog. You good dog. You good dog, you good dog. You good dog. You good dog, you good dog. There it is. Okay, one more. And Sarah Kate, you better get ready, honey.
All right.
Yeah. Sarah Kate, my hand-picked successor here. That's the best job I ever did to get her to come here. Oh, boy. Here's another tuning. And it's in D. It's a different kind. No, it's not in D. I had to, like a lot of the old timers, they tune to their voices, you know. So over the years I've had tuned down some. Yes, I got to go up to a memorial for an old friend of mine. Oh, it's such a good pal. He left a good job up there in Ohio. He was a carpenter and come down and help with these houses down here. He had a partner for years, I learned, who was so mad at him. He said, what do you do? What are you doing that for? You know, we got a good thing going here since high school. Buddy, since high school. They just had different values, you know, and he came down and thing about Peter, he so helpful. I remember him jumping off that mountain there. He jumped down that path and get in that car early and from the truck, and he was off helping people. And he did it with such joy. He just loved it. So it's just been a shock to hear him go. He went suddenly. And we buried him last week. And I got to go up to memorial tomorrow. So Lou, his wife, asked me to practice up this song that I wrote for him. He's outdoorsman. He liked to hike. We went on several excursions together. There's a place that I call home, in the deep and dark and lone, up on the hill among the trees. You'll hear me singing in that breeze. If you don't believe me, ask the sun. When my work on earth is done, beneath the hickory beech and oak, where the morning dove done spoke, pools of air like water shine, in these mountains I call mine. If you don't believe me, ask the wind, over the mountain and down the glen. First the redbud blossoms show, then the dogwood white as snow, soft as silk and shades of green, prettiest thing you've ever seen. When you don't believe me, ask the rain, when it comes this way again. Lady slipper on the hill, teaberry up on the mountain still, trail young men are moist and cold, eats any peace I ever know. So leave the office, leave the road, leave everything you ever know, search for me among the trees. Hear me singing in that breeze. If you don't believe me, ask the wind, over the mountain and down the glen. If you don't believe me, ask the sun, when my work on earth is done. See y'all later.
A big thank you to Randy Wilson.
was thinking about Pete today too, and I wanted to sing this one for him. I'm gonna see my daddy coming home from helping a lamb to be born in the early dawn, the early dawn. I'm gonna see my mama and her snow-white hair a-sleeping in her reading chair, talking to God, talking. That's where my weary feet will be when I leave this world and in heaven be. That might not be what you'd expect to find, but that's heaven in my mind. Heaven in my mind. I'm gonna see my friends and neighbors there, passing the time in folding chairs under the shade, under the shade. I'm gonna walk down to the swimming hole, let the muddy water soothe my soul and make me whole, make me whole. That's where my weary feet will be when I leave this world and in heaven be. That might not be what you'd expect to find, but that's heaven in my mind. Heaven in my mind. I'm gonna see the ones the world forgot and pushed aside without a thought, without a name, without a name. I'm gonna see the ones the church refused to love, although their hearts were pure and their hands did good, their hands did good. That's where my weary feet will be when I leave this world and in heaven be. That might not be what you'd expect to find, but that's heaven in my mind. Heaven in my mind. I'm gonna sit on heaven's front porch swing, watching the lightning bugs light up the rain. I'm gonna throw my fishing line into Jordan's stormy banks with you. That might not be what you'd expect to find, but that's heaven in my mind. Heaven in my mind. Heaven in my mind. Thank you, thank you. I wrote that song a couple of years ago. I grew up singing and playing in church, and so I can't help but write gospel music. I'll just do one more. There's a lot of good music, and I'm going to be playing with other people, so I don't want to hog the stage. But we've been doing a lot of dancing in here lately, so I wanted to do this one. There's another one I wrote. Well, you go dancing with me, my darling. Well, you go swinging all through the night. And if we go dancing together this evening, I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. Oh, seeing you swinging with your neighbor makes me want to make you mine. 'Cause a better dancer in this whole county, oh, I'd be hard pressed for to find. And will you go dancing with me, my darling? Will you go swinging all through the night? And if you go dancing with me this evening, I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. Oh, seeing you swinging with your neighbor makes me want to make you mine. 'Cause a better dancer in this whole county, oh, I'd be hard pressed for to find. Girls, keep your partners on your left side. Gents, keep your darlings all on your right. And if you stumble, just keep on a smiling, and everything will turn out right. And will you go dancing with me, my darling? Will you go swinging all through the night? And if we go dancing together this evening, I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. I see you waltzing with a stranger while I'm sitting on the sides. But when you asked me to dance the last one, it was the best part of the night. And will you go dancing with me, my darling? Will you go swinging all through the night? And if you go dancing together this evening, I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. I'll make it hard for you to say goodbye. Thank y'all.
Hardly a worthy successor. Well, here we are at the mountain hamlet of Hindman. The sign proclaimed it, and that's what it is, at the forks of Troublesome Creek. This is a very, very special place. A few nights ago, I said this was the center of the universe, and it is indeed the spiritual center of the universe. All gravity draws us all here together at this remarkable place. Doug Naselroad kind of gave us a charge this week to think about writing original songs and original songs. And it caused nothing but dissonance in my little world. I remember a conversation I had with Mike Seeger, and I said,
well, Mike, have you ever written any tunes? And he said, Lord, no, Ron, with the thousands of tunes out there I haven't played, why would I write another bad one? And, it kind of changed my thinking on things. Early in life, I started music at age 4. My mother gave me the option of taking piano lessons or taking naps. And I hated taking naps. And so she conned me into playing piano at an early age. And I guess I was maybe 5 or 6 years of age before I wrote my first piece of music. I had an English woman who was my music teacher. And she was, probably not that old, but she felt like she was, 90 years old at the time. And Mrs. Mai. And she taught us to sing with the Fireside Folk Song book, which was the most wonderful collection. You open it up and you get Speed, Bonnie Boat like a bird on the wing. And then the next thing you know, you see, in Dublin's fair city, where girls are so pretty. And then you turn a few more pages and it's Meadowlands, Meadowlands, through you heroes now are treading. This whole world of folk music opened before us because of Mrs. Mai and the Fireside Book of Folk Songs that was compiled in 1947 by Margaret Bonney. And those songs are still part of my life. And I was indebted to Mary Mai, and so at age 6, I wrote her a piece of music. And I was playing Fur Elise on the piano. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I'm playing it horribly, of course, but it stuck with me, and I said, I'll write a piece of music for her, and so I called it For Mrs. Mai. And, she kept it and treasured it, Lord love her. She's long gone now, but it kind of set me on a course despite it all. I have to tell you, the little comic relief here. My mother left high school. Her father, who was a doctor, let her do this to go on the road with the Three Stooges. And I'm not making this up. I mean, she's out there with Larry, Moe, and Curly, doing these, she's a straight woman in this show doing vaudeville stuff. And I've always claimed I was, Curly's illegitimate son. Explains a lot. But, true confessions, and it's Doug Naselroad's fault here. Original song. So I started there, and I decided I wanted to be a composer at some point. And I started writing music. I went to, music schools and college and graduate schools, and was writing for, I had a piece done by the Chicago Symphony Orchestra and was writing string quartets and blah, 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 blah. And I had this moment, though, where it was a concert of modern music, and there were, people up on stage playing, and a small group in the audience listening to it. And it just didn't feel very good to me that there was one person on stage and everybody else just passively listening to this stuff. And I realized the same little group in Chicago listened to modern music, and it was the same people over and over again. And I happened to have the good sense to go back to Virginia to a pig roast in Rockbridge County, where I'd lived, and everybody there, the Greengrass Cloggers were playing, we're just part of the scenery, and friends, and everybody brought something to eat at a potluck, and now everybody either danced or played music. There were no audience, everybody participated. And all of a sudden, that idea of writing music and having other people play it for an audience kind of evaporated. And I saw my way to doing something a little different. I became a hillbilly. And so the whole notion of writing music, I didn't need to do that because there were all kinds of fiddle tunes that I'd never played, and they just grabbed me. They may not have been beautiful, my playing was not beautiful, but they were true. And truth became more important to me than beauty, and in truth, there is beauty. So here's the final step. I've not played an original song before anybody, and I wasn't going to do that tonight, but Doug has created such a wonderful atmosphere in Hindman Settlement School and Troublesome Creek String Instrument Company, and Mikey here, who's moving the microphone that I was trying to hide behind out of my way. Lorinda Jones and I had a little talk, and she said, you know, playing original songs, they created such a wonderful, warm space that I felt comfortable doing it at this one place. And so here's my story in one song. And I haven't played it in a while. I don't know what it's going to sound like, but I was married for a long time to a wonderful woman named Huey. And Huey passed away several years ago in July. And you know, I thought that was the end of my playing music. I put the fiddle down. I wasn't going to play music ever again. I was, you know, grieving, as people do, that kind of situation, but I kept busy planning memorial celebrations and doing whatever you do in life after that. And it's really painful to remember, but it's even more painful not to remember the person and keep them alive in your heart. And so I'm at this point where my dear friend Will Bacon, who I'd played all over the world with the Red State Ramblers, his daughter, whom I watched from the time she was born, was getting married. And he said, will you play the first dance, first waltz, you know, with her dad at her wedding? I said, well, of course, I would love to do that. I said, oh, I'll even write you a piece of music for it. Well, then Huey passed away, and it was like, I'm not writing music, I'm not playing music. But I remembered I'd promised him I would do that. And I took to studying on it. I would walk every day on my road and pick up trash. That's what I did for exercise and thinking, and keeping the road nice and clear of garbage that reappears every single day. And I thought about a little song I'd written for Huey that we would sing to each other. And she had a voice that could split a rock. The Bear Girls, you know, she was Huey Bear, cute name. Huey Bear was one of the cacophonies in her school, which was an elite group of singers who had the worst voices in the entire school. But the cacophonies, and it says it all, we would sing this little song, and I actually, you know, kind of wrote it out on birch bark in Canada where we were, and decorated with pine cones and shells and things. And the little Huey song went something like this. Little Hootie, little Hootie, little Hootie, I love you. And she would always respond, little Reggie, little Reggie. I told you she had a voice that could split a rock. It's the reason I have hearing aids today. Oh, Lord. Huey and I would sing that little song together, and then I've had a second phrase to it. Little Hootie, little Hootie, little Hootie, I love you. Little Hootie, with a love that is so true. Well, I started singing that on the road while I was picking up trash and thinking about Huey and what I was going to do about writing a song, a waltz for my friend Will Bacon's daughter, Lucy. And I thought, well, I could take the little Huey song and turn it into a waltz. And that's what I did. And we played it at Lucy's wedding, and She danced beautifully with her father, and so that's the true confession, the original song. I'm going to try and play that waltz. I don't know what it's going to sound like, but it's true. It's a true story, and I called the song "Who He Sings to Lucy." Now this was Huey's part. She was prettier than that, really. It's really sweet of you to applaud such a feeble effort there, but anyway, Huey would appreciate it. I have a few friends that are willing to sing shape notes with me. Donnie, I've got a book for you. And I thought for the last little bit here, you know the one. And it's 48.
Just the two of us?
You want to sing the melody?
Yeah.
And I think Sarah Katie.
That's so sweet.
It's pretty awful playing, I know.
I can't work under these conditions.
Yeah, I mean, really beautiful. So how should we set up what's the best?
I think we're set up. The two of you are going to sing.
We're gonna sing lead?
No, I'm singing. Am I?
Yeah, you two are singing lead. You can sing treble. Mama sang tenor, and
I know, but where is it?
so we're going to sing in Bentley, Kentucky, at an annual big singing day that has been landmarked as the oldest continuous indigenous American musical tradition, singing from this as they have every year. These were books that were compiled to teach a pioneering society how to read music, and they put them in curious shapes to make it easier to distinguish the pitches, the difference between the notes. So we'll do a little bit of, we'll get some of the shapes right, maybe even, or go la 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 and be right about a quarter of the time. So we would sing a scale with those shapes, and let's just sing a scale once for get warmed up. Fa, sol, la, fa, sol, la, mi, fa, 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 mi, la, sol, fa, la, sol, fa. Put it in reverse even. That's good. So there are 3 lines of music to this, and the air or the lead melody is buried in the middle line rather than being the soprano at the top like modern music. And each line really has a character of its own, a personality, a line of its own, and they're fiercely independent. And this one's got really cheerful words, which is why Donnie likes it so much. Broad is the road that leads to death, and thousands walk together there. So, shall we, let's all do the lead one time, the air, and then we'll break it into parts. Okay. La, 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 fa, la, la. La, fa, sol, la, la, fa, mi, la. La, fa, mi, fa, la, sol, fa, mi. Mi, fa, sol, la, si, la. La, fa, la, sol, fa, mi, la. Should we try the top part?
Sure.
So everybody can hear the different parts. La, la, la. La, la, sol, fa, fa. La, la, la. La, sol, sol, fa, la. La, fa, sol, fa, la. Shall we put them all together? La's the bass, la's the air, la. La, la, mi, fa, la, 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 mi, la, fa, mi, la, mi, la, sol, fa, la, sol, la, la. Race there. Somebody
Sorry.
Came in early. La, fa, la, with the text, the poetry. La, bra. Broad is the road that leads to death, and thousands walk together there. But wisdom shows the narrow
Well, Lorinda, since you're last one on the stage, I think it's time for the flower of Western Kentucky to bloom on the stage. And while she's getting her arsenal set up, I just want to take one last opportunity to thank Mikey Sloan for all that he has done to make this accessible for everybody. It's truly the art that conceals art. He's made it all seem so effortless, but it's wonderful. Mikey, thank you.
If you can move that chair over there, after I do. Gotta find my fingers first. Pretend this isn't the show yet. Okay. So this is an Irish whistle, and it's in the key of G. It was made by Kevin Burke in Ohio, and yeah, it's similar. Of course, it's in the same family as the regular penny whistle in D, just bigger model, bigger holes, and yeah, takes a little bit of getting used to, as you see, to get the holes. But that song that I just played, I love it on this whistle. It was called For Ireland. I will not say her name. It's just an old, very old love song from Ireland. So tonight's theme is Ireland. And Randy did a great job of setting up the history of the harp, because when he talked about the bow and arrow, and that is the first string instrument that he was talking about, and it has that harp shape, doesn't it? And so they started with one string here, and then if one string can make a lovely sound, can't we figure out a way to put more strings on that bow? And there were lots of experimentations on that, and of course many people know about the lyre harp, the shape of the lyre harp, the framed harp. There are many different shapes and attempts to put additional strings on those bows. And so, but it was the Irish and Scottish, the British Isles there, the Welsh, that came up with this design for the harp, for what we call the triangular framed harp. And it was very, very popular during the time period like 1100 to 1700. That was the great harp period. That was when the harp became part of the Irish flag. It became part of it was engraved on their coin, and of course it was on their beer bottles. So that it would last a long time. And the harp, though, at that time, during the height of the harp, it was a great honor to play the harp. And it was often that tradition passed down in families, because the harps, that was something for a family to own a harp. And so often that was passed down from generations. And the harps were a bit smaller than this. Often they were sit in your lap. They were just beginning to get floor harps about the time they were dying out, and or when the English started banning them. And the strings were wire. Those wire strings made an ethereal sound. It was a magical sound, and that's what you could hear in the castles and the big homes and the homes of the lords and the ladies. And they were used to accompany poets. They were used to tell the news of the day and share their stories and songs. And when the harp was passed down to the next generation, it was their responsibility to remember those stories and songs and take those along with them. So the song that I'm going to play for you is Eile Gael Cúin, which is it's a love song, but it's played much in the style of those ancient harps, which leaves a lot of space between the notes, because those wire strings would ring and ring and ring in those castle walls. So you'll hear a lot of space in the song. And then I'll go into a song that was written about the time that the last of the Irish bards, which in around 1700, and this was the most famous of all, blind harper Turlough O'Carolan. He wrote many, many songs. Of course, he was a blind harper, so when I say wrote, I mean he composed them in his head, and he shared them wherever he went, and that's how those songs were passed down, in order that by almost 500 years later, we still have those songs, which I find incredible that those songs lasted so long. So the second song, so I'll go into Planxty George Brabazon. Planxty was a term that was used to indicate that song was written for a patron. So if he would go to their house, he would write a song for them, and that song would honor them. And so it was a great honor to have a song written about you. It paid his way, and that's how he made his living. And the style then of playing, you're going to hear a great contrast between the ancient harp sounds, and by the time Turlock was writing music, he was highly influenced by the Italian Baroque style of music that was starting to come into Ireland, and was actually the reason that these harps died out for a while, because the orchestras started playing music that required more chromatic notes. In other words, sharps and flats, and they didn't have those on the harps at that time. And so it's kind of ironic that he was just starting to get that music was starting to be played on the harp, and that's when the pedal harp kind of took over, until now we have this revised and rejuvenated lever harp that supplies those half steps for us in the music. So here's Eilidh Calcuin and Planxty George Brabazon. So next is, I have a couple of people that are come up and join me, Ron and Sarah, for this one. And this is an Irish tune that I learned when I was in Ireland, was it last year or the year before? Yeah, it was the year before. And my bandmate and I went to Ireland on a combination watercolor sketching music trip. It was pretty cool. And we met up with an Irishman there, an Irish flute player, his name was Conall O'Grada, and well known all over the world actually for his Irish flute playing. And one day we were out sketching. Well, they were sketching in their watercolor books. I was mostly just like dipping my paints. I had never watercolored in my life. And our instructor was like, okay, find a seat and draw those stones. And I was like, I need a little help. I had no idea what I was doing. So I was really happy when Conall said, oh, take a break and take your whistles out and let's learn a tune. I was like, yes. So he played this tune, and as he played it one time through, and I was like, wow, that sounds familiar. And it was like, yeah, do you know the name of it? And he was like, yeah, it's Bonaparte's Retreat. And I was like, it is? And he said, yeah, don't you know that? Don't you all play that? And I was like, in American, I was like, yeah. He said, well, this is the song that we start with in the Irish session that he leads in the pub, and we were going to go there. It was that night or the next night, and he said, I want you to learn the tune because we're going to play this. And so it was really interesting because when he got to one part of it, I was like, yeah, I know that tune. But then he started playing, when he played the whole song, it was like, wow, that's very interesting. So part of what Ron and I talked about today is it's very interesting, where our songs come from and how those melodies gets passed back and forth, some originating here and going over there, and some over there coming over here, and they get transformed. So for them, for that group, this was how Bonaparte's Retreat was supposed to sound. And it's a cool version, and I wanted, and Ron and I played it a little bit and thought it needed a little accompaniment on the dulcimer, and I will eventually tab this out on the dulcimer, so we'll have it for dulcimer as well. So, yeah. So it has a little introduction, and then we'll get started. And we're going to look at each other, aren't we? Thank you. And Sarah's going to stay, and Ron is going to be changed to
Transform
not
magically
changed.
into a
Yeah,
real
banjo. Yeah, banjo. Do you remember last night? It was late.
It wasn't a dream.
D. So as Ron was saying last night, I have such gratitude. I'm very, very fortunate to be able to play with two wonderful ladies that play Irish music. They're in the Louisville area, and our group name is called Na Skylark, and they are, I just can't believe my fortune because they are really great musicians. They're great people, and
They're a great band.
thank
love
you.
hearing
I don't know why they let me play with them, but they do. It's amazing. Kathy, the pipe and flute player, she actually leads our sessions in Louisville. I've never seen her stumped on an Irish tune. Yeah, it's amazing. And so, 3 women, I love it. It's been really great. And now we have 3 women on stage again, and I love Willow and Sarah Kate too.
Love you too, Lorinda.
Thank you.
Do we need your mic a little closer?
Do what?
Do we need your mic a little closer? Do we need her mic a little closer? Or will that pick it up?
So this is the really, this is such a great part of coming to festivals is get to play with other folks. And not all festivals I get to do this because you're either so busy or running around doing so many things, and they're so big you don't even get to see people except maybe in the hallway you wave your hand.
Yeah.
And so this is a very special gathering in that we actually get time to interact with each other and to get to know people.
So don't tell anybody about this
Yeah.
festival.
Yeah.
Don't tell
It's really
anybody.
exclusive.
Keep it quiet.
Yes, we love it's wonderful, and I love that the first year really that we had people in our live audience members. It's a small, intimate group, and I hope you've had as good a weekend as I think all of us have.
Yes.
It's just been great getting to know all of you, and it's been wonderful. So we're going to play this Irish tune to finish out the night. This is called Sonny's Mazurka, and today we were talking about how the song titles get named based on maybe where someone learned them or who they learned them from or where they were when they learned them or what they were eating or drinking or feeling. And then it gets passed along. When I was researching about Sonny's Mazurka, I found 47 different titles to this song. It's amazing, isn't it? But a mazurka is a waltz-like dance. It's a little bit quicker, has a little bit more swing to it. So I'll start it out, and then Sarah will come in, and then we'll come.
a fiddle that I built. First one I've built. Second one's in progress. It's about done. But this is my first one I've built. It's a trapezoid fiddle based off of Felix Savart's designs from the 1880s of a trapezoidal fiddle. And then in the 1960s, Ronald Roberts published a book on how to build these. It had plans on how to build these, and I think full size, a 3/4, a half, and maybe a 1/4, and also 2 different sizes of violas. And it was kind of marketed as like, you know, an easy way, like if you didn't have access to violins, an easy way to make a fiddle. And it is. The hardest part about it was just getting these corners at the correct angles to be able to fit it together like an instrument. But it's incredibly easy to make. Like in the book, they talk about salvaging piano soundboards in order to make the top, because it's a flat bottom top, and the top of the top is curved a little bit to kind of give it that fiddly look, but it's pretty much a flat top. The neck design is pretty funny, and this was not my design. This was in the book. But the contents of the scroll were my idea. At Florida Folk Festival 2023, this was last year, I was sitting at our campsite at like 1 or 2 in the morning, just kind of dozing off in the camping chair, and I feel something bite me on the back of the leg, and I feel something bite me on the top of the leg. And I'm like, oh crap, what is this? So I'm like, okay, I'll go brush my teeth. To go to the bathhouse, as I'm brushing my teeth, something stings me on the back of the shoulder. And then I'm like, what is going on? And then something stings me right here on the front of the shoulder, on the upper arm. And I was wearing this big baggy overshirt. And I look down the sleeve of the shirt, and so I see something scurry down my arm. So I took off my overshirt and shook it out on the floor, and this little scorpion falls out. And I'm like, oh my God, what is that? So I took the sleeve of the shirt and killed it, and I put it on a piece of toilet paper, and I texted my fiance and said, can you Google what this is? And is it gonna kill me? And he texted back, no, it's just a Florida bark scorpion. If you're not allergic, it shouldn't hurt you. So I saved it, I flattened it in a book, and I brought it back to Hindman, and I put it in the fiddle. Epoxied in there.
So don't cross Willow. Don't make her mad. She's gonna kill you and put her in her next fiddle. My question is, what animal are you gonna kill and put in your next fiddle?
Oh, well, let me tell you. I'm working on a commissioned dulcimer right now. It's a 4-string kind of Ed Thomas thing. And in the headstock of it, you know how they're shaped, kind of like a fiddle. I've drilled a hole through the side of it, and my friend, her sister got her a cicada exoskeleton. My friend's sister acquired a cicada exoskeleton, and my friend is very into cicadas right now. She just got a tattoo on her arm of a cicada, and so I stuck it in the headstock. So you look through it, and you can see clear through the headstock, and the little cicada's just hanging out in there. No cicadas had to die for it even. It's just the exoskeleton. It's I don't know if you could consider it vegan, but it is pretty close. So, I guess it's cruelty free, but I guess there's an animal product if you count a bug as an animal. Yeah.
It's not. Yeah.
It is cruelty. I'll call it cruelty free. It's just a mold. And then the fiddle I'm building for my mom. She wanted me. I was like, "What do you want in the headstock? What kind of bug?" And I told her what kind of bugs I had. And she was like, "I don't want a bug. I've gotten stung by too many wasps recently. I don't want to look at bugs." I was like, "Okay." And so she sent me locks of hair from her childhood horse and all the horses in her herd right now, and the family milk cow. So I braided them up and wrapped them up in a little spiral and drilled a hole in the headstock, and it's in the headstock. So now it's kind of a memento to all the herd animals we got at the farm. So anyway, I'm gonna play a song on it, and Sarah Kate's gonna accompany me. I'm fine wherever you're fine. We're gonna play Shenandoah Falls. I'm gonna move this a little bit so I don't knock it over. All right. originally wasn't gonna play any original songs either, but hearing everybody else's original songs and stories has made me want to play one of my original ones. Peer pressure. I'm glad you guys called me up for that Irish tune because that got me in the key of D, which is exactly where I need to be right now. So this is a song I wrote during the pandemic. As one of the youths, I do enjoy me a video game every now and again. And this was just a game I was playing with some friends I've met online, and it just kind of calls back to all the drama and the friendships that were made and the friendships that were ended and all the stories and adventures that happened during the pandemic while we tried to stay social, while we couldn't be social. So it's a song of unity, and it's a song of friendships and relationships and people coming in and out of your life. We are on a floating island in the middle of the sea, and we're all stuck there together as the wind blows through the trees. Oh, Pangea, floating paradise, then the ground shifts where we stand. Though we know now that we are drifting, we do not know where we'll land. And that wondrous island will be drifting without end. Maybe in another lifetime, reuniting yet again. We are on a floating island in the middle of the sea, and we're all stuck there together as the wind blows through the trees. Thank you. Thank you. All right, I'm going to do one more. I'm going to need some help from the wonderful Dawn Petty. That last one was called Pangea.
Nice.
Thank you. This next one, and I'm gonna play this. I'm not gonna go into the details, but I had a run-in with the Hazard Police Department last night. So, nothing. It's okay. It's okay. I'm not gonna talk about it.
Oh, come on, let's hear it.
I got pulled over. So I was talking about this. Okay. What? Okay. So I was talking about this at lunch this morning, and Don asked me if I was gonna play policeman, and I was like, yeah, but I'm gonna need your help. So we're gonna play policeman. We're gonna play policeman. This song I learned from my mentor Eric Bryan in Melbourne, Florida. He was the guy who taught me to play banjo. But this song is like a Spare Change Boys. That's the source recording I always reference when I'm going back to it. But Tommy Jarrell also played it, so there's a lot of different notable people that played it. I think it's usually referenced to be sourced out of North Carolina. I-44 this morning.
Good job.
Thank you, guys. Dawn, you want to stay on stage? All right. Dawn, did you go yet? You want you did you go yet?
Go where? Yeah.
Okay, you want to come back up here? I don't know what's going on.
All right, enough. Well, this has been a wonderful festival, and everybody has been great tonight. I ain't gonna talk a lot. I'd rather jam after a while, so I'll play a few things. I'm gonna do one alone. Well, maybe I'll do two alone and then have some friends come up. Well, maybe just everybody could come up and sing from here. I don't know, but we'll get a feel people that'll come up, we'll split the audience. Oh, thanks, Dan. So I'm just tickled to be here. I mean, I always love coming up here. And you get to play with neat toys. So this is a, hey Dan, I can't remember who this is a copy of.
That is a 1873 replica of a 1873 Jacob Medlars.
Jacob Medlars, 1873?
Yes, Jellicoe Creek, Kentucky.
Wow, Jellicoe Creek, Kentucky. Now this is an old Dulcimer. I just love the sound of this. This is pretty old. You know, I'm going to sit in my, this little chair. I either have to grow my legs or sit in this chair. So here, y'all could sing on, you'll know the chorus of this. This is a local version of an old, well, not a real old ballad, but a ballad that was made in this country. Take down my old banjo and pick it on my knee. This time tomorrow it'll be no use to me. Take down my old fiddle and play it all you please. At this time tomorrow I'll be hanging from a white oak tree. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Poor boy, you're bound to die. You met her on the mountain. You swore she'd be your wife. You met her on the mountain. You stabbed her with your knife. You met her on the mountain where she begged to be excused. You met her on the mountain, there you hid her clothes and shoes. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Poor boy, you're bound to die. I had my trial in Wilkesboro. What do you reckon they done? They bound me over to Statesville. That's where I'm going to be hung. The limb was being oak. The rope was being very strong. Bow down your head, Tom Dooley. You know you're going to be hung. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Poor boy, you're bound to die. Mama, oh mama, don't you weep and cry. I killed poor Laurie Foster. Oh, I'm bound to die. Papa, oh Papa, what can I do? I lost all my money and killed poor Laurie too. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Hang down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Poor boy, you're bound to die. What my mama told me is about to come to pass. Red whiskey and pretty women be my ruin at last. Hang down your head, Tom down your head and cry. Hang down your head, Tom Dooley. Poor boy, you're bound to die. So that was a version that I got from Evelyn Ramsey, who was a ballad singer who lived over in Madison County. We had a very rich tradition over there of ballad singers. Most of the ballad singers in Madison would sing the songs a cappella. That was the real passed down tradition. We could talk on it for about an hour, but we won't. But she was great, and I love that version. So this is the dulcimer that I could tell when I went over to the Troublesome Creek. The action was a little high when I got it, so I asked them if they'd fix it. It turned out to be a group effort, and them fellers did a great job and fixed that. And well, anyway, I've got a new instrument, and it's cherry. I always like a cherry dulcimer for some reason. So I'm just going to play a quick tune on here. I don't know what yet. It's in the key of A. Well, let's see. All right, I'll play this one. What's coming to my mind is Old Joe Clark for some reason. I don't know. So, of all the tunes I know, so Old Joe Clark it is. So this is one from, well, let's see. It's a Kentucky version. So I had asked a few friends to come up and help. We're going to sing one last little song, and you know, I kind of just really like this song, and but it seems appropriate tonight with Randy going off to do a memorial service, and Ron doing that wonderful tribute to Huey, who was a lovely person and a really dear friend. So this is, we're going to do this song. So Ronnie, you want to come up, and Willow, and Ann. Was somebody else? I don't know. I can't remember. I think that this was enough. I thought of the size of the stage and just did this, but just sing along if you don't care, please. So this is a song. I heard it, you know, in Western North Carolina. Mostly this version is what I remember from Red Wilson, who lived over in Bakersville, and was a fine man, good fiddle player, real good sense of humor, horrible moonshine. I loved him to death. Pure sandpaper. Anyway. Anyway, but this is one, you know, when we moved over on Grapevine, there was a lot of older generation people there. I mean, people that would have been like my parents' kind of generation. And just, and most, everyone in that section were people whose families they've come up through generations there. We still, you know, there's still people there who plow with horses, because, not as a reenactment, just because it's how they do it, you know, and they still make, you know, sorghum the old way and all. It's just an old, that kind of place. That's kind of fading, you know, all them old folks passing on. But a number of times, well, let me put it this way, it's been a few years, but I was there in time that when we buried old Mr. Davis, it was in January and the ground was frozen. We still dug by hand. We were out there with picks and shovels. And anyway, I won't get into the stories, but anyway. But this is, I've played this at more than one memorial and funeral. And not that we want this last song to be a memorial. All right, okay, never mind. Do we have any other male voices that could just shuffle him up? Oh, gosh. All right. But anyway, Doug, I want to thank Doug, and I want to, you know, just thank the people here. I mean, this is probably the nicest festival in the world. I mean, you know, I mean, yeah. Thank you. Anyway, no, I mean, it's very special here. It always is. I mean, whether it's through the settlement school, through Troublesome Creek, this is a special place, and y'all should stay away. No. No. No, not really. It's actually a beautiful place. All right, so here's a little bit of The Sun Never Go Down. Sometime, I wanna see my mother sometime, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down. Chorus, where the sun will never go down, where the sun will never go down, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down. I want to see my father sometime. I want to see my father sometime, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down, where the sun will never go down, where the sun will never go down, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down. I want to see my family sometime. I want to see my family sometime, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down, where the sun will never go down, where the sun will never go down, where the flowers bloom sun will never go down, go down, where the sun will never go down, where the flowers bloom forever, and the sun will never go down. Thank you. All right, well, Ronnie, do you have any words of wisdom as a final? Doug, do you got words of wisdom?
I've got some words I have to say.
Oh, wait a minute.
He has to talk.
Well, I knew it wasn't me.
Oh, absolutely. I'm just gonna sit down like everybody else. Life is good when we're good to one another, isn't it? It's that simple. And you guys have been great to one another. You've been great to me in this festival. It's just been a wonderful, wonderful weekend. I keep saying that. Before we go, I have to mention something. I'd be remiss if I didn't mention the Berea College Appalachian Fund, which makes this event possible. They've been wonderfully generous to us for several years now. And of course, the staff of the Hindman Settlement School, including Sarah Kate, you're on the staff, right? You're one of them. Yeah. Of course.
Vivian and Diane.
Oh, Vivian and yes, our ladies in the kitchen have fed us. What you can't experience at home, and I wish there was a way. There will be one of these days, but you cannot smell supper cooking. While we're here, we're getting through our classes, doing our work, and it seems like the whole time there's been something good cooking in the kitchen. Well, there has. So yes, Vivian and Diane, special thanks to them for their great work. And like I said, the kind staff of the settlement school, which let us take their campus over for the weekend. And of course, Troublesome Creek and the support of the Appalachian Artisan Center. We just have a lot of really great partners to thank. So that being said, may the Lord bless and keep us all until we gather together again right here on this creek. Good night, everyone.